here?
We'll come up the elevator.
I'm sorry? Oh no, I went from here to there to back, so it's all normal.
You know, let's look at the weight of the world.
Right, well there's that. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Pulled a fast one.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us as we ring in the end of another week in the Murdaugh family murder case. The disgraced former South Carolina attorney stands trial for the double murder of his wife and son, and we expect to see the state rest today, but not before the cross-examination of SLED agent Ryan Kelly. This is the lead investigator into the September 2021 roadside shooting incident. The roadside shooting incident is when the defendant allegedly hired someone named Curtis Smith, and also known as Cousin Eddie, a distant cousin of the defendant's, to shoot him so that his son Buster could collect on his life insurance that he was going to be, entitled to as a way that, was part of his insurance payout. Although that's kind of questionable because there might not have been a suicide provision in that contract. We'll get to that in a second. Now, he was the last witness on the stand yesterday before they adjourned early for the day. And while he was under direct examination, they played the phone call interview that he had with the defendant regarding this whole suicide scheme. So let's listen to some of that right now. We can hear for ourselves what the defendant said that happened that day.
Alex, let's talk about last Saturday morning, and let me go through this briefly. Who did you meet with and talk to last Saturday morning?
I met with Jim Griffin and Chief Essie.
Mm-hmm. And then what?
I drove to Hampton and I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's house.
Okay. And you and Chris were talking about what?
About everything I had done.
Okay, everything you had done concerning finances.
Finances, pills, lies.
Okay. Now, were you taking, well, first of all, let me back up for just a second. Have you had a long-standing Oxycontin or opioid addiction issue?
Yes, sir.
How many years?
The best I can remember, around 20 years, 18 to 20 years.
Okay. Now, on this particular day, on this Saturday, were you taking the Oxycontin or taking any opioids?
I had taken some, but I was taking. I'd given it all that I had someone else, and I'd taken some at like 4 a.m. So I was having some withdrawals.
Okay. And the previous day, the news had come out about your embezzling or taking client money or law firm money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how would you describe your state of mind at that time?
I was in a very bad place.
What does that mean?
I thought it would be better for me not to be here anymore.
What do you mean by not be here anymore?
I thought that it would make it easier on my family for me to be dead.
And easier, with some financial gain to your family if you were dead?
I had a fair amount of life insurance debt.
Do you remember how much?
Not off the top of my head, but like $10 million, $12 million.
Okay. And so you decided to end your life.
That's correct.
And tell these sweat agents how you went about arranging that.
I called Curtis Eddie Smith on the telephone.
Okay, now let's stop for a second. Who is Curtis Eddie Smith?
Curtis Eddie Smith is the primary person who I purchased pills from for years.
And some weeks you would give him how much money for pills?
I mean, it'd be in my records, but we had weeks where there would be $40,000, $50,000, $60,000
that you would give him for pills?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've known him for how long?
Years.
Years. So did you call him that morning?
Yes, sir, I did.
That day? About what time?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I asked him to...
Was it after you met with Jim Griffin?
It was after I met with Jim Griffin.
After you met with Chris Wilson?
I believe so.
Okay, and when you called him, what did you ask him?
I asked him to meet me.
Did he meet you?
He did.
Where did he meet you?
He met me out not too far from my mom's house.
Where?
He was on the side of the road. I think at the funeral home.
At the funeral home. Okay, and did y'all talk?
Not there. He followed me into town.
To where?
To over where I stopped by the Sunoco gas station.
Okay, did y'all have a discussion there?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all get out of your cars or was this in your vehicle?
I don't think we got out of our cars.
And what vehicle were you in?
I was in my wife's Mercedes.
And what vehicle was he in?
He was in a gray pickup truck.
Okay, and what did y'all discuss?
I told him that things were getting ready to get really bad and that I would be better off not here. And I asked him to shoot me.
And you asked him to shoot you?
That's correct.
And what was his response?
I mean, I think at first he was a little surprised, but then he said, okay.
Did you tell him where you wanted him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Where did you tell him you wanted him to shoot you?
In the head.
And did you tell him how you were going to arrange that? What was going to be the logistics of that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I told him to follow me out and that I would make a flat tire and he would go past me and turn around and come back and do it.
And did he follow you out?
He did.
Now, where did he get the gun?
I gave it to him.
Where did you give it to him?
We had stopped somewhere on Salkehatchie Road, I believe.
Did y'all have a discussion there, or did you just give him the gun?
We didn't have much discussion.
When you say much, was there any discussion?
I'm not sure. I was worried about cars coming, and so it was a very fast thing.
You gave him, what kind of weapon did you give him?
A revolver pistol.
What caliber?
38.
Okay, and that was your gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so he followed you out to where?
Salkehatchie Road.
Okay, and did you pull off the road?
Yes, sir.
And you pulled off the road, what did you do?
I stopped, made my tire flat.
How did you make your tire flat?
With a knife.
Whose knife?
Mine.
What did you do with the knife after you made your tire flat?
Threw it.
Which tire?
Back driver's side.
Back driver's side. You threw it where?
Across the road.
Across the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there woods over there, a ditch, or do you know?
Just some grass, like thick grass.
Okay. And after you did that, he passed you, or did he pass you as you were doing that?
I think that he had already passed me and was in front of me and went down the road, turned around
when he was coming back, you had given him a pistol, and what was your intent?
For him to kill me.
Okay, and when he came back, did he stop? Did he pull up, do you know?
He did.
And when he pulled up, did you look in his face?
I don't think so.
So what happened next?
I stood close to his car.
And
He shot me.
where did he shoot you?
He missed and hit me in the very back of the head.
Okay, and as a result of being hit in the back of the head, did that have any physical effect on you?
It did.
What happened?
I lost my vision for a little bit, and I'm not sure if it knocked me to the ground or not, but I was disoriented, and it took me like a minute and a half, 2 minutes for my sight to come back.
And did you remember him driving off? Did you hear him drive off?
I'm not sure.
All right, time to break this down. And with me this morning to discuss all of this is my legal panel, litigator Richard Schoenstein and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Brian Silber. I want to thank you gentlemen for both being here. I'm going to start with you, Brian. First off, this is not good in my opinion, okay? Because I'll tell you why. Do I think that this evidence should have been let in? No. Do I understand why it's let in? Yes. My take of this is, if the jury hears him admitting to an elaborate scheme that only occurred after he was fired from his law firm, they have him admitting to lying to investigators, they can make the logical conclusion this is a common scheme that he did a few months before with his wife and son. Tell me I'm wrong. I mean, how bad is this for the defense?
Well, I don't know why they did this, to be perfectly honest. This does not help. This is very bad because by his own admission, he's basically saying he's a major criminal. At the time he did this, which was after the double homicide, things were getting really bad and he wanted to die. This is textbook evidence that you do not want in a criminal trial when you are the defendant. And if anything, if nothing else, this jury will walk away with the founded belief that is true, that this guy is some kind of a maniac and a fraudster and a schemester, and he's willing to do even an act of violence on his own self. There's nothing good about this, and it's only a pathway to conviction. And frankly, that's why it should have been kept out in the first place. I don't know why the defense had a change of gears here. They thought so.
Well, remember, according to the judge, it was their fault for opening the door because they kept pressing questions. Yeah, right. And I'll tell you what, Rich, let me turn it over to you now as we talk about this, right? So the defense, maybe opened the door. Some would suggest it was strategic on their part. I don't believe it. I think they didn't want the jury hearing this. Now that it is into evidence, any way they could use this to their advantage.
Well, they're going to try to use it to their advantage. So first of all, I agree with you. It was not strategic. I don't think any defense team, and particularly a defense team as capable as this one, would purposefully allow this evidence into the case. Now that it's there, I suppose they're going to point to Cousin Eddie as a potential perpetrator of the murders as well, or suggest that there's so much tied up in this that there are other people involved, and point in that direction. As for the prosecution's case, at the end of a prosecution case, you want to put on witnesses that tie everything together, that pull all of the evidence together into your story, almost like a mini closing a week or two before you actually do your closings. This isn't really doing that for me, right? Mm-hmm. This is sort of a frolic into a whole other set of facts months after the actual murders. And I think it might confuse the jury. I agree with Brian. There's no way to look at this evidence without thinking this guy's a complete maniac and a pathological liar. But does it mean he's a murderer?
So look, I think that every time I hear this evidence about this, the financial crimes, I have to do a mental leap and say, let's tie this back to Maggie and Paul. It takes a little bit of a connection, but it's not a huge connection. Might it confuse the jurors? Who knows what they're thinking at this point? Tell you what, let's play a little bit more of this interview and we'll break it down on the other side.
After you came to your senses, did your vision come back?
It came back.
Okay, and what's the first time you remember somebody else being there?
I remember there were two cars that came, and one of them did a stop, and one of them did stop.
And the one that stopped, what did they do?
They tried to help me.
In what way?
In getting me to the amp in every way that First we got in they were crowded in their car. There was some reason why their car was crowded, and I'm not sure what that was. But so the young lady got in my car and was going to drive me to the hospital, and I just wasn't thinking about the flat tire. And so we had to get out of that, and then they worked it out somehow for me to be able to get in their car in the front passenger seat.
Okay, so, and you got the front passenger seat. Where did they take you?
To meet the ambulance.
Now, were you on 9? Did you call 911?
Yes, sir.
And you tell them somebody shot you?
Yes, sir.
Some asked you, right?
At my request.
So, your intent was to have him kill you so he could collect your life insurance, right?
So my son could. I mean, I knew I was about to lose everything, and I figured he's better off that way than dealing with me.
Now this gentleman that shot you, give me his name again.
Curtis Eddie Smith.
What kind of vehicle was he driving?
Gray truck.
Okay, and it's probably not relevant, but I'm intrigued by the fact, how long was it, have you ever discussed with him before killing you? Oh, you commit suicide?
No, sir.
How long did it transpire between the time you asked him to shoot you in the head on the side of the road and he actually shot you in the head on the side of the road?
When I first asked him, we were at the Sunoco station in Barnville.
And how long after that did he actually shoot you in the head?
However long it takes to drive from there to Talkatchee Road.
More than a half an hour?
I don't think so.
Did he ever ask you to reconsider? Or say, no, things aren't that bad? Did he ever, try to convince you to do otherwise?
No, sir.
You find that strange?
I didn't, I was focused on...
Focused on what?
Being gone.
You know what I also find fascinating, Brian, about this is that, he suggests that Buster is not in danger, that this wasn't a case where he owed money to drug dealers. I don't know if he realized at the time that wouldn't be great for him since his defense team is suggesting there were alternative suspects. And remember, to say, that this was all on him, it kind of defeats the purpose. If you go back a few months ago, some complete strangers murdered his family, right? Feels a little bit of a change of course.
This is my issue with this. I don't know why the defense didn't just make a basic objection, let the prosecution bring this evidence in, and then, bring out their theory about the cousin, while at the same time attacking the government for trying to bring in evidence that doesn't seem to be relevant. To me, honestly, I hate to say this, it hurts me to say this, but I feel like there may have been a mistake here because it seems like a change of plan. I don't know how they let the door get open to this in this way, because now they can't blame the government. It's their fault. I'm dumbfounded by this. It's not relevant, except that it shows his character. The jury now can consider this, and I think they're going to hold it against him big time. It's a crazy thing that he did. And
we have to remember, the judge was initially not going to allow this in. He said it was propensity evidence, but because, as we keep saying, that's the shocking part. The judge reversed course, but it wasn't necessarily his fault. It was the defense. I agree with you. Yeah, so let's take a break. When we come back, again, we're waiting to jump live into court. So much to talk about in the Alex Murdaugh trial. Stay with us. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. As we wait for proceedings to begin in Walterboro, South Carolina for the Alex Murdaugh murder trial, I do want to switch gears to discuss the XXXTentacion murder trial. The up-and-coming artist was gunned down outside of a motorsports store in Fort Lauderdale, Florida in 2018. The three suspects, Michael Boatwright, Dedrick Williams, Trayvon Newsom, are each charged with first-degree murder. They face up to life in prison. The men allegedly cut the rapper off in the parking lot with an SUV, shot him, and then took his Louis Vuitton bag that had $50,000 cash inside. So yesterday, the lead investigator took the stand, and he had some very interesting information regarding certain shell casings that were found inside Dedrick Williams' home. This was very important for the jury to hear.
United States double C.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
So this is the cartridge. This is the live bullet that I found at Williams' residence in the master bedroom.
And the packaging, was it subject to the same protocol that you testified about, like you did for States 22?
Yes, the piece of evidence I placed inside of this mail envelope, which was then put in this larger mail envelope with other items, which was then sent to the lab.
Is it in the same or substantially similar condition as when you collected it in 2018?
It is.
At this time, I'd move into evidence States double C as States 29.
Without objection, what was previously marked States C for identification shall be received in evidence as States 29 and made published.
Thank you. There we go. Okay. Now, I'm going to actually ask that this piece of evidence be passed around, but before I do that, I'm going to ask you, Detective Williams, on the head stamp of this particular piece of evidence, the live cartridge that was found at Dedrick Williams' home, what is the head stamp identification of it?
There's a capital letter A.
Okay? If I may, Your Honor, pass it to the... And as I'm doing that, I'm putting in States 21. Now, with respect to the brand, is that the same brand that was collected on scene next to the victim's vehicle, the fired casings that were collected on scene?
Yes, they both have the capital letter A.
And is it the same caliber that was also collected from what was on scene at Riva next to the victim's vehicle, the fired casing?
Yes.
Now, there were 2 fired casings that were found on scene. Thank you, sir.
There were.
Okay, I'm going to just show the second one, and then I think that'll be a great place for us to maybe pause, if Your Honor agrees. Okay. The second one, is it also the same brand that was found as the brand that we're seeing in States 29 from Dietrich Williams' home?
Yes, it was.
And how about the same caliber? Is it the same caliber as what was found in Dietrich Williams' home?
Yes.
Rich, what do you think of that? I mean, you have surveillance footage, you have cell phone data, you have social media posts, now ballistics. What do you think?
This is a good example of tying together a bunch of circumstantial evidence and making a compelling case. And what we just watched is great work by a prosecutor and a detective testifying, and very by the book, very methodical. The shell casings in the defendant's home are of the same brand and the same caliber as the shell casings found at the murder scene. That is a match. Would not be enough by itself to get a conviction, but with that other stuff you mentioned and more evidence to come, it's an important building block.
But is this a slam dunk case, Brian? Because, you know, look, there is this kind of up in the air issue about how much they can point the finger at Drake because he had a beef with XXXTentacion before the shooting, how much they can point at other people. There are masks that are worn by the perpetrators in the video. You know, there's a question of Robert Allen, who is the 4th co-defendant, seemingly took a deal to testify against his co-defendants, and we all know that testimony can, you know, jurors might say he has an incentive to not tell the truth. How much of a slam dunk of a case is this for the prosecution, though?
So the first rule of trial work is there's no such thing as a slam dunk. I don't care how good or bad your case is, until that jury is selected, it's anybody's game. I've seen the most winnable cases lose, and I've seen the most loser cases win. And anyone who's experienced at trial work has that experience. But here's what I think about the ammunition. I'd like to know more about the brand. You know, is this a brand of ammunition that is offered at gun ranges? I notice every time I go to a gun range, it's the same 2-3 types of ammunition that they offer for sale at the range, as opposed to the self-defense rounds you might buy at a gun shop. So if the ammunition found in his house is that common brand that probably most shooters and gun people have in their homes, yes, it's bad evidence, but it's not absolutely conclusive. If you're telling me it's special ammunition and it's a match, then I think it has much greater weight than if it's that more common type of ammunition.
That is very eerily similar to what we're talking about in the Alex Murdaugh trial, is it not, in terms of whether the family weapons were used? Rich, let me just give you some other revelations that came out during this trial. So one, we have the lead investigator testifying, but the ex-girlfriend of Mr. Williams testified that Williams told her he was there when X was robbed and murdered. Tony Robinson, another of Williams' friends, testified that she rented the Dodge Journey that was used during the crime, and she testified that Williams apologized to her for getting involved in the situation. So now you're having people who are connected to at least one of the defendants who is providing this information, and I'm curious, if the jury believes one of them was involved, you think they believe all of them are involved?
I don't know that they'll necessarily make that leap. I mean, if you have very good evidence against 1 out of 3 defendants and none of the defendants testify, I know we have this other person who might testify who is not a defendant here, to maybe connect them, but it doesn't automatically connect them. If you have witnesses who have comments of Mr. Williams and you found ammo in Mr. Williams's apartment, maybe that doesn't lead you. And you could have a split verdict where a jury decides there is proof beyond a reasonable doubt against defendant A, but not against defendant B or C. By the way, Brian raises some very good questions about the ammo. He is much more of an expert on that kind of thing than me. I'm really just shooting my mouth off.
Was that a pun? Because that was a nice little touch there. All right, Brian, Rich, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to get more into the Alex Murdaugh trial. We're going to continue to obviously follow more about the XXXTentacion trial. We'll report on it every day. But we do want to maintain our focus on Alex Murdaugh. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll see where we can go.
may now be seated.
Good morning. You ready to proceed?
One brief housekeeping matter, Your Honor. When we put in the disc yesterday, which for the record is State's Exhibit 552, I provided the court reporter with one that was a shortened one. We actually put in the full one, so I'm going to replace 552 with the full disc with the consent of defense counsel.
We consent, Your Honor.
Okay, very well.
State's ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed, Your Honor.
May bring the jury. Very good. Good morning. All right, day number 20. Cross-examination. You may proceed.
Court, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
So let's see if we can do this quickly. Is that okay with you? It is Friday. Monday's a holiday. So let's see if we can't get through this. You are is it senior special agent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you investigated, your charge was investigating the so-called roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
And as part of that, you, after Alec was airlifted to Savannah Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go see him there?
Yes.
And did you talk to the doctors about his condition?
We made contact with medical staff there. I don't know if I specifically spoke to a particular doctor, but we made contact with the medical staff that were providing treatment.
So, did the medical staff tell you he had a shallow sort of trough wound in the back of his head, apparently caused by a bullet? Did they tell you that?
They did not.
Did they tell you he had a fractured skull?
They did not.
Did you look at his? Have you subpoenaed his medical records?
We have, but
Okay.
at the time of my arrival, the tests were ongoing, and that those documents weren't readily available to me.
But you've looked at him since then.
Since then.
So you would agree with me he had a fractured skull, a wound, a trough wound in the back of his head.
I'd agree that's what the medical records state.
Let me see if you can identify this.
These appear to be a portion of Mr. Murdaugh's medical records.
I understand it's a portion.
Yes, sir.
but it's sort of the summarizing portion, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I think you furnished these to us. Do you have any objection?
Objection, Rule 801.
Well, let me ask you this question. Maybe this will make it easy. Who subpoenaed and got these records? Did SLED?
Yes, at the time of the incident, they weren't discussing his medical condition with us. I mean, we were able to, due to HEPA, they weren't readily providing us access to his medical records or consultation with his doctors. We had a general understanding based on what Mr. Murdaugh told us or told deputies on the side of the road, and based what he stated on 911, that he had been shot in the head. So when we arrived and we saw a subsequent injury.
Just let me cut to the chase here. Did you all subpoena the medical records?
Yes, we did.
Are these a portion of the medical records, the business records that you received from the hospital in Savannah, the Memorial Health?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that resolve that issue? Business records? And for the record, gentlemen, redacted any personal identifying matters. That's what's redacted.
With redactions, no objection.
Admitted without objection.
It's and that's number 124. So let me have you, if this will refresh your memory, look at page 1, what the medical staff says are his injuries.
Yes.
Okay, now, I could have you read that. Do you understand what it means?
I have a general, like I said, I'm not a doctor. I'm a SLED agent, so I have a general understanding of the terms on the page.
Does it indicate he had a furrow wound in his head?
I'm not trying to play coy. It just says, I could read it if it says.
Okay, let me publish part to you and see what you think. Left posterior parietal subdural hematoma with adjacent blood products. What do you think that means? What's a subdural hematoma?
Obviously, it's a bleeding on the subdural part of his head, so it
would be a brain bleed.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. It says linear left posterior parietal bone fracture. That would be a fractured skull.
Yes.
Okay. Scalp laceration overlying the left parietal bone. That would be that furrow I'm talking about, right?
If that's what you infer to, I'm not a doctor. Furrow is, I can only testify what it states on the page.
And attending radiologist reviewed all the images and agrees with the interpretation. So radiologist looked and saw brain bleed, saw a subdural hematoma, saw a fractured skull, and made findings consistent with a bullet wound to the head. Did they not?
The medical professionals reviewed his charts and his tests. They came to that opinion. We refer to them as it relates to their findings.
I'm sorry, refer to them what?
We refer to them as it relates to their findings. If that's what they determined happened, we refer to them.
So he had real injuries.
There was a laceration on the back of his head that was consistent with a gunshot wound.
Fractured skull, subdural, brain bleed, right?
If that's what the records say, then yes.
Have you ever told anybody that, specifically the Maggie's sister and her husband, that Alec had been shot in the head? I can play it for you. You recorded it.
Oh, absolutely. If it's, I'm not denying that I've done it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
I just want to make sure you've told somebody that Alec got shot in the head.
Yes, I've never questioned that Alec's been shot in the head.
Okay, I'm just trying to. We're having a difficult time here communicating this morning. I don't quite understand it. The simple question was he shot in the head? And you say, I'm not sure until just now you said yes, he was shot in the head.
I apologize. Yes,
so we agree on that. He's shot in the head.
Yes.
Okay. And he was in intensive care for a while, and then he was let out relatively quickly. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe he was released on the 7th.
Okay. Now I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit 125 and 127
No objection, Your Honor.
Now these, let me show these to you so you can identify them. Are these photographs consistent with what you saw Alex Murdaugh at the hospital?
No. This first photograph was photographed by Hampton County EMS.
Okay.
So prior to my arrival, this was taken. When I arrived in Savannah, Alex was not in this condition.
But you would represent that these
This image is something that I saw at the hospital. I didn't see this.
Okay. So, this was taken by who? Hampton County?
I don't know who took the photo, but it was included with the Hampton County EMS records that we obtained.
Okay. So, did I offer these?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So let's look at. Do I have to go to the Elmo, or do you have these? Okay. I like the bandage head first. Okay. Okay, so this is the photo you indicate some other law enforcement agency took before he went to, that's at the side of the road, or do you know?
This photo was included in the records from Hampton County EMS that we obtained at the time that he provided the recorded statement inside the ambulance, where
Okay.
he gave the detailed description of what happened to him.
Which we've listened to.
Yes, yesterday. So at some point, his wound was treated, and he was placed in a cervical collar outside my presence. I wasn't present when he was transported. I didn't meet with Mr. Murdaugh until I went to Savannah.
Okay. Put the next picture on. And who took this picture?
This picture I did not take any pictures, so I believe it may have been, it was Agent Rebecca Gregg who was accompanying me to Savannah.
And is that an accurate depiction of what his skull looked like at the hospital?
Correct.
And you noticed blood there?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and kill the Elmo, please. Now, as I understand it, after he was released from the hospital, he went to detox in Atlanta.
That's what y'all told us, yes.
I'm sorry?
That's what you told me.
Okay. And we called you from a facility in Atlanta to give the statement we saw earlier, correct?
You called me from a telephone. I don't know exactly what your location. I wasn't there with you, so I don't know where you called me from.
You're telling me SLED can't tell where a phone is?
Mr. Harpoon.
I mean, if you're going to tell me that SLED can't tell us where a phone is...
Pose the question. You must give him an opportunity to answer.
I apologize.
Mr. Harpoon, you called me. I don't know what number you called me from.
My cell phone.
Okay, so you called me from your cell phone. I have that number, so it identified as yours.
Right.
But I don't know where you were at. You told me that you were calling from Atlanta. I took you at your word, but I can't testify to where you were calling me from because I don't know.
Did you ever subpoena his detox records?
We made an attempt, but we had issues with them honoring an out-of-state subpoena.
Well, I mean, you can go to a court in Georgia and make them honor it, or we could have given you consent. Did you ask us for consent?
No consent was given.
No consent was asked for.
No
Right.
consent was asked. No consent was given. So,
okay. But we represented on that call that he was in a detox facility before, when we called you to set up the call in Atlanta, and he was now, and I think we've said on the recording that the doctors indicate he's coherent. He's been through the detox, which is a pretty tough process, and he would. And so, as soon as he came out of the initial stages of detox, you don't know this, but we went down. We called you.
Harpoon, you can't testify.
Who called who initially to set that call up?
I called you on the day of September 7th to reach out to let you know that we had some developments in the case, and I told you that we wanted to speak to Alex.
Okay.
You told us that he was in rehab or was en route to rehab, and we would try to make some arrangements. We had initially discussed agents traveling to whatever facility Mr. Murdaugh was in to meet with him in an attempt to get a statement. That meeting did not materialize. On the afternoon of the 13th, you called me from your cell phone to set up a telephone interview. Given the complexity of the case and the fluid movements of the investigation, we wanted to, agree to that so we could get some type of. At that point, Mr. Murdaugh had obviously the story that he told us was not true, and we wanted to take that as an opportunity to try to make some sense out of the investigation, given that you and Mr. Griffith were there saying he was ready to tell us really what happened.
So he, through his attorneys, reached out to you to give this recorded statement we saw.
On the 13th, you called me, yes.
Right. And secondly, he admitted that he had stolen money, right?
Yes.
He admitted drug use.
Yes.
And he admitted that he'd lied, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that statement, he was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. Is that correct?
Yes, he was.
And by that time, he had moved from the detox facility in Atlanta to a rehab facility in Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And you asked that he surrender himself, and he did that, did he not?
Yes, he did.
He had his son Buster drive him from Orlando to Hampton County, and I believe you all met him and, by prearrangement, him and Buster at his mother's house.
The agreement was for us to meet you and Mr. Griffith with Mr. Murdaugh, that no stops be taken from Orlando to Hampton. We encountered Mr. Murdaugh and Buster pulling into the driveway of the Almeda property. So outside of our agreement, so Mr. Murdaugh was taken into custody as soon as he arrived at Almeda.
Well, so perhaps if we weren't going to Orlando, stopping to get his lawyers before he surrendered himself would have been a violation of our agreement?
No, our agreement was that Mr. Murdaugh was to go from Orlando directly to your custody. Buster, I don't fault Buster. I don't think that he was doing anything that he thought was wrong. He was just listening to instructions. But we were supposed to meet him with you, and he showed up at his mom's house. So he was placed under arrest at his mom's house.
Well, we showed up at Mom's house as y'all were taking him away, right?
After he was arrested, yes.
Right, but I mean, we were there minutes after you arrested him, right?
Well, yes, because they called you. So, and I think I might have called you to tell you that we were arresting him as well.
Right. He went to a bond hearing.
Yes, he did.
And he was granted bond.
Yes.
And one of the conditions of the bond allowed him to go back to Orlando to rehab, right?
Yes.
And he went back to Orlando to rehab.
Yes.
Until he was indicted on the financial fraud charges.
Yes.
And his cooperation, when I say cooperation, the statements he made I understand you were only investigating the roadside shooting, right?
Correct.
So you weren't investigating the murder, you weren't investigating, I'm talking about Maggie and Paul's murders, you weren't investigating the financial crimes, only the roadside shooting, correct?
Are you referring during my interviews with the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh?
I'm sorry?
Are you referring to, in the 3 interviews with Mr. Murdaugh, the first 2 interviews were conducted with him being considered the victim of a violent crime.
Right.
And in the 3rd interview, you set parameters as his attorney as to what information we would discuss on the call.
But he did, when you asked questions about his bank accounts, he cooperated fully with you, right?
After some give and take, I think, between you and I, he disclosed information, yes.
Right. And he admitted to you he'd stolen money.
Yeah, he confirmed that he had stolen money, because at that point we had been told by other parties he had stolen money, and on the 7th we recovered enterprise banking slips. So we knew we had documentation he had stolen money. He just confirmed it with his.
Did you know whether he knew he was just coming out of detox? I mean, certainly many defendants would have never talked to you, correct?
Objection is sustained.
Did he have to talk to you?
Some of the best confessions I've ever got were from a defense attorney. So he spoke to me.
Not this defense attorney. Okay.
Well, he still confessed on the call. So
I mean, there are defense attorneys and defense attorneys, right? Okay. So let me say this: as a result of some of the information you got, did you give that statement that he gave you? Did you give that to who was investigating the financial crimes?
That was a joint operation out of our office. There were several agents that were involved.
But no agent in charge, Mr. Owens?
There was an agent, David Williams, Special Agent David Williams, myself, Special Agent Matt Wright. We've all had part in the financial investigations.
Okay, and as a result of his cooperation, partially, and what you already knew, you're aware that he was indicted on 90 indictments of financial fraud, which could result in life without parole for him. Do you not?
He was found.
If you'd answer yes or no and then explain your answer. Was he indicted on 90 charges of financial fraud and for which he faces life without parole? Is that correct? Just yes or no.
Objection is sustained.
I'm sorry, what was the objection?
There was an objection, and I sustained the objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't understand the grounds for the objection.
401, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I understand what 401 is. I don't know why it would apply to this.
Objection is sustained.
The information you got was voluntary about the financial piece of this was voluntary by him? No one threatened him? No one coerced him? He has 2 lawyers sitting there, right?
To the best of my knowledge, no one threatened him. I was not present with Mr. Murdaugh at the time of giving his statement. I wasn't. It was over the telephone. I'm based on what you've told us. No one threatened him.
Y'all were there representing.
I wasn't in the room. If you did, I can't speak to it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor, may it please the court. When you interviewed the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, on September 4th, that was in the hospital, is that right?
Yes, it was.
Did he agree to speak to you?
Yes, he did.
Did he respond appropriately to your...
We've already dealt with this matter, and if we're going to go into this, we'd like a Jackson v. Dino hearing as to his competence to talk to him in the hospital.
Mr.
He specifically cross-examined him on the injuries in the hospital that he had suffered, and I'm just following up with the agent about the circumstances generally of his interaction with Mr.
Gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. Everyone be seated, please. What's the nature of the objection again, Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, there's several bases. One, that was a leading question, but if you get past that. Secondly, we had an agreement, which he complied with on direct examination, to have him say what happened there in summary fashion and not go into a quoting piece, even though we believe, and if you look at these medical records, he's showing positive for barbiturates and opioids, many of which were administered by the hospital. We believe the doctors will say he was not competent to give any sort of voluntary statement. And he was not advised of Miranda warnings. He wasn't in any way we don't, obviously wasn't in custody, but we believe that we're entitled to a hearing on competence to give a statement if he's going to go further on this. And to do so, we're going to need the doctors from Savannah here to testify what his condition was. So perhaps we should adjourn this and come back on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week to finish it.
Your Honor, the sum total of my questions was specifically in response to the cross-examination. I was not going to ask him to go back to the to relate what he related to Agent Kelly, which again they had already agreed for us to do in summary fashion. It was simply going to be questions that he was not in custody. He was voluntarily agreed to talk, and his questions were subject matter appropriate, and he appeared to understand the questions. That was going to be the extent of it, and it was in direct response to their putting in the records and discussing the injuries that are reflected in those records. That was the extent of my questioning, not to reiterate the summary to which, frankly, they had already agreed to allowing us to do, which we did yesterday.
If that's all he's going to ask, I withdraw my objection.
All right, very good. Let's bring the jury in. Stand and get a stretch. Yes, sir.
That's what we're agreeing, if that's all he's going to ask. But if that question leads to another question, leads to another question.
So stand for a few minutes, moments. Thank you. The objection is withdrawn. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the Court. All right, going back to the question that I asked, when you interviewed, and I'm just asking these particular questions, when you interviewed the defendant on September 4th, that was the day of the roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
Did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody in any way?
He was not in custody.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He responded appropriately and consistently to the answers to my questions that were given on the 911 and on the to Hampton County deputies.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
Yes.
And did he respond appropriately to the subject matter of those questions?
Yes.
When you interviewed him on September 6th, he was still in the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody at any point?
He was not.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He did.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
He understood the questions and, again, gave consistent responses to the interviews from September 4th, from the 911 call, and from the video from the ambulance.
All right. And his answers related appropriately to the subject matter of your questions?
Yes, the side of the road.
You were asked a little bit about the circumstances of the telephone interview on September 13th, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And did you want to do a telephone interview, or did you want to speak to him in person?
No, our initial inquiry was to go to where he was at. We did not know his location. They took him out of state. Our intention was to go meet with them wherever they had him to conduct that interview. When those plans did not materialize, time was of the essence. When they called us and agreed to have the telephone interview, we made an investigative decision to agree to that and conduct the interview over the phone.
That time period between September 6th and 7th, when all the developments you testified to yesterday on the side of the road took place, and September 13th, was SLED just sitting around doing nothing, or were you all actively attempting to further question the defendant?
We were absolutely actively in working the active investigation. We were actively attempting to make contact to have that interview and make that take place.
And it was September 13th that the defense agreed, but only through a telephone interview. Is that correct?
Mr. Harpootlian called me on the 13th, and he said, "Hey, we have a short amount of time. We can do this. Can we make it happen?" So we had to make it happen within about 30 minutes' notice. So Agent Albayalde and I got to a place where we can conduct the interview, and the interview occurred.
And when y'all had that phone interview that the jury heard yesterday, at the beginning, they put limitations on the subject matter of what could be discussed.
Yes, they advised that they would only discuss the side of the road shooting, that the Moselle incident, and the financial crimes are off limits.
Ultimately, some financial information was discussed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But Moselle never was. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked about ultimately when he was taken into custody. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly what date that was?
I don't have the booking paperwork. I don't remember what specific date. I took him into custody twice, so I don't know what date.
And that was after he had finished that rehab stint. Is that correct, to your understanding?
Yes. We took him in custody once on the Alameda property. We also took him in custody a second time when we went to Orlando to extradite.
What you were just asked about by Mr. Harpootlian, when he returned to South Carolina, that was the first time ever that he had been taken into custody. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was for charges related to the side of the road?
Yes.
Thank you, Senior Special Agent Kelly. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. That second time you took him into custody, do you know when that was?
I don't have the exact date in front of me. I apologize.
If I told you October 16th of 2021, would that seem appropriate?
I believe it was in the month of October 2021.
Okay. And tell this jury, how long has he been out of jail since October 16th of 2021? I mean, did he make bond?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, so he's been in jail since October 16th.
Objection 401, Your Honor.
Objection is sustained.
Well, what opportunity has he had since October 16th of 2021 to manipulate witnesses, to manipulate evidence, to manipulate anything in this case? What opportunity? Go ahead.
There's an objection.
I'm sorry, what's this objection?
Objection 401, Your Honor.
And response.
Well, Your Honor, no question he's been in jail since October 6th.
Your legal response to the objection. The 401 is the objection, relevance, and your response.
My response is that they have him, they're trying to portray him as this manipulative person, and he's not got the ability to manipulate anything after October 16th.
Objection is sustained.
That's not relevant.
Inappropriate argument to the jury.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, did you tell anyone in his family the reason you wanted to see him while he was in rehab was to show him a picture of a truck?
The conversations about the picture of the truck, we obtained the picture of the truck on and around.
Excuse me, if you would just answer yes or no, and then you can explain your answer. We're going to go down this trail, and if you say no, then I'm done. If you say yes, then I'm going to ask you when you did it, and we don't have to go through this back and forth for the next 10 minutes. Did you tell anybody in his family you wanted to see him in rehab just to show him a picture, among other things, just to show him a picture of a truck?
I believe that was one of the items we wanted to discuss with Mr. Murdaugh.
Okay. And so you were giving the impression that at that point you still believed him, and you just wanted to show him a picture of a truck.
401, Your Honor.
Relevance? Really?
Let me hear that question again.
You indicated to a member of his family you knew was communicating with him that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck.
Back to the form, Your Honor.
It's cross-examination.
Thank you. Did you communicate?
What's the response?
I asked the question.
Could you repeat the question, please? I'm sorry.
are you a senior special agent?
Yes, sir, I am.
Senior Special Agent Kelly, did you communicate to a member of Mr. Murdaugh's family, Randy Murdaugh, that all you wanted to do was show him a picture of a truck? That was paramount to you, and that's what you communicated to Mr. Murdaugh.
Objection 401, Your Honor.
Objection is overruled.
The question you just asked me is that, and I responded to, that was one of the things. That was not the only thing. You know, we knew the identity of Curtis Smith. We knew the truck that Mr. Smith.
I didn't ask you what else you knew. I asked you.
Ask the witness to be allowed to complete his answer, Your Honor.
Okay. You may continue your response.
We wanted to meet with Mr. Murdaugh to show him images of the truck. We wanted to show him to see. At this point, we suspected he was not telling the truth, and we wanted to see if he would continue to not tell it, to continue to lie to us about not knowing the existence of Curtis or the truck, or if he would, show some type of clarity. And
so, and this goes to sort of the same issue. When you wanted to see him, with the exhibits I just introduced. Okay. When you wanted to see him and you contacted me, I indicated he was in detox, right?
Objection sustained.
Were you aware that he was in detox in Atlanta?
I was aware that he was out of state, and based on the information you told me, and I took you at your word, that he was seeking treatment in an out-of-state facility.
Okay. And did I indicate to you, or did anybody indicate to you, in detox you need an uninterrupted period to get off the drugs?
I believe that is what you explained to me.
Okay. And that he wouldn't be competent to communicate until he'd been, there was some hospital records, maybe I walked away. He would not be competent to speak with you until the doctor said he was competent, right?
On the morning of, on the September 4th incident, he consumed opioids that morning. He was not detoxing or coming off those drugs. He did not appear to be under the influence of any narcotics. When we met with him in the hospital, he was on his cell phone, he was walking, he was talking, he was coherent. He was the victim of a crime, the only witness that we were aware of for that crime. So we obtained a statement from him so he could tell us what happened.
You would concede he'd been shot in the head. I don't want to plow old ground, but he had a head wound, fractured skull.
Asked and answered.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you ask a doctor if he was competent to speak with you?
Again, those medical records, the doctors would not.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you talked to a doctor and said, is he competent to talk to us? Did you do that?
Mr. Harpootlian.
Would you just say yes or no, and we can move on?
I'd like to ask the witness allowed to answer the question and object to the form.
Let me answer the question, yes or no.
Could you repeat the question?
Did you speak to one of his physicians or any medical personnel and ask them if he was competent to speak with you in the hospital?
I did not.
Okay. Now let's look at part of the records that are in evidence. And there was drug testing done on this day, correct?
Again, they did not discuss with me his medical records. Mr. Harpootlian, they didn't talk to me about his medical records.
And you didn't ask them, did you?
Did
you ask them?
The testing that was
being done. Did you ask them?
We did not ask to discuss specific aspects of Mr. Murdaugh's medical condition. We had to subpoena the records with a court order to have access to them. So we will not discuss openly his medical records with us.
Did you ask a doctor? That's repetitive. But if you had asked a doctor, they would have told you, according to these records, that he was positive for barbiturates and positive for opioids. Would they not?
They would have told us.
Objection sustained.
Were you, according to the records that are in evidence, were you aware that he was on opioids and he had a positive test for opioids and benzos?
Once we have subpoenaed.
Would you please answer the yes or no?
Once we got the records,
would you answer yes or no?
Your Honor, I would object to him badgering the witness. The witness is entitled to answer the question.
You may respond as you see fit. Go ahead.
At the time of September 4th, we did not ask the medical doctors or the medical professionals any information about his condition because they would not discuss it with us. So if I had asked, they would not have discussed it. So we did not ask. When we obtained the medical records through court order, we were able to review them and learn after the fact the diagnosis.
Would you still have, if you'd had the medical records, would you have still gone forward with questioning, knowing he had opioids and benzodiazepines in his blood system?
At that point, he was the victim of a crime. He was the only witness to a shooting that we were currently investigating. I would have asked those questions, and when I found that they were consistent with the 2 other statements he had already given, it would have allowed us to move forward with the investigation.
Beg the court's indulgence. Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me call your next witness.
May it please the court, Your Honor. The state calls Special Agent Peter Rudofsky.
Raise your right hand and come back. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? If you would please be seated, state your full name for the record, and spell your last name, okay? Thank you.
Special Agent Peter Rudofsky, that's Rudofski, and it's pronounced Rudolph and then Ski.
Special Agent Rudofsky, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. If you would, tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Give us a little quick history of where you grew up, where you went to school, and how you ultimately ended up with your current position, please.
I'm originally from Oakland County, Michigan, Metro Detroit area. Became a reserve deputy in 2015, a reserve officer with Bay City Department of Public Safety while I was attending Saginaw Valley State University to get my bachelor's degree. And then went on to work at Oakland County Sheriff's Office as a special deputy. Graduated in 2017 at Saginaw Valley State University with a criminal justice degree. And then in 2017, moved to South Carolina, worked for the Department of Public Safety. In 2020, came to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, where I am currently. Began in the undercover vice unit, worked in the undercover vice unit until October of 22, where I currently am a special agent assigned to investigative services.
All right, and that was when again?
That was October of 22 is when I have my new position.
At some point in that position in SLED Investigative Services, did you get involved in the investigation of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh at Moselle?
I did. November of 21 is when I was brought on to assist the Low Country region with this case.
November of 21 or November of 22?
21.
And let's talk a little bit more just about some of the experience you've had as a law enforcement officer. Have you had any experience with or had any training with using the FBI CAST program?
I did. I took a basic 16-hour cell site analysis course, which allowed me to use their system CAST Viz, which is what if you saw Matt Wild's presentation, the mapping system and the plotting, it allows me to use that system and kind of do a basic level operation of it.
And what has been your primary focus of your involvement, at least in the investigation after you got involved in November 2021? And to be fair, that was November 2021. You were not working in investigative services when Moselle event happened in June of 21. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So when you came on in November of 21, what's kind of been one of your main focuses and main assignments?
The main focus was to take all of the various forms of data. There's, a lot of phones, a lot of different data, and take all of that and put it into a readable timeline that you could start from, the beginning of the day to the end of the day and see everything with all those different phones and different, media sources all in one document.
All right. Stand by for me just real quick. And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as a defense exhibit, Defense Exhibit 60, that was entered a long time ago in this trial. And do you recognize that? It's already in evidence?
I do.
All right. And what is that? Tell the jury what that is, please.
This would have been a rough draft or working draft of my timeline. I have a date of 1/12/23 at 3 p.m. was an updated time on this.
All right. And that was, who prepared that document that was put in by the defense?
This was prepared by myself.
And was that provided to the defense a week or so or sometime prior to trial?
It was.
All right, and on that particular document, does it say that it is a working draft?
It does on the top here. It's going to have in yellow working draft, and then as you go through the document, it's going to have the same yellow on the top working draft and draft across the document.
All right. And as you have, how long have you been working on this document right here?
Roughly about a year on this document.
All right. And as new data came in, new data has been analyzed from various sources that have been put forward to this jury. Has that been incorporated into your timeline here?
It has.
All right. And since the time that this was initially prepared, has there been additional information added to it, and that document continued to be worked on?
There has.
All right. And has that been provided to the defense as well?
It has.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 520 and see if you recognize this document.
I do. This is going to be the full timeline. This is going to be the latest copy.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 519, and do you recognize that document?
I do.
All right, tell the jury what that is.
This is going to be a condensed timeline of this document here. Instead of having the whole day, it's going to have roughly from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. on June 7th.
2021?
2021.
Your Honor, this time I would offer States 519 and 520 into evidence.
No objection. Yeah, I admit it.
All right, we're going to get back to those in a second. All right, now you mentioned before that you had some training in using the FBI CAS program, is that correct?
That is correct.
And during the course of this investigation, actually fairly recently, did additional information come in related to what you've been working on?
That is correct.
And explain that to the jury. What information came in?
So on Friday, I received a call.
Which Friday?
Would have been last Friday, from Attorney General Conrad, that GM discovered some new data. I initially did a search warrant back in March of last year. No data was returned to us from OnStar. We get a call saying that they have data and that they're going to be sending it to me. I received an email on this past Saturday with 3 Excel files of data from GM.
All right, and tell the jury generally what was that data?
There was a lot of data in it. Mostly it was a lot of latitude and longitude plots. There was speed data in there, and a lot of data that when you start your car up, you might see like your engine lights and all that, those codes and stuff. A lot of the codes was on the data.
All right. And for what vehicle was this for?
This is for the 2021 Suburban, driven by Alex Murdaugh.
Had GM previously responded to law enforcement inquiry that there was no such data?
That is correct. All we got was basic subscriber data for OnStar.
And when had they responded with that information?
I believe it was March 18th
of
2022.
2022.
Yes.
And then during the course of this trial, they contacted and said, oh, wait, we found something.
That is correct.
All right. All right, and since that time, have you downloaded that data into the CAS program and analyzed it in that fashion?
I have. The CAS data is pretty much a tool that you can take different latitude, longitude, and different kind of data points, put it in the system in an Excel file, and it pretty much plots it and paints a nice picture for you.
All right. And you have you worked in this case as you've been synthesizing the data from various sources? Have you worked or synthesized the data that came from Engineer Falfusky with the FBI?
Yes, sir.
And remind the jury who Falfusky is again, please.
He is a vehicle engineer from the FBI out of Washington, D.C., and he's the one that took the telemetry unit out of Alex Murdaugh Suburban, and he took all the data and recreated that, the year-long process to get all the data extracted that he previously testified on.
All right, and is that telemetry data generally synthesized or summarized along with other data in your timelines that are admitted into evidence?
Yes, it is.
Can you compare for the jury the difference between what the telemetry that engineer Fafosky did and the OnStar data that GM recently provided?
The biggest difference you're going to see is on the telemetry data. If you remember, there was that Excel spreadsheet with all the different colors on it. It would show vehicle going into drive or park, moving, propulsion, that kind of stuff. The data we got back from OnStar is mostly a lot of latitude and longitude and speed and different kind of codes and whatnot. There wasn't really any location data in the FBI data. I don't believe there was any for that day. I believe it was all before. But we have mostly, GPS coordinates and whatnot. That's the biggest difference that you're going to see between the reports.
All right. And was the OnStar data recently received generally consistent with the telemetry data that had been developed by the FBI and Falfusky?
It was.
Just more specific?
Just more specific.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 524 to this trial and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right. And tell the jury what this is, please.
This was a presentation I created that is based on the GM OnStar data that was received last week for 6/7 of 21 for a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer in the evidence States 524.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, I'm gonna, if I could have a computer input, please. And I'm going to go ahead and put Exhibit 524 up on the screen, the one we just admitted. All right, is this the 524 exhibit we just put into evidence?
That is correct.
All right, and that's your name up there, and it's got the CAS program and everything, is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving on to this next slide, and can you see all right up there?
I can.
All right, if your little screen becomes hard to see, just let me know, and we can have you come down here and look at the big one. All right, what's up on this slide? Tell us what this represents to the jury.
What you're going to see up on the slide is going to be 3 file names that were received from GM. These are all 3 Excel files. This is what they were labeled to us from GM.
And what does this slide look like?
This is an overview. Do you mind if I step down?
Yeah.
One up. This is going to be an overview slide here. Top point is going to be Moselle, the Moselle House property. Bottom left, we're going to have Hampton. Far right is going to be Alameda. There are 4,820 data points that make up these lines here. When you zoom in a couple more slides, you're going to see the individual dots. This is kind of like an overlay of all of those dots. Right. But just for reference, that's where we're at in the map.
And just very quickly, tell the jury, when we're talking about these dots, is that what the CAS report did? Is plot the dots based on the data provided by GM OnStar?
That is correct. Each dot is going to represent a latitude and longitude.
Did you have to manually enter in all 4,820, or how does that work?
I did not. The nice thing about the CAS system is it takes the Excel, you put it all in an Excel spreadsheet, and it does all that for you. Kind of like Google Earth would do in comparison.
All right, this next slide, what is that?
This is the same slide. It's just showing on a different, the last one was like a Google Earth kind of view photo. This is just a regular like map photo. It kind of just says, the location's a little bit easier to read. You got Hampton, Alameda, and then you can see Islandton.
All right. Go on to this slide. Is this just a general representation where you can see some of the individual dots?
This is going to be the general overview of Moselle. Each little dot is going to either have a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. And this is for the whole day. This is not just for a certain time period. This is going to be for the whole day of June 7th, 2021.
All right. And then again, generally, what does this represent?
This is going to represent in Hampton around the law firm. Each dot is either a single set of data points or multiple set of data points. It's just kind of a zoomed in photo from what we saw previously.
And that's the defendant's former law firm?
That is correct.
All right. And what does this represent?
This is going to be the Alameda property that's been referred to previously, and this is just showing an overview of all the dots for that day.
All right, we're about to get in some slides that have very specific references to dots. And just generally, what are you about to go through with the jury as the specific data points that you're about to relate to them?
So for this presentation, we're going to go through all the different drives that occurred that day. You're going to have a data point and a slide that's going to show you the beginning, a couple slides during the drive, and then at the end. And we're going to have a couple different drives that we'll be walking through.
All right, now we're at this slide. What's the title of this slide?
This is Alex leaving for work.
All right, and tell the jury, what image do we see right here on the screen?
So what you're looking at, this is going to be the property 4147 Moselle Road. This is going to be the main entrance, and you can see underneath the little box is going to be the house. You're going to see on the date, it's going to say June 7, 2021, and this plot is going to be 120647.
Is that what time the Suburban got underway, according to the GM OnStar data?
That is correct. It does match up.
Right. Moving to this next slide, what does this represent?
This next slide is representing his vehicle making a right onto Moselle Road during his drive.
All right. What time is that?
The time is 12:07:40 p.m.
All right. Come on down here, if you would, just real quick. And explain to the jury this box, and in particular, if there's a little arrow on this box, point that out to them so that they can understand specifically what's being referenced with the blue and white box.
So anytime you see a blue box here, it's a little hard to see, but the little kind of triangle down here, that's where it's pointing to on which red dot it is referring to. So anytime you see the box, look for that little triangle, and that's going to tell you the area that the vehicle, the latitude, longitude correlates with.
All right, we'll have to borrow the stick real quick. So this little blue triangle right there is what we're talking about?
That is correct.
And it's pointing to that little red dot there, is that right?
That's correct.
And we're not going to go through all 4,820 dots, but just representative dots of these various trips, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
I just want to point out quickly, you might see a couple other data points that could be for another trip. Sometimes they have the same latitude and longitude, but different times. So you might see a couple different data points, but that's an explanation for that.
All right, and then the one that's highlighted, though, is the one the information is being referred to right there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And right here we see what?
We see June 7th, 2021,
all right,
12:07:40 p.m.
All right, thank you. All right, before we move on to the next slide, what's the car doing at this point in time?
The car is moving.
All right, and what location is it, just generally in orientation to the property?
Moselle Road, coming out of that main gate.
That driveway?
Main driveway.
Moving on to the next one, what does this represent?
This is 12:07:42, and this is representing, you're going to see a mile per hour is going to be the new line that just showed up, and this is showing 12 miles an hour the vehicle is traveling.
Generally on these blue boxes is the little arrow at the bottom. Is that kind of in the center bottom in most of these little blue and white boxes?
That is correct.
All right, and some of the entries have a miles per hour reading. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's being recorded by the vehicle and by GM OnStar?
And it's being uploaded to their servers.
All right, and so what was the speed of the defendant's vehicle at this time?
Approximately 12 miles an hour.
Now, on here, it's in reference to miles per hour because we're Americans. But the data that you got, what unit was it in?
Kilometers.
All right. And so did you convert that data to miles per hour?
In an Excel spreadsheet, yes.
All right. And just plugged in what the conversion is, and it converted to miles per hour?
Yep. You do the equal sign, then you do the conversion, and it converts for you.
All right. All right, going on to this next slide. Is this still on the trip that morning to the or that afternoon to the law firm?
That is correct.
All right, and very quickly tell the jury where we're at.
We are still on Moselle Road. We're past the Godley Farms Road, which would be another reference point.
And that's the residence up here at the top?
That is correct.
All right. That's the kennels way up at the very top?
That is correct.
All right. What is the date and time of this reading?
12:08:30, and that is showing approximately 55 miles an hour.
Okay. All right. Tell me about this next one.
This is still on the drive to the law firm. This is showing at 12:16 on the dot, and we're showing approximately 60 miles an hour driven.
All right. And where is the arrow on this particular one?
So on this box, the arrow is actually going to be on top, and it's pointing to one of the data points.
The speed again?
Approximately 60 miles an hour.
Going on to slide 13 for the record, what does this reflect?
This is reflecting coming into Hampton to the law firm. And this is actually, if you look, it's pretty much right on top of the law firm. It's 12:21:37, and we have no speed associated.
All right, and then the next slide, slide 14.
This is 12:24:06 with no speed reported. This is when he's arriving. This is the last data point I could find.
All right, so he's arrived at work at that time, correct?
That is correct.
12:46?
12:24:06.
Right. Going to this next slide, explain to the jury what this is, and we're slide 15 for the
So after each drive, we're going to have a slide that's going to show a max speed from all the data sets on Excel. The max speed for his drive from Moselle to the law firm that morning was 12:13:19. The max speed was 65.8 miles per hour, and the average speed of that whole drive was 37.24 miles an hour, and that time was at 12:13:19 during his drive.
All right, we're moving now to slide 16. Tell the jury what this represents.
This one's going to represent Alex leaving work at the law firm, heading to his house. It shows at 6:24:18, and it shows him going 8 miles an hour, just starting to leave.
All right. PM?
PM.
And the speed?
Approximately 8 miles an hour.
Going on slide 17.
This one's showing at 6:26:54 p.m. It's showing his Suburban going approximately 42 miles an hour on his drive home. The arrow is going to be on the top right.
And
it
the speed?
might be cut off a little bit. 42 miles an hour.
All right, and then is that the arrow right there?
That is correct.
All right, at the top?
The top of the screen.
About 42 miles an hour.
That is correct.
Slide 18, what does this reflect?
This is going to reflect at Alex arriving home at 6:42:54 with a miles per hour of 0. This is one of the last data points that without speed.
6:42 p.m. arriving back at the residence?
That is correct.
And the arrow is pointing to what?
The residence. A little bit to the side, but it's the residence right there.
All right, and tell the jury now on slide 19, what does this represent?
So this is going to be from his drive home from the law firm to Moselle. It represents at 6:34:01 during his drive. The max speed obtained was 54.4 miles per hour. The average speed during this drive was 41.39 miles an hour. And you can see the location somewhere off of, I believe, 63.
Driving home, what was his max speed?
54.4 miles per hour was the max speed driving home.
All right, slide 20.
All right, so now we're at where Alex is leaving for Alameda. This is going to be 9:07:06 p.m.
Okay. And again, we'll go through the timeline in a bit, but is this generally consistent with some of the telemetry data that Falfosky did?
It is.
Suburban goes underway at what time?
9:07:06 according to this data.
Moving on to the next slide.
Like previous slide.
Where's the Suburban at this point?
Like previous slides, this is going to be the Suburban pulling out onto Moselle Road, coming right out of the main entrance, going about 15 miles an hour. This is going to be at 9:08:06.
What do we have right here?
This is going to be 9:08:18 with speeds approximately 37 miles an hour.
Where's the Suburban heading at this point?
Towards Alameda.
All right, slide 23. We have a reference point here. Can you explain what that is to the jury?
So the orange dot, that's going to represent approximately where Maggie Murdaugh's phone was located the following day on June 8th, 2021.
All right, and do we have a time reference for the Suburban at this time?
We do. It's going to be 9:08:36 seconds, and it's showing a speed of 42 miles an hour.
Okay. Moving on to the next one. Tell the jury what this is.
In the grayish white looking box, you can still see the little circle where it says Maggie Murdaugh's phone location, and right under it's where the pinpoint's going to be. It's going to be 9:08:36, 42 miles an hour.
Next slide, 25. Slide 25.
The upper halfway portion of that box, you're going to see the circle again, the orange circle. That's going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And at 9:08:42, we have the Suburban traveling approximately 45 miles an hour.
After passing that location, does the defendant's vehicle start to accelerate?
It does.
Going to slide 26, tell us what this references.
So we also have Maggie Murdaugh's phone location. This is just another data point. There's several throughout the road. This one is showing 9:08:54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 27.
This is going to show you another overview of this data point in location to Maggie Murdaugh's phone. 9:08:54, 44 miles an hour.
Slide 28.
This one's further down the road past Godley Farms Road, just for a reference point. This is 9:09:06, traveling 48.6 miles per hour.
Slide 29.
This is another data point in reference to where the phone location is. 9:09:18 p.m., traveling 49 miles per hour.
And slide 30.
This is going to be another data point at 9:09:18, traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
Slide 31.
This is also going to be another one on Moselle Road, coming up to Dobson Road. It's going to be 9:09:24 p.m., traveling approximately 52 miles an hour.
And then slide 32.
This is also going to be another data point on that road, 9:09:42, traveling approximately 54 miles an hour on Moselle Road.
All right, going to slide 33, has our sort of map orientation changed?
It has. This is still on the drive to Alameda. I believe this is going to be 63 or Snyder's Highway or Walterboro Highway. This is at 9:13:30 p.m., showing a speed of 68 miles an hour on that drive to Alameda.
All right. And I'm going back to slide 3. Do that real quick. And the slide that we were just seeing when the orientation changes, can you come down real quick and kind of describe generally what we were looking at when we started and then the where we're at on that slide that we were just about to look at?
All right, so where we started on this drive would have been right up here, 4147 Moselle Road. 4147 Moselle Road. This would have been Moselle Road that we just showed all those data points. Would have made a right onto Dobson Road and then a right onto 63 Snyder's Highway. It's approximately somewhere around here on Snyder's Highway where that data point we just looked at.
All right, returning to slide 33. All right.
And right there is going to be approximately where the data point is at.
Okay. And what's the speed there?
68.7 miles per hour.
Going on to slide 34.
This is going to be at 9:14:36, showing an approximate speed of 69.4 miles per hour. It's going to be on the top portion.
All right, moving on to slide 35.
This is going to be at 9:16:48, showing approximately 70 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of your screen here, coming into Varnville.
All right, and down at the bottom center of the screen, what is that? Right here.
That is going to be the Alameda property, and just to reference, this is going to be coming into Varnville.
All right, right here, what do we have on slide 36?
This is going to be the Alameda property. You can kind of see it behind the other record part, but it's showing at 92206. The Suburban's pulling, making a left into the Alameda property.
Slide 37, what do we see here? First of all, orient the jury as to what the map image reflects, and then describe the data point, please.
So the map image is going to reflect, you're going to make a left into the driveway. There's a railroad track, I believe here. It's a curved driveway coming in, and then right here is going to be the house. There's a little carport right here, and then the driveway is this whitish part that you see on your screen.
All right, and then up here, generally in the property, we can see a roof and that sort of thing. What generally are those?
Those are going to be some outbuildings on the property. The trees are there's a decent amount of trees right here, but there's, I believe, 2 outbuildings right here.
This white area right here just above the house, what is that?
That's going to be where you would park. It's a paved area in front of the carports.
Where do the data points reflect the Suburban going, though, when it arrives?
The data points for the Suburban, it looks like it went toward, like, a little bit into the grass, closer to the wood line over here. And that's going to be at 92239.
Closer to the wood line and the outbuildings?
That'd be correct.
Sure. All right, and again, what time is the arrival at Alameda?
92239. And this is just, so this right here is going to be a better overview without the
box.
The box. You can see right here is going to be the driveway leading in. And this is where a carport would be, where the vehicles would be parked. And then this is the main house here. And you have your outbuildings.
Right here we have kind of a line of data points right there in the grassy area behind the house.
We do.
All right, going on to slide 39, tell the jury what those calculations represent, please.
So this is going to represent the drive from Moselle to Alameda. During that drive, the Suburban reached a max speed of 74.4 miles per hour during that drive, and averaged 51.94 miles per hour. And this is the data point with the highest speed obtained.
Was that top speed higher than any speed he achieved when he went to work earlier that day?
That is correct.
Is that average speed higher than any average speed he had when he went to work that day?
That is correct.
Or returned from work?
That is correct. Let me stay down here.
You can go back up. Thank you. That max speed again is what on the trip to Alameda?
74.4 miles per hour.
And the time again that he arrived?
At Alameda?
Yes.
I believe it's going to be 9:20.
Let me back up.
If you go back.
We're back up to?
9:22:39. So 9:22:39, he reached his max speed at 9:14:13.
On June 7th, 2021 at 9:22 p.m. is it dark?
That is correct.
All right, we've gone on to slide 40. Please tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to represent at 9:43:18. This is when we first saw movement. And this would be Alex leaving Alameda en route back to 4147 Moselle Road. It's shown approximately 2 miles an hour.
All right, and the time again?
9:43:18.
The arrival time that you just testified?
That's correct.
What was the arrival time?
9:22.
And he's leaving at what time?
9:43.
So approximately how long?
20 minutes.
Going on to slide 41, let me ask you this. Does the data reflect that that the car pauses for a period of time while in that driveway area of Alameda?
It does, about halfway between on the driveway.
Come on down and show the jury if you will. I just sent you back. I'm sorry.
So halfway during on this. So this is the driveway right here. So this is the driveway just for reference. We see what looks like a data point, I believe, right here. And if we click on that data point, it's going to be about a minute until this data point will show up leaving the property.
And then on slide 41, we have a, what's the time stamp that you have on that one? And show the arrow to the jury too, please.
Yep, 9:45:22, and the arrow is going to be all the way down at the bottom, right across the railroad tracks, turning onto Yemassee Highway.
At 9:45.
That is correct, 9:45:22.
All right, moving on to slide 42. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
This slide's going to show you the drive back from Alameda to Moselle. This is just a data point on Yemassee Highway. It's 9:46:01, and on this one doesn't have a speed.
Going to slide 43.
This is also
orient the jury and tell them the data point, please.
So on the bottom you have Alameda, going through Varnville, and then heading up to Moselle. This is at 9:51:30. This is showing an approximate speed of 74 miles an hour. It's going to be the top portion of that box.
That's the arrow at the top center.
That's correct.
Slide 44. Please tell the jury what this data point represents.
Top of the map, you're going to see Moselle, and this is going to be on 63. This is going to be at 9:54:24. We have approximately 70 miles an hour.
And the arrow is located where?
It's going to be on the bottom.
Slide 45. What do you have right here?
This is going to be at 9:59:18. This is Moselle Road coming up to Godley Farms Road for reference. Top portion on the left is going to be the Moselle property. This is at 9:59:18. It's showing a speed of 57 miles an hour.
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to be the arrival into Moselle. This is showing 10 o'clock on the dot, showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot?
That is correct.
And slide 47?
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock. This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right. Slide 48. Tell the jury about the calculations reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Alameda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during that drive was at 9:51:43 seconds, was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52 miles an hour during that drive.
Is that average speed going to also, though, include that minute where the car paused at the driveway in Alameda?
That's correct.
The top speed was what?
80.16 miles an hour.
And at this time period, would it have been dark outside?
It would.
Let me ask you this. You're a law enforcement officer that works in this area of the state, correct?
That is correct.
And have you, during the course of your law enforcement career, have to respond to emergencies or call for services and that sort of thing?
That is correct.
All right. And this particular road that we've been talking about, these roads, have they recently been paved?
They have.
And was that after the murders occurred on June 7th, 2021?
They were.
Or were you familiar with the condition of the roads and what they were like on that route prior to them being repaved?
I am.
All right. And tell the jury what running code is. If you have an emergency or a call for service, an emergency, what is running code?
Running code is where you activate your blue lights and siren, and you go above the posted speed limit at a safe fashion to get to your arrival in a safe manner.
That's when the cops turn on the lights and they're heading to the scene.
Yep, blue lights and sirens.
All right. And you're traveling as fast as you possibly can and still be reasonably safe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you had call prior to this road being paved to run code down that road?
That's correct.
All right. Would you at night, or did you ever at night, on the roads as they existed at the time of June 7th, 2021, run in code with your lights on, run 80 miles an hour down that road?
I would not, no.
And why not? Tell the jury why not.
Due to the time of night, the heavy deer population out there, as everyone could probably see, I mean, deer will run out all the time, and especially with all your lights, it attracts the deer. So it's actually worse having your blue lights on sometimes. The deer actually are kind of attracted to that light. And then also the road conditions. The road was, was a lot of potholes. And
was the defendant's top speeds on both the trip to and from Alameda in excess of any max speed in his trips previous in the day?
That'd be correct. Posted speed limit is 55 on 63.
All right, we've gone on now to slide 49, and tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to be a timestamp of 10:05:06 p.m., and this is showing Alex Murdaugh leaving for the kennels.
And where's the dot on this particular slide?
The dot's going to be on the bottom towards the middle, right by the house.
Moving on to slide 50, tell me what this represents.
This is also showing the drive over to the kennels. The timestamp of this is 10:05:39.
And where's the arrow?
The arrow is going to be on the bottom. You can kind of see it by the field.
All right, going on to slide 51, what does this represent?
This is just saying the max speed was obtained 28 miles an hour at 10:05:49 during that trip.
Okay. And then slide 52.
This is showing the Suburban arriving at the kennels 10:05:57 p.m.
And backing up still on slide 52, can you remind the jury, and we'll talk more about this with the timeline in a minute, but generally what time was the 911 call?
10:06. I do not know the seconds.
All right. And to your recollection, during the 911 call, did the defendant say he was returning back to the residence during that 911 call?
He did.
All right, and so we're on slide 53. What does this reflect?
This would be him heading back to the house around 10:11:54.
All right, slide 54.
This is just also showing him driving back to the house at 10:12:18 p.m.
Slide 55.
It's just another slide at 10:12:30 p.m. showing 32 miles an hour.
And where's the dot?
The dot is going to be on the bottom, and it's going to be on the main drive to the house.
Slide 56.
This is going to be at 10:13:54 showing 2 miles an hour, and it's right next to the house.
All right, slide 57.
This is just showing on that max speed from going from the kennels back to the house was at 10:12:19, and the Suburban reached 35.78 miles an hour approximately.
Slide 58.
This is just showing the drive back down to the kennels. This is during the 911 call at 10:14:30 p.m., showing approximately 24 miles an hour.
And then the final slide in this exhibit, what is that?
This is just showing the max speed at 10:14:25 of 30 miles an hour during that drive.
Does that complete your placing of those GM OnStar data points into the CAS program and these slides that you relayed to the jury?
It does.
Your Honor, I'm about to move on to another exhibit that's lengthy. This might be a good time. I would request or suggest a break at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break at this time. Please do not discuss the case.
right, welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us. They're currently in a morning recess in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial, the man accused of killing his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th, 2021. We are seeing what I think is incredible testimony of this SLED agent, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, who went through the data that was collected from Alex Murdaugh's car on the day of the killings, and through the GPS data, as well as the data of the speed data, we are basically tracking the movements of the car. You can say we're tracking the movements of Alex Murdaugh because, again, who else would be driving the car? Now, some very interesting tidbits came out, and I want to show you a portion of it, and we'll break it down on the other side.
All right, and again, what time is the arrival at Alameda?
9:22:39. And this is just, so that this right here is going to be a better overview without the box. The box. You can see right here is going to be the driveway leading in. And this is where a carport would be, where the vehicles would be parked. And then this is the main house here. And you have your outbuildings.
Right here we have kind of a line of data points right there in the grassy area behind the house.
We do.
All right, going on to slide 39, tell the jury what those calculations represent, please.
So this is going to represent the drive from Moselle to Alameda. During that drive, the Suburban reached a max speed of 74.4 miles per hour during that drive and averaged 51.94 miles per hour. And this is the data point with the highest speed obtained.
Was that top speed higher than any speed he achieved when he went to work earlier that day?
That is correct.
Is that average speed higher than any average speed he had when he went to work that day?
That is correct.
Or returned from work?
That is correct. Let me stay down here.
You can go back up. Back. That max speed again is what on the trip to Alameda?
74.4 miles per hour.
And the time again that he arrived?
At Alameda?
Yes.
I believe it's going to be 9:20.
Let me back up.
If you go back.
We're back up to?
9:22:39. So 9:22:39, he reached his max speed at 9:14:13.
On June 7th, 2021 at 9:22 p.m. is it dark?
That is correct.
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to be the arrival into Moselle. This is showing 10 o'clock on the dot, showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot?
That is correct.
And slide 47?
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock. This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right. Slide 48. Tell the jury about the calculations reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Alameda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during that drive was at 9:51, 43 seconds, was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52 miles an hour during that drive.
Is that average speed going to also, though, include that minute where the car paused at the driveway in Alameda?
That's correct.
The top speed was what?
80.16 miles an hour.
Okay, let's talk a little bit more about what we've seen in the courtroom today from somebody who was in the courtroom. Law and Crime correspondent Gigi McKelvey is live right now in Walterboro, South Carolina. Gigi, it's good to see you. Okay, so this car data I thought was very interesting, particularly the speeds. What did you take away from it?
Yeah, I mean, they point out that this, after he leaves Moselle, is the fastest that he goes all day, even going into work. And then a few things stood out also is them putting him right by the location where Maggie's phone was found the next day. The car accelerates once he passes that point, and then them having him go into this grassy area right at the wood line as he arrives at Moselle, just a lot of really good points. Brought up, I think, really fine points that I think the prosecutor's going to make clear to the jury, who, by the way, is all ears with this new data.
Okay, I have two questions for you about that, and one is about the jury. Let me just go back to you about the timeline of how long he was at his mother's house in Alameda, because we know, Gigi, that his statements to investigators, even most recently what we saw, correct me if I'm wrong, in that police interview, he said 45 minutes to an hour. This data and the car data that we heard earlier in the testimony in the case would suggest otherwise.
Yes, just 20 minutes, maybe a few seconds more, but it really validates Miss Shelley's testimony, the caregiver for his mom, Libby, who said 15 to 20 minutes was about how long he was there, and it looks like now this is confirmed what we know from the previous data from the stop-start times or when the car was put in park and drive.
Now, you said the jury's paying attention. I want to ask you about this. So I've heard mixed reporting from other outlets that would suggest the jury maybe is a little checked out, that they're not really listening to certain points that are being made, maybe by the prosecution. I don't know. You told me, I think it was yesterday, that when it came to, it was yesterday, when it came to the data about the trajectory of the bullets that hit Paul and Maggie, the jury was attentive. They're listening closely to this too?
Oh, yeah, everybody. You could hear a pin drop in that courtroom right now. They are super invested in this, and I think it just getting this on Friday and it just now coming in, I think it validates some things, but at the same time, for me, one of the biggest discrepancies is that he gets to the kennels and right at a minute, that would give him to go find Paul, pull him over, check for the pulse, go 30 yards, check on Maggie, get back in his car and call 911. I think that is going to be something hopefully the prosecution really lays into.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second, because you know this backwards and forwards. To me, I think one of the defense's strongest points is saying, okay, prosecution, you want to say this timeline of when the killings happened starting at 8:50, right? Does it give him enough time to kill both people, to change clothes, to dispose of the weapons, and get to his mother's house when he did? You tell me if it makes sense, because I think the defense was making a good point. That's a lot for him to do.
It's a lot for him to do, but on the other hand, how much did he prepare for what he is alleged to have done? So if he had his ducks in a row prior and had everything lined up, then yeah, I think it's definitely possible that it fits within this timeline. All he had to do was commit the murders and really however he cleaned up and then hop in the car and then, make his way to his mom's for his alibi. I do think it's possible, especially with strategic planning. And look, he's a smart guy. He's book smart, not street smart, though. He made some bad mistakes.
Yeah, and look, there's a sloppy nature to everything that was going on. I am curious about this, though. So yesterday was all about the roadside shooting, right? Was the jury paying attention to that? Did they look confused at any point? Because we know this case backwards and forwards, but if you're sitting in that jury and you supposedly don't know anything about it, they might be having a hard time trying to connect that back to Maggie and Paul. Were they taking notes? Were they looking confused? Were they checked out? Walk me through it.
It was a mixture of both. When I came on for the afternoon update yesterday, there were times where they seemed a little checked out. They really did pay attention to that video and the phone call more than anything. But I think it's just one of those things where we're deep into this trial now, and I think a little trial fatigue setting in for everybody. You see it more in the afternoon, but they were a little checked out, and then they would perk up when things would come in that was new. But just I think at this point, when's the defense going to get up? I think everybody's just starting to get a little tired. But this jury is on it, though, Jesse. I mean, they can't take notes, but they are just doing their jobs. I have to say, I'm very impressed.
Not easy sitting on a jury, let alone the complexities of this case and how long it's going to go for, which that's my question to you. How long is this trial going to go for? Do we anticipate the defense to begin their case today?
Yeah, from what I'm hearing, the defense does have a witness that is in town, so even if the state doesn't rest, I think they're expected to call a witness. But I would imagine that this is probably going to be their last witness that they're going to call for the state. I haven't heard of anybody else. So, yeah, we do anticipate at least hearing from one defense witness today.
And by the way, what was the jury's reaction as we showed Dick Harpootlian there? He had an intense cross-examination session with the SLED agent earlier this morning. What was the jury reacting to that?
They were just watching. There wasn't really any visible reactions that anybody gave. It was just kind of watching back and forth. I call it like a tennis match where they're looking at him, looking at the witness. But yeah, just nothing that made anything obvious about what they might be thinking.
Okay, so I want to ask you, as we kind of finish out this week and we recap the week, what would you say were the strongest points for the prosecution and the strongest points for the defense?
I think yesterday for the prosecution, having the visual of the witness that showed the shooter's position, I mean, that brings the crime scene to life where they've kind of had to picture it in their heads. I think that was a really strong point for the prosecution. For the defense, I don't know. I mean, I really can't just, I think the biggest thing for Harpootlian to me is he's wanting to make clear that everybody knows Alec had documented injuries. But as far as a strong point, I think on cross-exam for the lead agent,
Yes.
by the way, who had lost his mom just the day before and just was so brave to get up there and do his job, I think that cross-exam was a very strong point for the defense because it was very thorough and poked some holes.
Yes, particularly since he consented that he acknowledged that he provided inaccurate information to the grand jury, suggested the timeline for the killings and the cleanup would have to be kind of limited, and there were missteps. It looked like there were missteps in the investigation, or things could have been looked at in a greater way. I'm sorry to hear that news, but in the trial, the trial setting, it was important points that the defense made. Gigi McKelvey, I know you have to jump back into the courtroom. I appreciate it. Thank you for giving us the insight. As always, great reporting.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, I think we have to hit a quick break. When we come back, we'll see when we can jump live into court. Again, they're in a short recess. We'll be back. everybody. So we're waiting to jump back live into Walterboro, South Carolina, where disgraced attorney Alex Murdaugh stands trial in the double murder of his wife and son. And as we wait for them to wrap their morning recess, which again could happen any moment, might be able to jump in early, we do want to talk a little bit about what we saw earlier today from Agent Peter Radofsky. He is the one who reviewed data of the defendant's Suburban from the night of the murders. And let's hear what he had to say about the timeline that night.
All right, we're moving now to slide 16. Tell the jury what this represents.
This one's going to represent Alex leaving work at the law firm, heading to his house. It shows at 6:24:18, and it shows him going 8 miles an hour, just starting to leave.
All right, PM?
PM.
And the speed?
Approximately 8 miles an hour.
Going on slide 17.
This one's showing at 6:26:54 p.m. It's showing his Suburban going approximately 42 miles an hour on his drive home. The arrow is going to be on the top right.
And
it
the
might
speed?
be cut off a little bit. 42 miles an hour.
All right, and then is that the arrow right there?
That is correct.
All right, at the top?
The top of the screen.
About 42 miles an hour.
That is correct.
Slide 18, what does this reflect?
This is going to reflect at Alex arriving home at 6:42:54 with a miles per hour of 0. This is one of the last data points that without speed.
6:42 p.m. arriving back at the residence.
That is correct.
And the arrow is pointing to what?
The residence. A little bit to the side, but it's the residence right there.
All right, and tell the jury now on slide 19, what does this represent?
So this is going to be from his drive home from the law firm to Moselle. It represents at 6:34:01 during his drive. The max speed obtained was 54.4 miles per hour. The average speed during this drive was 41.39 miles an hour. And you can see the location somewhere off of, I believe, 63.
Driving home, what was his max speed?
54.4 miles per hour was the max speed driving home.
All right, slide 20.
All right, so now we're at where Alex is leaving for Alameda. This is going to be 9:07:06 p.m.
Okay. And again, we'll go through the timeline in a bit, but is this generally consistent with some of the telemetry data that Falfosky did?
It is.
Suburban goes underway at what time?
9:07:06 according to this data.
Moving on to the next slide.
Like previously.
Yes, sir.
Good question. I've talked to Mr. Waters. He thinks he's probably going to go close to lunch until his right. And then we've probably got 2 hours across on this witness. So we've got short witnesses, long witnesses we could bring once they rest. We've got a motion for directed verdict, which I don't think will take that long, 15, 20 minutes. I mean, I don't want to start a witness today and finish him on Tuesday if it's a long witness. So should we tell maybe some 30-minute, 40-minute witnesses to be here about this? I just don't want the court to sit here or have to go home without maximizing use of your time.
Well, certainly I do not like a witness to be on the stand over the weekend because we end up starting back at the beginning. Pardon?
It's a 3-day weekend. It's not just a weekend. I mean,
yeah, right. You know, we have to be flexible. I don't know how long all this is going to go. Is this your last witness, Mr. Waters?
Barring some need for an audible, yes, sir.
Okay. So you should be ready to do some witnesses today, I would think.
Yes, sir.
Assuming the case proceeds beyond directed verdict.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you know,
I think you've answered. You don't want to start a 3 or 4 hour witness this afternoon.
Not at all.
Yeah, okay. Well, that answers the question. We may come up a little bit short. It's sort of hard to gauge, but we've got some relatively short witnesses, and then we've got a rather long witness.
I understand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. I want to put on the record that I received a note from the jury after returning from lunch yesterday, the jury somehow thought that they would elect their own foreperson. And asked me if they, whether there's a reason for appointing someone else or if we could keep the same foreperson. I don't know who gave them the notion that they would select their own foreperson. And I know, as I told them, that it's done differently in different places. I appoint forepersons, and I did not change. I did not accede to them saying we already have a foreperson. But that was the reason I gave an explanation right after lunch, explaining to them that the fact that you are a foreperson doesn't give you any more authority than any other juror. But I want to make this note a part of the record.
If I could also, if we conclude this witness, and obviously I would request at the conclusion of that witness that there be at least a brief recess just to do an exhibit check and any housekeeping. If we are going to rest at that time, if I could have an opportunity quickly to do that outside of the presence of the jury.
Okay.
Two short witnesses, it sounds like, at best this afternoon. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Very good. Bring the jury. Very well. You may continue.
May it please the court, Your Honor. All right. Special Agent Rudolsky, we just finished with the GM OnStar data. That was 524. And again, just to remind the jury, you prepared two timelines. One is 520, which is the big one, correct?
That's correct.
With a more expansive timeline relevant to June 7th, correct?
That's correct.
And surrounding days, correct? And then this one, which is 519, which is a condensed version of this that focuses just on the hours, the evening hours of the day of the murders, correct?
That is correct.
All right. At this time, I'm going to publish 519 to the jury, and let's discuss it. All right, just real quick, I want to go through this opening page, and this is the condensed one, 519, is that correct, up on the screen?
That is correct.
All right, and has your name on it, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then we have a reference guide right here, and if you would just explain just some of the various sources of information that have been admitted before this jury that you ultimately synthesize into this summary timeline.
Okay. What we have here is we're going to have cell Cellbrite extraction report. It's going to be for Paul Murdaugh, which as you go through this timeline, PM is going to refer to Paul Murdaugh. We're going to have AM, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's cell phone extraction, and then MM, which is going to be Maggie Murdaugh. So anytime you see the abbreviations, that's what it's going to refer to. We have their cell phone extractions here. We also have the FBI telemetry report. We have the FBI CAS data. We also have different reports from the phones, like the Axiom reports. We have an ALPR report in here, which is actually probably not in the condensed one. That's going to be automated license plate reader data for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes. We're also going to have some Snapchat data, and then data from Rogan Gibson, Paul Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh's CDRs, which is the call data records from Verizon.
Let me pause you real quick. So we have extractions. Tell the difference to the jury, and I don't mean to point out with the stick, between an extraction and then CDRs or SIL data records, please.
So the extraction is going to be what, like Britt Dove testified, what he actually extract out of the phone. And then the CDRs is going to be what Verizon testified, which is going to be their records of phone calls and text messages. So two separate data sources from two separate entities.
All right, and continue on, please, with the remainder of the data in your summary timeline.
We have referenced here a couple different, like Knowledge C database. That's kind of like the Axiom database. It's just another database that was, records were provided to me from. We also have a PMPED building access log. And then in the big timeline, we have the 911 recordings. And then just want to point out a Dylan Hightower extraction. That would have been the first phone extraction of Alex's phone 2 days after the 7th.
All right.
And then we have the GM OnStar data.
Okay. All right, and then down at the bottom here, we have some color-coded things on the left of the screen and then a box on the right. So quickly explain to the jury what those reference points mean, please.
On the right of the screen, you're going to see the 2021 Suburban log file excerpt. Frykowski from FBI had that Excel sheet with all the different colors and everything. This is going to be a reference guide, so when you're going through this, what the colors actually mean on the data.
Right, and then, give an example of what you mean by that.
So you're going to see kind of that reddish, pinkish color. That's going to mean that the infotainment center is booting up. So when we go through this timeline, you're going to see that data section highlighted with that color. That's what you'll know is happening with the data. If you see pink, it's going to be a propulsion. When you see blue, it means that it's either in and out of park. And that's kind of just how we're going to be reading it as we go along the timeline.
All right, and then these addresses have colors over here, and just we don't have to go through every one, but the first one, that red one, what one is that?
4147 Moselle Road.
All right, so if we see that little red box with an arrow on it, that's Moselle on the map?
That is correct.
And then the green is what?
It's going to be Almeda, the Almeda property.
Okay. And we'll talk about the others as we go through. All right. All right, let's start moving through it. Just give me 1 second. All right, starting. All right, so this timeline, this condensed timeline, begins roughly when?
Around 6 p.m.
All right, on what day?
June 7th, 2021.
All right, and let's start at 6:04, and I want to move through this expeditiously, and we'll stop and talk about some specific entries as we go through, okay?
Okay.
All right, and so starting there at 6:04, does Paul Murdaugh have any phone activity?
He does. He calls Will Loving. And as you can see in the parentheses, it's going to say PM extraction. That means it was pulled off of Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction, just for reference.
All right, and Will Loving, that's the individual that testified weeks ago?
That is correct.
And 6:08, what activity we see on Paul's phone?
He makes an outgoing call to Dad, which is identified as Alex Murdaugh. It shows answered, but 1 second long.
All right, and what was the source of that information?
That was from Paul Murdaugh's phone extraction. It does not show up in Alex Murdaugh's original logical dump or the second one from Britt Dove, but it does show up on his CDRs from Verizon. So that'd be the records that Verizon actually keeps for the phone.
All right, and can a user of a phone affect the CDRs that are with the Verizon phone company?
They cannot, no.
Or can the user affect what data remains on their phone?
Yes.
And frequently throughout this timeline, do we see instances in which there was a call logged on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but was missing from his phone from the extraction.
That is correct.
Don't leave the witness.
All right. Can you explain any difference between the CDRs as it relates to Alex Murdaugh's phone and whether or not there's any missing call logs on the extraction from his phone?
As we go through this extraction, you're going to see that multiple instances we're going to have calls showing on Alex Murdaugh's CDRs that we could not find on the logical extraction or the Britt Dove full extraction of Alex's phone, and that's going to be notated on the bottom if it was not in the extraction.
All right. 609:48. Do we have any communications on Maggie's phone?
This is going to be a iMessage from Maggie Murdaugh to Paul Murdaugh stating, "You okay getting little foot massage? Then I'm heading home." And that was obtained from Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh's phone extractions.
At 6:10:01, going to the bottom of this page, that being page number 2, is there another message from Maggie to Paul Murdaugh?
This is also going to be iMessage to Paul stating, "Love you and Blanca cooked you dinner."
Moving on to page 3. And what does this reflect right here?
This is going to be from FBI agent Matt Wild. This is going to be from his report. This is for Paul Murdaugh. You're going to identify that in the right-hand corner where it says Paul. Just for reference, anytime you see a map, if you look on the right-hand corner, it's going to tell you whose map that is for.
All right. And just generally remind the jury what this map reflects, please.
This is just showing generally where the cell towers are located and where the area, whenever like a phone call or text message, where it was pinging during that time for Paul.
And these little red things right here with the angles on it, what are those reflect?
That's going to be where the cell tower is and what angle the call would have originated or take place from.
All right. And down at the bottom, what's the first time recorded for Paul's cell phone as it pings on these cell towers?
It's going to be 6/17/42.
And can you describe to the jury generally where these cell towers reflect Paul's phone is moving?
So it'd be at the Beaufort area down the right-hand side, moving up towards Moselle, which you can see in the far right corner, that little badge-looking red dot.
All right. Up here at the top center, what is that right there?
That's going to be an arc. It's just a distance arc.
But the red dot, what is that?
The red dot, that's going to be 4147 Moselle Road.
All right. And what times does Paul's phone ping off any cell tower near Moselle?
6:53 p.m., 7:05, and 7:30:05.
All right, and we see a 3 right there. Does that refer, or what does that 3 refer to as it relates to that cell tower location near Moselle?
It's just going to show you what side of the cell tower it's on, what arc.
And what time does it first ping on Sector 1 facing Moselle?
7:05:33 p.m.
All right, moving to continue on page 3. We have a time reference at 6:20:53. Can you explain to the jury what, if anything, that indicates?
We have Maggie Murdaugh. She received a phone call from Proctor Marion. That's how it showed up in her phone. Through the phone number, it's actually Marion Proctor. That's just how it relays in the phone. It shows rejected.
All right. And after that, what, if any, communications were there?
Right after that, at 6:21:28, Maggie Murdaugh sends a text message to Marion stating, "Can't talk, getting food massage, we'll call you back." That was from her phone extraction.
Moving on to 6:23, are there any communications with Maggie and Paul?
There are. Paul sends a message to his mom at 6:23:27 stating, "What did she make?" And then Maggie replies back shortly after saying, "Country fried steak and mac and cheese."
Below that, we have a orange and blue box. What does that represent?
So this is going to be from the FBI telemetry data from that Excel spreadsheet that's already into evidence. And this is just showing with that color coordination I talked about earlier. The orange is going to show a system startup. And from previous testimony, that could be, unlocking a car, locking it, getting in close range with the key fob, opening up the rear hatch. Just something that makes, when you get in your car, you kind of hear that noise before you start it up, the telemetry. It's just inner workings, anything could really cause it.
Well, I'm asking you, going back to that map, the incident location at Moselle where Paul and Maggie were found murdered, what county is that in?
That's going to be Colleton County. And then if you look, we have the pink, which is going to kind of show propulsion, and then blue, which is going to show some kind of shift in the vehicle transmission.
All right, down to the bottom, 624. What is that?
624, that shows from the FBI report, telemetry report, that the Suburban shows a device connection.
That would be Alex Murdaugh's phone?
That'd be correct.
Okay. Moving on to 6:24 p.m. Is there any data points as it relates to the defendant's Suburban?
It is. We have one at 6:24:18 around the PMPED law firm.
All right, and what time is that? No, 6:24?
6:24:18, correct.
All right, and that map there, is that a data point from the CAS data that you just explained to the jury?
That is correct.
All right. Moving down, we have some various messages from some of the individuals. Is that right?
We do.
Okay.
We have Alex Murdaugh receiving a phone call from Jay Parker at 6:25. 6:27, Paul is sending a message to Britt, saying maybe Saturday. He calls Robert Boyle shortly after, and then at 8:38 p.m., Rogan calls Marianne Dempsey.
And to your recollection, what is Marianne Dempsey to Rogan at this period of time?
I believe it's a girlfriend currently at the time.
All right, moving on to page 5. What does this map represent? Who is this from, this map?
This is going to be from Matt Wild from the FBI. This is directly from his report.
And what phone does this map reflect?
Top right, it's going to say Alex Murdaugh with associated cell phone.
All right, and then there's a box below that. Explain to the jury again what that box represents.
So the box below that, that's going to represent all the times that the pings were logged that Matt Wild actually put in the report.
And then the black circle with the angle in the middle, what is that?
That's going to show you the cell tower and then the kind of angle that the calls or texts would have been in.
And what property is in the sector of that cell tower?
4147 Moselle Road. And it's identified by that red badge-looking dot.
All right. On here, this box with the times, those are times of what again?
This would have been times of activity that would send to a cell tower that they would have data on.
In the 6 o'clock hour, what is the latest time period that you see Alex Murdaugh's phone reflecting activity?
6:52 p.m.
And then after that, what's the next time period that you see reflecting activity?
The next time showing on the map is going to be 9:04:24 p.m.
Does the defendant's cell phone reflect any activity between 6:52 and 9:04?
Between 6:52 and 9:04, there's no activity reflected.
At least on the cell pinging.
That is correct.
All right, at 6:40:01, what activity, if any, is reflected?
Paul calls, and it's going to show up as PA in the extraction, which is Alex Murdaugh based on the phone number. It shows it was answered. It was 2 minutes and 29 seconds long. This call also does not show up in the phone extractions for Alex Murdaugh, just on his CDRs.
It was in the defendant's CDRs?
That is correct.
All right.
And it was also in Paul's phone. It shows the phone call.
6:42, and what if anything's reflected?
We have a Suburban device connection to iPhone from the FBI report at 6:42:48, and at 6:42:54, we show the Suburban arrives at 4147 Moselle Road based on the GM OnStar data.
All right, and going on to page 6, is that your CAS map reflecting that data point you just described?
That is correct. It's going to be the 6:42:54 data point.
And what happens at that moment?
That's when Alex Murdaugh is going to arrive back from the PMPED law firm from work that day.
All right, moving on. 6:43:50, what if any activity do you see?
It shows that Maggie Murdaugh's phone had a missed call from PA, which is Alex Murdaugh. It shows missed, but also it shows up in Alex Murdaugh's CDRs, but does not show up in either one of the phone extractions.
All right, and moving on, we have a couple of the orange and white boxes. Tell the jury again what those reflect.
So these are just going to reflect some kind of system boot up. Doesn't mean the car moved or did anything. It just means that door was opened. It just something triggered the car to kind of do a little internal boot up from previous testimony.
At 6:53:44, what, if any, activity do you see?
Paul Murdaugh calls John Marvin. It shows 1 minute and 42 seconds long, and that's based off of Paul's phone extraction.
So your understanding, when you see those times of the call lengths, does that also include connection time as well?
It does. Based on previous testimony from Verizon, that could include how long it takes to, to get the actual network connected.
All right. And then at the 7 o'clock hour, what, if any, communications are on Paul's phone?
So Paul sends a text message to Claude C.B. Rowe saying, "Are you coming tomorrow?" And then shortly after, he sends another text saying, "Sunflowers died. We need to plow them under ASAP." And that was based off his phone extraction.
Moving on now to page 7. Do we have some activity at 7:02:29?
We do. Maggie Murdaugh calls Alex Murdaugh. It shows 2 seconds, and this also does not show on Alex Murdaugh's extraction. It shows on his CDRs, and it also shows on Maggie's phone that Maggie called Alex, but does not show on Alex's phone that call was there.
Missing from his phone, though, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Missing in the call log of the phone.
All right, 7:03 to 7:11. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
His phone's showing approximately 165 steps taken during that time frame.
And then what happens at 7:04?
7:04, through the catch data database, it shows that Paul Murdaugh is at the residence of 4147 Moselle Road.
Does Maggie's phone reflect any activity as we move on to the 7:04 time period?
Her phone showed that between 7:04 and 8:17, her phone was showed a Bluetooth connection to MBUX 95224, which is her Mercedes-Benz.
And so anytime we see MBUX 95224, what, if anything, does that represent?
That's going to reflect her Mercedes-Benz.
MB for Mercedes-Benz?
That is correct.
All right. Moving on, at 7:05, does Maggie call anyone?
She does. She calls Marion at 7:05:13. It shows answered 7 seconds.
At 7:05:55, is there any reflection of a communication between Alec and Maggie Murdaugh?
There is. Alex sends a message to, in his phone, it's Maggie May, stating, "Paul said you were getting a petty. Call when you done." That's from the Alex. That's from the extraction.
Moving on, do we have any communications between Maggie and Paul during this time period?
At 7:05:32, we have Maggie calling Paul. It shows answered 1 minute and 31 seconds.
And then does Maggie attempt to call Marion again?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, that would be at the bottom of the screen.
Yep, that'd be the 7:07:49. Maggie Murdaugh calls Marion. And when it says Marion, it's Marion Proctor.
All right, moving on to page 8, we have another map. Can you generally explain what this represents to the jury, please?
So in the top right-hand corner, we have Maggie Murdaugh with the associated phone number. We have 2 points, 4147 Moselle Road in the red, and the green's going to be the Almeida property. When you're looking at this map, number 1's going to be closer to Charleston, and it's working its way. Maggie is working her way towards Moselle in this map.
All right, and the first time period you see on dot number that's numbered 1?
It's going to be 7:07:49 p.m.
And the latest time period you see on the dot that's numbered 5?
That is correct. That's going to be in the Walterboro area. It's going to be 7:50:20. 7:50:20 is going to be the latest dot, and that's in the Walterboro area.
All right, moving on, looking down at 7:09:43, what, if any, activity do we see on Maggie's phone?
Maggie calls her mom. It shows answered 8 minutes and 17 seconds long.
Would that be Ms. Brandstetter?
That is correct.
We have an orange box. Tell the jury that quickly, please.
So that's just showing a system boot up. Could have been getting close to the Suburban, unlocking it, locking it, opening up a door, or it could just be some kind of internal components based on previous testimony from the
All
FBI.
right. After that, we have 2 entries. Can you tell the jury what those 2 entries are, the time periods, and what they represent, please?
Yep. So the next 2 entries is going to be 7/14/13 to 7/22/19. It's going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 208 steps traveled during that time period. And the one below it's going to be 7/15/35 to 7/21/52. This is going to be from Alex's phone, showing that approximately 200 steps were taken during that time frame. So we have 208 steps taken from Paul during his time frame, and then Alex is around 200 steps traveled.
And both those time periods for those steps for Alec and Paul, are those generally roughly the same?
Generally the
consistent?
same. That's correct.
7/18/44, what, if any, activity do you see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a text message to CB Rowe saying, "Call me, please."
Going now to page 9. At the top, those 2 entries, again, explain those 2 entries to the jury.
So the first entry is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone from 7/25/03 to 7/34/47, and it's showing 139 steps taken during that time period. It's an approximate. 7/28/35 to 7/37/11 is going to be Alex Murdaugh's iPhone, showing approximately 47 steps traveled during that time period.
All right, 7:30 p.m. we have another data point indicating Maggie's trip home to Moselle.
That is correct.
All right, we've got another map. Tell the jury what this one is, please.
This map's just showing that her phone was pinging. It's starting at 7:30.
Whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul. I'm sorry, Paul Murdaugh. It's going to be the right-hand corner. So it's going to say Paul Murdaugh with the phone number on top. This is just showing where his phone was pinging on June 7, 2021, starting at 7:30, and then all the way to 8:40 p.m.
All right, we see 2 cell towers there and then some arcs. Where do those arcs intersect?
The arcs intersect close to the property at Moselle Road.
And if you would, just tell the jury the earliest time that's reflected here and the latest time that's reflected here.
The earliest time reflected is going to be 7:30:05, and the latest time reflected is going to be 7:40:21 p.m. on June 7, 2021.
So Paul's phone is at the Moselle location according to this data?
That is correct.
All right. Bottom of page 9. Do we have any communications between Maggie and Marion Proctor?
We do. At 7:31:13 p.m., we show a call from Maggie to Marion at 7:39, which is the length of the call.
7 minutes and 39 seconds?
That's correct.
Does that include connection time as well?
It does.
Do we have any step data on Paul's phone in a time period around this time?
Paul's phone shows between 7:35:10 and 7:41:43. It shows roughly around 171 steps traveled during that time frame.
7:37 and 7:38. Do we see any activity on Paul's phone with some of his friends?
Yeah, Paul receives a Snapchat message from Michelle Beck stating, BC, I have short-term memory loss, and that was based off his phone extraction. And then Paul Murdaugh receives an iMessage from Megan Kimbrell stating, Paul.
Okay. All right, moving now to page 10. Going to 7:39:55. Can you tell the jury what that data point reflects on your summary timeline?
So from earlier testimony, you've seen this this video. This is just a thumbnail picture, and this is when it's showing it was created in Paul Murdaugh's phone. And we have a little screenshot of the creation time. It's going to show 7:39:55 is when this thumbnail was created in Paul's phone.
And remind the jury what video that is. I see we got a thumbnail there, but
Yep.
what video is that?
This is going to be that Snapchat video that was sent to a few friends of the tree. You have Alex Murdaugh in the tree that's leaning over.
All right. And again, this is when that video, at least the timestamp, was its creation?
That's correct, based on previous testimony, yes.
All right. 7:41 to 7:48. What, if anything, is reflected on Alex's phone?
We show that 29 steps were traveled on his phone, approximately between 7:41 and 7:48.
All right. And just talked about the Snapchat video. Looking at this map, whose phone is this? And explain these data points to the jury, if you would, please. Or whose phone is this first, if you would, please?
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone, and below it, it's going to be his iPhone location data. So this is not going to be Verizon location. This is going to be location data directly off of his phone.
So this is GPS data that's more specific?
That is correct.
All right, and we see a number of dots up here. What is this area up here generally sort of in the center of this image?
That's going to be the kennel area, and then there's that little house.
The cabin?
The cabin.
All right, and what time periods in that upper box do we see GPS data on Paul's phone up there in the kennel cabin area?
We're seeing between 7:45 and 7:54 is location data for that area.
754 or 756?
756, sorry, it's kind of hard to see.
All right. And then we have two data points at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Is that where is generally that on the property?
That's going to be what previous testimony talked about, like a dove field. Mm-hmm. It's going to be past the main house, closer to the Godley Farm roadside, and that's going to be a data point at 8 and 42 seconds and 8 and 44 seconds.
8 p.m.?
That's correct, 8 p.m., June 7th.
Oh, darn it. And then down at the bottom of page 10, is there any step data on Paul's phone?
There is. It shows approximately 89 steps traveled during
what time periods?
7:45 p.m. to 7:55.
Moving on to page 11, we have a map. Tell the jury whose phone that is and what that data point is, please.
So this is going to be Maggie Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be Verizon location data. And what we see here is the tower and then the arc of the tower. This is going to be in the Walterboro area. The time is 7:50:03 p.m.
All right, and moving down, we're starting to see some references, and there's a little battery symbol on the side. What does that represent?
So that's going to represent battery life. So right here, this is going to be at 7:52:28. It's going to show Paul Murdaugh's iPhone battery at 7%.
And in your review generally of Paul's cell phone data, was it generally consistent for him to continue to use his phone even if he had a low battery life on it?
That's correct.
All right. And is that also consistent with the testimony from David Grubbs from yesterday, the day before?
Previous testimony, yes.
All right, below that, 7:55 time period, we have two entries. Can you explain those two entries to the jury and how they relate to each other, if anything?
So 7:55:44 to 8:05:28, we have Paul Murdaugh's iPhone showing approximately 262 steps traveled, and a close time frame from 7:55:32 to 8:05:07, we show Alex's iPhone traveling approximately 270 steps during that time period.
All right. And then at 7:56, what is reflected as it relates to that Snapchat video?
This is when the Snapchat video referencing Alex Murdaugh would have been sent through Paul's Snapchat account to his friends, based on previous testimony.
And it was created, you already testified to this, but it was created when?
I believe 7:39:55.
And it was sent out to his friends when?
At 7:56 p.m.
Moving on to page 12 at 7:57, does one of his friends respond?
Yes, he receives a Snapchat message from Brian Murdaugh.
Oops, sorry.
Stating, "Damn, man, needs some straps. Oh, it."
All right. Now we're moving into the 8 p.m. hour on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. We have a map here. First of all, in the right corner, whose phone is this?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his iPhone location data.
All right. And starting up at the, it's sort of the top center, more to the right. Where does that location generally?
That's going to be the little cabin on the property.
All right. And what is the data point? What's the time on that data point up there?
I believe it says 8:06:20 p.m.
All right. And then we see the dots sort of moving down, and in what direction are they generally moving?
That's moving towards the main house on the property.
All right. And then down at the bottom of the screen, at what time do we see that data point stop at the main residence?
8:14.
What's the first data point?
8:08:45 and then 8:14.
Paul's at the main residence at what time? First?
8:08:45 p.m.
All right, and just on page 13, we have some earlier data points. Is this map kind of out of order just a little bit?
It is. So this is just going to be earlier data points at 8:05:14 and 8:04:45, just showing some location data from his iPhone.
All right. So that one should have gone before this one, the one at the bottom of page 12.
That's correct.
Which reflects Paul again getting back to the main residence at what time?
8:08:45 p.m.
Looking below, again on page 13, do we see two entries for Paul and Alex's phone? And if so, please explain to the jury what they are.
So for Alex's phone, we show between 8:05 and 8:09 that his phone approximately took 54 steps traveled during that time period. And then for Paul, we show 8:05:46 to 8:15:24. We show approximately 303 steps traveled during that time period.
Moving on to page 14, do we see that same map again of Paul's phone reflecting him arriving at the residence at 8:08?
8:08:45, correct.
And then still pinging there at what time, at the bottom time?
8:14 p.m.
All right. Again, at 8:07, what, if anything, do we see?
At 8:07:20, we see that Paul is sending Snapchats to a few friends. That's based off his Snapchat records.
All right, the next entry is in purple, and then there's kind of a line going from that. Explain what that purple reference, that time period references, and then the line that travels down the side of your timeline. Explain to the jury what that's going to represent generally to the various phones as we go forward.
As we go forward, anytime you see purple, that's going to represent Maggie Murdaugh's phone. And for this instant, it's going to represent on the left-hand side, the line going down. Anytime you see a line next to something, that means whatever it says on the left. So if it says device locked, it means the device was locked during those other time periods. So this is going to show from 8:11:08 to 8:31:15 that Maggie's iPhone was locked. And as we move down, you can see it continue to the next page. That means during those times it's locked.
All right, so we'll see multiple of those as you go forward, just explaining time periods where various devices were locked or other things were going on.
That is correct.
All right. Moving on to page 15, we have a map. Explain to the jury whose phone this is and what it represents.
So this is going to be for CB Row, and this is a overview map. You can see Augusta, North Augusta area, and it's showing the sector and the tower that it's pinging off of at 7:13:15 in the North Augusta area.
You say 7:13 or 8:13?
I'm sorry, 8:13:15.
All right. So CB Row's phone is pinging over here, way over here in Augusta. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, moving to the next map. Whose phone is this? If you could tell whose phone this is, and then what data points you see on this particular map.
So this is going to be Paul Murdaugh's iPhone location data, so it's going to be separate from like Verizon location data. And this is showing at the area of the main house, bottom left, and the data starts at 8:14 and goes all the way to 8:35:07.
8:35. Paul's phone is located where?
At the main house, 4147 Moselle Road.
And down at the bottom of page 15, do we have any step reference for Paul?
We do from 8:15:55 to 8:21:45. We're showing approximately 140 steps traveled.
Paul arrived back at the residence about 8:08, you testified, is that correct?
That is correct.
At 8:17 and 14 seconds, what, if anything, do you see on Maggie's phone?
So it's highlighted purple in reference to Maggie. It's going to show that her phone ended at the connection to the Mercedes-Benz, which is the MBUX 95224. It shows that it's unplugged.
And what does that mean? What does that reference mean as it relates to Maggie's phone and the Mercedes she was driving?
It means that she unplugged her phone
from that vehicle.
And
the data generally reflects that she's at the residence at that point?
That is correct.
Paul 808, Maggie 817.
That is correct.
Alex's last data point on his phone was 6:52, right?
That is correct, based on the Verizon records.
We have at 8:17:44 p.m., do we have a battery reference for Paul?
We do. It shows that his iPhone was at 4% battery life at that time.
As we continue forward, do we see Paul continue to use his phone?
We do.
At 8:17 to 8:18, what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing approximately 38 steps taken during that time frame.
All right. And that would be after her phone disconnects from the Mercedes?
That's correct.
8:19 p.m., what do we see on Paul's phone?
We see that he connects to a PRTC Wi-Fi and that he receives a Snapchat message from Ansley Wilson stating he got the magic touch. And he also sends another outgoing text message or Snapchat message.
All right. Now, PRTC, his phone connects to PRTC. What is PRTC?
So PRTC is going to be the local internet telephone provider for this area.
Right.
So it's just showing a Wi-Fi connection.
And was PRTC, to your knowledge, providing services to Moselle Road?
They were providing services to the main house and then the cabin.
All right, going below that, we have a series of communications. And whose communications are these going sort of back and forth, a series of communications?
This is going to be Paul Murdaugh's series of communications.
And I'm not going to read each one or have you read each one, but are these generally communications going back and forth with his friends?
That is correct.
And on this page, they start about what time and continue through about what time?
Start around 8:23 and go all the way to 8:29.
Well,
I think we keep on going down. Yeah, about 8:30. It's about 8:23 to 8:30.
All right, at 8:30 to 8:33 p.m., what, if anything, do we see on Maggie's phone?
We're showing that her phone took approximately 42 steps traveled during that time period.
All right. And that starts at what time that Maggie's phone starts reflecting steps?
8:30 p.m.
About 8:30. Going on to the next page, page 17. Going back just real quick on page 16, generally that series of communications with Paul and his friends, is he generally responding fairly quickly to the communications back and forth?
He is. Either, it's their Snapchat and iMessages. He's responding and using those two applications very frequently.
Now we're at the top of page 17 at 8:31 p.m. Describe to the jury generally what this data entry is.
So this is going to be a group message from John Marvin Murdaugh. He's talking about how they're planning to go visit their dad tomorrow and asking if anyone else is going. Listed here, everyone that's in that group message.
And that's generally a number of family members?
That is correct.
And the dad they're referring to is who?
It's going to be Alex's dad.
Mr. Randolph?
That is correct.
And based on your knowledge of the investigation, he had a turn for the worst health-wise around this time?
That is correct.
All right, well, let's talk about that very quickly. Did the defendant receive, or did his phone receive that text?
His phone and Maggie's phone both received the text message.
And did the defendant ever read that text, according to the phone at least?
According to the phone, it was not read until the following day, 6/8/21 at 1:44:49 p.m.
And that text came in at what time?
8:31 on the dot.
And did Maggie read that text right away, at least according to the phone, her phone?
She did not.
All right. And when did her phone finally read that text?
Around 8:49:26.
What time?
8:49:26 is when Maggie read that text.
8:49.
8:49.
At 8:31, what, if any, entry do we see?
So at 8:31:15, Maggie Murdaugh's phone unlocks and does orientation changes. And then at 8:31:18 to 8:49:26, we show that her phone was locked.
At 8:31, there's an orientation change. Does the data reflect that her phone was unlocked at that period of time?
That is correct.
All right. And then what happens after that at 8:31 and 18 seconds?
Her device is locked until 8:49:26.
8:49:26, is that correct?
8:49:26.
All right. At 8:32:25, we have an entry in green and then a line going down. Can you explain to the jury those time periods and what, if any, significance they have?
So green is going to reflect Paul Murdaugh. Anytime you see green, it's going to be Paul, and purple is going to be Maggie. That's reflecting that his iPhone moved approximately 283 steps during that time period. So on the left-hand side, as we go down, and you're going to see other data entry points, if you see the green next to it, that means that those steps are being traveled during that time frame.
And now we have a map. Whose phone is that?
This is also going to be Paul Murdaugh's, and this is going to be his iPhone location data.
All right. And where is that iPhone location data located?
That's going to be at the kennel area of the property.
All right. And tell me the time periods that he is at the kennels at this point in time.
At this point in time, he's at the kennels at 8:38:07 p.m., 8:44:53, 8:44:55, and 8:44:56.
What happens at 8:40 while Paul's phone is at the kennels?
Paul calls Rogan Gibson. It shows answered for 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Starting at what time?
8:40:20.
And if you have about a 4-minute call, what time does that end?
8:44.
At 8:44:34, what, if anything, does Paul's phone indicate?
So at 8:44:34, Paul Murdaugh initiates a FaceTime video call with Rogan Gibson. It shows answered 11 seconds long. And that's based off of Paul and Rogan's information.
And then at 8:44:55, what does it reflect on Paul's phone?
This is when this video was extracted and created through Paul's phone, which shows Alex, Maggie, and, well, you can hear Alex, Maggie, and Paul in the background.
That's the kennel video at 8:44.
That's a kennel video that's been in previous testimony, correct.
Following below that, at 8:47 and 8:48, does Paul continue to communicate with his phone?
He does. He uses the iMessage feature in his phone to send a couple messages to Megan Kimbrell. And it looks like it's based off of movie recommendations.
Are those communications for 10 minutes or just for a couple of minutes or a minute or so?
A minute or so.
Going to the top of page 19.
Mm-hmm.
What time do we see there?
8:48:29.
And what's going on? What's Paul doing?
He's receiving a message from Megan, and we have some backlight on data at 8:48:56.
All right. And the next entry, tell me the time periods for that entry.
8:48:58 to 8:49:01.
All right. And what happens there?
Paul Murdaugh's phone that's the last time that it was unlocked.
Ever?
Ever. $8:49:01.
And the next activity that we'll see on Paul's phone occurred when?
We have a backlight off from 8:49 to...
Going back to 8:48 to 8:49:01, you said that was when Paul's phone was last unlocked?
That is correct.
And continue on with that data entry, what does it indicate? What's the next time ever that Paul's phone shows any activity?
10:18. That's when...
And the 8:48 to 8:49 p.m.?
Oh, I'm sorry. Next activity notification is going to be the Rogan Gibson call at 9:58:35. That's the next time that any activity or notification shows up on his phone.
Looking at this entry with the green line on the right side, what are those time periods there, and what do they represent starting at 8:49:01?
Starting at 8:49:01 to 10:34:23, Paul's phone shows device locked.
And was it ever open again until it died at 10:34:23?
It was not.
8:49:01 is the last time before that Paul had ever unlocked his phone.
That is correct.
Just a few seconds later, does Maggie's phone reflect any activity?
It does. 8:49:26, so approximately 26 seconds later, her phone unlocks for a text message notification, and it implements an orientation change.
And was that text message about Mr. Randolph that you earlier referred to?
That is correct, that group message. I believe it was in response to Lynn.
And at 8:49:31, here in red, what happens to Maggie's phone? Just seconds later.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone locks forever.
Forever. Until when?
Until it's recovered the next day at 1:10 p.m.
On June 8th.
On June 8th by law enforcement.
Do both Maggie and Paul's phone lock forever around 8:49?
They do.
At 8:49:35, does Paul's phone receive a text from anyone?
It does. It received a text from Rogan Gibson.
And what does that text say?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, referring to his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. That shows unread.
You never read that?
Never read it.
According to the investigation, is that the conversation that Paul and Rogan were actively engaged in starting at 8:40?
That is correct.
The kennel video was at what time?
8:44.
And the defendant repeatedly denied that he was ever at those kennels with the victims just minutes before their phones go silent forever.
Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Leading. Leading.
Don't lead the witness. Restate the question.
Did the defendant repeatedly deny ever being at the kennels at that time period?
Yes, he did. Various interviews with law enforcement.
And was that kennel video? What time was that kennel video?
8:44.
And what time did Paul and Maggie's phones go silent forever?
Objection, Your Honor. I've answered it several times.
Objection is overruled.
8:49 is when their phones went silent forever.
At 8:53, do we see any activity on Maggie's phone?
We do. At this time, as you can see to the right, her phone is locked, but we do see that 59 steps were traveled over the period of 8:53 to 8:55.
And that just means the phone was moving, correct?
That is correct.
Do we see some orientation changes as well?
We do. Between 8:53:08 and 8:55:32, we see various orientation changes, which would indicate that someone has the phone based on previous testimony.
Moving on to page 20. At the top, we have 8:55, and we have a reference to a data point. Can you explain that to the jury, whose phone that is, and just generally what that is based on information gathered in the investigation?
8:55:48?
8:55:48, yes, sir.
That's just a internal application running in the background for Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It's just the iPhones will take a random snapshot of what's going on in the phone. So that's just reflecting that there was some, behind the scenes stuff happening in her phone. It's not saying that someone was actively using it.
Hold on for me just real quick. Right here at the bottom of page 13, we have a reference to step data on Alex's phone.
That's correct.
And what are those time periods?
8:05:35 to 8:09:52. It's showing 54 steps traveled.
All right. We'll turn into page 20. What suddenly happens to Alex's phone around 9:02?
Pretty much wakes up.
And what data point is reflected?
From 9:02:18 p.m. to 9:06:47, it shows 283 steps traveled.
And how long? How many minutes, roughly?
5 minutes. 5-6 minutes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 521 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
This is going to be a PACE spreadsheet for Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh that I created.
All right. Your Honor, this time I would offer States 521 into evidence.
No objection.
Admit it.
Can I have the other one, please? And General, if I could have the screen. All right, tell the jury real quick as we look at this exhibit just admitted, just generally we have at the top, tell them quickly what this is and what these columns represent. Explain this chart if you would.
First column entry, that's just going to be from all the various entries from the phone data. We have a start time, we have a end time, we have the time elapsed in between the estimated amount of steps, and then we have a steps per minute calculation, which is going to be the far right.
And the steps, those are the data entries in this timeline that you've been testifying to as reflected from the phone data?
That is correct.
And then the last column is just a simple calculation of steps based on the time periods of those readings?
That is correct.
And the last step readings that we have on Paul's phone are from what time to what time?
The last step reading from Paul's phone is 8:32 to 8:42.
We have one for Maggie as well, is that correct?
We do. Her last time frame is going to be 8:53 to 8:55.
And then down at the bottom, who do we have?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's pace spreadsheet.
Let's talk about this a little bit. If you would, start with entry 21. And what time periods is that? This is Alex's phone, correct?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone.
Right, time period?
6:52 to 7:02.
How many steps?
Approximately 283.
And how many steps per minute based on a simple math calculation?
Estimated 29.34.
All right. 22, time period, steps, and steps per minute.
7:03 to 7:11. Approximately 165 steps, estimated 19.26 steps per minute.
24.
24 is going to be 7:28 to 7:37, approximately 47 steps, and estimated 5.46 steps per minute.
25.
7:41 to 7:48, showing approximately 29 steps, 3.97 steps per minute.
26.
26 is showing 7:55 to 8:05, 270 steps, approximately 28.2 steps per minute.
28.
28 is going to be the 8:05 to 8:09. It's showing approximately 74 steps. That's 17.28 steps per minute.
And as you testified, that was the last entry on Alex's phone before we get to the 9 o'clock hour. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what time was the video again?
8:44 p.m.
Let's talk about 27. What's the time period there?
Time period's going to be 9:02 to 9:06.
How many steps?
283 steps, 70.75 steps per minute estimated.
He was a busy guy right then, wasn't he?
It appears.
What was the average steps per minute from 9:02 to 9:06?
70.75.
And was that far in excess of any ratings on his phone in those prior entries?
According to this table, yes.
Could I have the computer back again, please? We have a map here on Paul's phone. Tell me very quickly what that represents.
We do. This is going to be based off of Verizon records for Paul Murdaugh, and it's showing 9:03:22 and 9:03:30, just showing what cell towers it was pinging off of.
Again, is his phone still locked during this time?
That is correct. Paul and Maggie's phones are still locked at this time.
Bottom of page 20, we got a pink box. What does that reflect?
That's from the FBI telemetry data, just showing a system startup with the telemetry system.
On which vehicle?
It's Alex Murdaugh's 2021 Suburban.
Is there a CDR reference to Marianne Dempsey attempting to call Paul?
There is.
Marianne Dempsey again is who?
Rogan Gibson's girlfriend at the time.
We have two entries after that. Can you explain those entries to the jury and tell the jury what those are, please.
Yep. So at 9:03:52 to 9:04:23, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight is on. At 9:04:23, Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh, shows 18 seconds in his CDRs. This does not show on that Dylan Hightower first extraction or the second extraction. And it also shows missed on Maggie's phone extraction.
That one's missing from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct. In the call log, it is missing.
At 9:05:15, is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh calls Randolph Murdaugh, 18 seconds. Does not show on Dylan Hightower extraction or the second extraction, just on the CDRs.
We have a pinkish box. What does that represent?
Pinkish box can represent that system startup for the telemetry data for the 21 Suburban.
At 9:06:12, what happens?
Between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, Maggie Murdaugh's phone implements orientation change from portrait to orientation sideways.
That starts at 9:06:12?
Yes, and it goes to 9:06:20.
The orientation starts to change. What happens 2 seconds after that orientation starts to change?
At 9:06:14, so that's 2 seconds afterwards, the phone receives an incoming call from Alex.
Was that call on the call log when Dylan Hightower downloaded the defendant's phone?
It was not.
Nine 9:06:14 and 9:06:15. Are those referencing that missed call that showed up on Maggie's phone?
That is correct.
And 9:06:20, we're still seeing an orientation change?
Yep, that's when the orientation ended.
Moving down to the bottom of page 21, we have a bluish and a green box. Tell the jury what that is.
So, according to the FBI telemetry data, the blue is going to indicate a shift in the transmission, and then green is going to show driving.
The Suburban's underway?
That is correct, according to the telemetry data.
At the bottom of page 21, is there another call from Alex Murdaugh's phone to Maggie's phone?
There is. At 9:06:52, Alex calls Maggie. It shows 7 seconds long, and that's based off his CDR since it was deleted off the call history.
It wasn't on Alex's extraction, correct?
It was not.
2 missed calls?
2 missed calls.
Moving to page 22, at the top, what, if anything, does Alex Murdaugh's phone show in relation to the Suburban?
So it's just showing that the device connected to the car. When you get in your car, your phone will pair. It's just showing a device connection to iPhone.
And then the next entry, there's a time range there. Explain that time range to the jury and what that means.
So starting at 9:07 and going till 9:44.
9 what?
Sorry, 9:31:44. Her backlight is off.
The backlight is off. Mm-hmm. That entire time period.
That entire time period. It was on, but now for this time period from 9:07 to 9:31, it's going to show off.
Going to this map, is that some of the cast data that you did that you testified to the jury?
It is. This is a previous slide that we had up. It's shown at 9:07:06. The Suburban is leaving 4147 Moselle Road.
2 calls to Maggie. Does the Suburban just take a quick right and go down this road right there to the kennels, or does it just continue straight on?
It just continues straight on.
Doesn't stop by the kennels for a second, does it? Does it stop by the kennels?
His vehicle does not stop by the kennels.
Keeps right on going.
Keeps right on going to Moselle Road, makes a right.
Going down to the bottom, of page 22.
It's just another data point. It's showing the approximate location of Maggie Murdaugh's phone when it was located. And at 9:08:36, it's showing 42 miles an hour on Moselle Road. And in reference, we're coming up to Godley Farm Road on Moselle Road. This is at 9:08:36.
And then we have, below that, we have a reference to a data point that you previously showed to the jury at 9:08:42.
Yep, it's going to be on the next page.
All right.
It's going to be at 9:08:42, and it's showing approximate miles per hour of 45 in reference to where the phone was found the next day.
And what's the speed on the defendant's vehicle at that point?
45 miles an hour.
And is Maggie's backlight off during this time period, this entire time period?
Her phone is locked, yes. And the backlight is off.
At 9:08:58, what do we see?
Alex Murdaugh sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Going to check on M, be right back." This shows unread in Maggie's phone.
Moving on, does Alex's phone reflect a series of calls being made?
It does.
Tell me about the first one.
First one's going to be at 9:10:47. Alex calls Buster. It shows 60 seconds long. That's based off of CDR since it's not in his phone extractions.
And that's again also missing from that entire series of events around the time of the murders that was not on Alex's extraction when it was downloaded.
That is correct. It's not in the call log.
I'll move on.
Been asked and answered.
Down at 9:12:14, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
Alex Murdaugh calls Chris Wilson. It shows 42 seconds long. That's based off his CDRs because it's not in any of his phone extractions or call log.
Connection time as well?
It does.
Moving on to page 24, we have a map. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
This is going to be an Alex Murdaugh location map from Verizon. It's going to show at 9:12:14 what tower and what sector it's pinging off of, and then at 9:18:46 what tower it's pinging off of. The red dot's going to be Moselle. The green one is going to be the Alameda property.
Moving on to the next map, is that similar information of the defendant's trip from Moselle to Alameda?
It's similar. It's just going to show you the coverage areas for each tower.
And then on page 26, what does this map reflect?
This is going to be Verizon records for CB Row. Far right, the little red dot, that's going to be Moselle. Blue dot is going to be CB Row's home in Brunson. This is just showing the cell tower data at the time frame of 9:14, 9:20, and 9:21.
And?
In 11:37 p.m. This is close to Fairfax, just for reference.
He's pinging in the arc near his home over here in Fairfax, is that right?
That is correct. The
And
home's
where's
gonna
Moselle?
Be Moselle's going to be that red dot to the right.
At 9:18:46, what if any activity is reflected on the defendant's phone?
At 9:18:46, Alex Murdaugh calls John Marvin Murdaugh. It shows 106 seconds, and that's from his CDR since it's not on either phone extraction call log.
All right, we're on page 26 now. Tell the jury quickly what this map reflects.
There's also going to be Verizon records from Alex Murdaugh's phone plotted. It's showing starting at 6:20:34 all the way to 9:46:35. It's showing from the cell tower in the sector of Alameda.
You said 6:24 or 9:20?
I'm sorry, 9:20:34.
So roughly 20-minute period at Alameda?
Roughly 20 minutes, correct.
Moving over to page 27, what is this map?
This is just going to be a zoomed-in picture from the previous one, just showing the same time frame, just showing a little bit more zoomed in from the cell tower in proximity to Alameda.
At 9:20:34, what if anything happens on the defendant's phone?
At this time, Chris Wilson calls Alex at 9:20:34. It shows for 131 seconds, and we got this data from his CDR since it does not show on either one of his extractions. And during that time, Claude CB row at 9:21:36 calls, but Alex does not answer it.
And again, his phone was pinging back at his house in Fairfax at that time period, correct?
That is correct.
We see the blue and green box. Tell the jury what's happening with Alex's Suburban at this point.
So at 21:22, which that's military time, it's going to be 9:22. Green is going to show vehicle movement, and blue is going to show transmission shifting.
And is that consistent with the OnStar data at 9:22:49 of him arriving in Alameda?
It is.
And on page 28, is that data point that you just referenced?
That is correct, 9:22:39.
Starting about 9:22, does Alex's phone reflect any step activity?
It does, 9:22:39 to 9:32:14. We're showing approximately 195 steps taken on his phone.
At 9:24:13, what, if anything, does the defendant phones reflect?
He calls Libby Murdaugh, which would be his mom, shows 20 seconds long. That's from his CDRs because it's not on either phone extraction.
And that would be the landline at Alameda?
That is correct.
After that, is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:26:06 p.m.
And then at 9:31:44, is that the first backlight activity on Maggie's phone since that time period you testified earlier about 9:07?
That is correct.
At 9:34, around that same time, is there any communication on Maggie's phone around the time of that backlight activity?
There is at 9:34:14. Rogan Gibson sends an iMessage to Maggie Murdaugh saying, tell Paul to call me. And that shows unread.
Never read?
Never read.
Do we also have backlight activity associated with a missed call to Maggie's phone?
We do at 9:34:20.
Up here at 9:34 to 9:36:20, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone backlight. Is that backlight off?
That's going to be backlight off.
Just the off is missing from the words?
That is correct.
9:35 to 9:45, 10-minute period. Is there any activity on Alex's phone?
It's showing approximately 60 steps taken on his phone during that time frame. And also, as you see on the right-hand side, Paul and Maggie's phones are locked. It's referenced with the lines and the color coordination on the right-hand side.
And those lines have been continuing through the past few pages?
They've been continuing, correct.
We have some orange and purple boxes. Quickly tell the jury what those are.
So the orange color is going to be that system startup from previous testimony from Falkowski. And then the pink is going to be engine running propulsion.
All right. And is there another missed call from Rogan to Paul?
There is at 9:42:17. There's a missed call. And then we have Alex's Suburban showing a device connection at 9:42:49, which is consistent with the data.
All right.
Telemetry.
Suburban's leaving Alameda around this time?
That is correct, 9:43:18. We show it starting at 2 miles an hour.
We have some additional telemetry consistent with him leaving.
We do.
Is there any activity on Maggie's phone at this point?
So at 9:44:04 to 9:45:04, it shows that her backlight was off.
And is there a missed call associated with that backlight activity, or around the same time?
Yes. Maggie Murdaugh received a call from, it's going to show as PA in the phone extraction, which is it's Alex's number, and it shows missed.
And was that call missing from Alex's phone extraction?
It was missing from both phone extractions.
Going down to 9:46:35, what, if any, activity do you see?
It shows that Alex Murdaugh called Paul Murdaugh. It shows 18 seconds long. That's with the connection time. And that is based off of Alex's CDRs. It does not show in either extractions.
9:47:23, what do we see, if anything?
Alex sends a iMessage to Maggie stating, "Call me, babe," and that shows unread in Maggie Murdaugh's extraction.
And do we see some backlight activity around the time of that text message, that unread text message?
We do, a couple seconds.
Do we have a map here? Just generally, what does this reflect?
We do. This is going to reflect the coverage area of the cell tower between Moselle and Alameda.
And this is whose phone?
This is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone. This is going to be his Verizon records, not location data from phone.
Moving towards the direction of Moselle?
That is correct.
Additional maps consistent with that as testified to by Matt Wild?
That is correct, just showing coverage area.
At 9:52:15, what if any activity is on Alex's phone?
So at 9:52:15, Alex Murdaugh sends an iMessage to Chris Wilson saying, "Call me if up."
Just around the time where he's running 80 miles an hour?
That's correct. 9:51:43 is when we have the 80.16 mile per hour.
All right, moving over to the next page, is there any further activity?
Alex ends up receiving a call from Chris Wilson at 9:52:59. Shows 42 seconds long with connection. That is also not on either extraction. And at 9:53:55, he receives another call from Chris Wilson. Shows 123 seconds, and that is on his CDRs, but not on either phone extraction.
And then from at about 9:56:57, what if any activity do you see on Alex's phone?
So from 9:56:57 to 10:06:57, it shows that Alex Murdaugh traveled approximately 231 steps traveled during that time.
Starting at what time?
9:56:57 to 10:06:57.
Remind the jury what time the 911 call was.
It was 10:06:14.
At 9:57 and 9:58, what activities reflected on Paul's records?
So Rogan Gibson calls Paul Murdaugh, shows 4 seconds, and that's based off of CDRs. And then at 9:58:35, Rogan sends a text message to Paul stating, "Yo."
And that hits Paul's phone?
That is correct. And
it shows unread.
It shows unread from his phone extraction.
We have a bunch of green and blue boxes. Is this more telemetry data from the Suburban?
This is, the green's going to represent drives, and blue is going to represent some kind of gear shifting with the vehicle.
But the GM OnStar data reflects what, about 10 on the dot?
It reflects him pulling into the driveway at 4147 Moselle Road, the main entrance.
And where did the Suburban go first?
The Suburban went directly to the house, bottom left.
It didn't go to the kennels first, it went to the house first?
That is correct.
And what time does it arrive at the house? Or what time right there in that map? That's what, the map at the top?
That's what the time that it pulls into the driveway.
I'm sorry. 1 second. At 10:03:36 p.m., there's 2 entries around that time. Can you tell the jury what any activity you see as it relates to Maggie's phone?
So Alex Murdaugh calls Maggie Murdaugh's phone at 10:03:58, and backlight is on associated with that.
And then starting about 10:04:08, what don't we see for the time period?
So from 10:04:08 to 10:46:40, there is a gap in activity. I don't see any activity on Maggie's phone at all through the Knowledge C database.
At 10:05:06, what, if anything, does the data reflect?
It reflects Alex's Suburban leaving the main house based on the GM data.
Going over to page 35, is this one of your cast maps?
Yes, it is. It's 10:05:06, and it's showing the time the Suburban starts to leave down to the kennels.
And going to the next map, what time is that?
Next map's going to be 10:05:57. That's the arrival time at the kennels.
According to that GPS location data?
Yes, sir, from GM and OnStar.
What's that time again?
It's going to be 10:05:57.
Down at the bottom of the page, what time is the 911 call?
10:06:14.
How many seconds is that from the time the Suburban arrives at the kennels and he calls 911?
Roughly 20 seconds.
20 seconds?
That's correct.
Do you recall the defendant's statements to law enforcement shortly after the crime? That he went over and checked the bodies and that sort of thing?
I do.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
And from the moment the Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
Another call from Rogan to Paul that never be answered?
That is correct. 10:08:27, never answered.
At 10:11:54, what happens?
This is when Alex Murdaugh was on the 911 call, stated he was going to go get a gun. This was at 10:11:54. This is when the Suburban is showing leaving the kennels.
And down at the bottom of page 36, we see another map. What does that reflect?
That's going to be 10:13:54. And on the next page, it's going to show the map. That's when his Suburban left the main house going back to the kennels.
And what time does the location data reflect that the Suburban arrived back at the kennels?
10:14:30 is when it's going to reflect driving back to the kennels. Or approximately. This is when he's coming into the view of the kennels.
And then what time does the 911 call end?
So the 911 call is going to end at 10:17. And then the step data is what the 10:16:37 p.m. is referring to. That's going to be when his step data ended. I believe it was 594 steps taken.
After the 911 call, does the defendant's phone reflect any activity?
It does. It shows him calling Randy Murdaugh. It shows 16 seconds long with the connectivity time. And that's based off his CDRs. It was not found on either extraction. And then also we have a 10:18 where he's sending a text message to Randy saying, please please call me emergency.
Is there step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
There is 10:18:53 to 10:28:05. We're showing approximately 525 steps taken during that time frame.
And does Paul's backlight come on again at 10:18?
It does 10:18:08 to 10:18:20. We're showing backlight.
Was that after the 911 call had ended?
No. I'm sorry, yes. Yes, it was.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. So 10:17 is when the 911 call ended, and this would have been at 10:18:08. So this would have been right after.
And the last text that hit Paul's phone was from whom?
Rogan Gibson. I believe it said yo.
Paul's phone still hitting, of course, at the kennel location?
That is correct. This is going to be off of his iPhone location data.
And where was Paul's phone found again, according to your knowledge of the investigation?
It was found on Paul's rear end, facing out.
Top of page 39, we have a map. What does that reflect?
This is going to reflect Verizon records for Alex Murdaugh, starting at 10:19 all the way to 11:18, and it's just showing the sector it was pinging off of, and that's in the area of Moselle Road.
All right, and we have a range of times there from the 10-ish hour to the 11-ish hour p.m. with Alex phone being there.
That is correct.
Does Alex's phone reflect a couple of calls that were not on his extraction but in the CDRs?
It does.
To what people?
It's going to be to Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin, and then Rogan Gibson, and then Christy.
At 10:20:08, what, if any, activity does Paul's phone reflect?
So Paul's phone shows a display on screen auto lock. It's been locked. It's just documenting a auto lock.
Display on auto lock?
Mm-hmm.
And now auto lock can be consistent with what, according to your understanding?
According to my understanding is that auto lock could be it doesn't recognize like a face, so it automatically locks, or it could be just hitting like on the iPhone the power button on the side.
And what was the last text that hit Paul's phone again? Who was it from?
Rogan Gibson.
And what does the defendant do just seconds later?
Calls Rogan Gibson.
Was that on the Dillon Hightower extraction?
It was not on the Dillon Hightower extraction or the second one.
You mentioned before that there was a group text about Mr. Randolph's health. And when did the defendant finally read that text?
The following day, so that would be June 8th, 2021.
At 10:22:09, was there a text that the defendant read?
There was. 10:22:09, he received a group text message from Michael Gunn and a few people saying she brought the heat from Miami boys, and it was read the same night at 10:38:42 p.m. An associated picture is below.
The 10:24 and the 10:25 hours, what, if anything, does the defendant's phone reflect?
Alex tries to call Rogan, and then he sends an iMessage stating, "Call me." And then he attempts to do a FaceTime, and this is going to be the first log that we see on his phone records is going to be this FaceTime call with Rogan on his extraction for the day of June 7th, 2021.
Multiple attempts to contact Rogan, huh?
That's correct.
And what time does law enforcement arrive on the scene?
Approximately 10:25 is when the first deputy arrived on scene.
10:25?
That's correct.
We see step activity around this time on Alex's phone?
We do. So we had a group of step activity end at 10:28:54, and then we had a new group start at 10:28:54 that goes to 10:37:27. It's showing 320 steps traveled approximately.
And does the defendant's phone reflect any phone activity after that?
It reflects at 10:29:17 a call to Randy that shows answered 42 seconds long. That's also not on the extraction. And then a FaceTime with Rogan at 10:30:31 that does show on the extraction.
That was attempted FaceTime?
That's correct. I believe in previous testimony Rogan said he was asleep during the time.
Moving on to page 41.
This is going to be a Paul Murdaugh Verizon Records. This is just going to show the the tower and then just the location, and you can see Moselle Road within it. This is a 10:34 time period.
Is there a display on activity on Paul's phone, but also a phone call from Nolan Tootin around that time?
That is correct. Correct. Around 10:34, it's showing display on, and then a Nolan Tootin phone call.
And then finally, what time does Paul's phone finally die?
Paul's phone finally dies at 10:34:24 p.m. on June 7th, 2021.
Almost 2 hours after the kennel video?
That is correct.
Maggie's phone stays locked until when?
The following day, June 8th, around 1:10 p.m. when the investigators find it.
When the investigators find it.
That is correct.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. We're almost done, and everybody's hungry. Show you what's been marked as 523. If you're to this trial, states 523. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And tell the jury just where that's from, please.
This is going to be a text message I retrieved from one of the Cellbrite extraction reports. It's going to be from Paul to Alex.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 523 into evidence.
Your Honor, we would renew the previous objections. Have no additional objections. Or 403.
I see the exhibit.
I'm going to show 523. And this is a text from which person to which person?
So this is going to be from Paul Murdaugh, and it's going to be it says voicemail. That's going to refer to Alex. This is obtained from his phone. It's going to be the owner. So that's going to be Paul to Alex.
What's the date?
The date is going to be May 6, 2021 at 10:52:13 a.m.
And what does it say?
It says, I am still in EB because when you get here, we need to talk. Mom found several bags of pills in your computer bag. And this is again from Paul to Alex on May 6.
States 553. See if you recognize this exhibit.
Okay. I do.
Tell me what that is.
This is going to be some searched items that I obtained from Maggie Murdaugh's extraction report.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 553, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Admit it.
And tell the jury what this exhibit is, please.
So this is going to be Google searches. Far left, you're going to have a timestamp. The source, which is going to be Safari, that's for Apple. And then the value is going to be the searched item. And on May 26, 2021 at 11:21 p.m., Maggie searched green gel pill P30. She also searched 11:20 p.m. Green gel pill P30, white pill 30 on one side RP, and if you look to the right, you're going to see a column that says deleted. That one is showing yes has been deleted, and then if we go down to row number 4, it's going to be May 6, 2021 from Safari, white pill 30 on one side RP, and that's also shown deleted. Could you slide it down just a little bit? I just want to make sure there's not another entry. Okay.
Show you what's been marked as Stage 556 and see if you recognize this exhibit.
I do.
And tell just generally what is this?
This is going to be a text message thread between Alex Murdaugh and Russell Lafitte.
And at the time, where did Russell Lafitte work again, to your understanding?
Palmetto State Bank.
And Your Honor, this time I would offer States 556, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections beyond the 403, 404 objections previously ruled upon.
See the exhibit.
Right. I'm going to put States 556 up on the screen. And again, tell the people on this text and the time and what it says.
So this is going to be a text from voicemail, which is going to be Alex Murdaugh's phone, to Russell Lafitte. It was sent on June 3rd, 2021 at 3:22 p.m. This is from Alex stating, "I need to extend farm credit line another $600,000. My dad will sign also if needed. How much turnaround will that take?" And again, that's from Alex to Russell Lafitte on June 3rd, 2021.
show you two final exhibits, states 554 and 555, and you recognize those?
I do.
And where were those found?
These are found from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction.
Your Honor, this time I do offer 554 and 555 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Okay. They're admitted.
States 554, who is that?
It's going to be Maggie Murdaugh and her sister.
States 555, who is that?
It's going to be Buster Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Paul Murdaugh.
Thank you, Special Agent. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch now for an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. Please do not discuss your testimony during lunch. And we'll be in recess.
All right.
What the state was going to, pulling up the financial stuff. I still not fully understanding that. But like you said, probably the most crucial thing I heard this morning was the aspect of this new data of when the car arrived down at the kennels and when that 911 tape was placed. Talking about that 20 seconds where Alec has on numerous occasions in his interviews said that he went down, checked the bodies, checked pulses on both of these victims, and then the 911 call was placed. 20 seconds, you've just discovered your wife and son brutally murdered, and in 20 seconds you have the wherewithal to check both of the bodies and call the 911 tapes after the car is put in park, or what that data showed. That was probably the most damning piece I heard so far this morning.
Yeah, and is that, people put themselves through that position. He's come on this for the first time, right? He doesn't know what's going on. And so that 20 seconds is ridiculous. So my question becomes, because I'm skeptical, how unassailable is that information about, not the 911 call, I'll give them that. That's well recorded and well documented, but the arrival of the car based on the GM records?
Yeah, I mean, like we said, we're talking about a short time frame. You just discovered the most horrific thing you've ever seen. There's going to be that period, most people would assume, of absolute shock and awe, where you're processing what in the world is going on. And again, 20 seconds is just a short amount of time.
But what if, that assumes the car info is correct. What if it's wrong? What if it's off by a minute? I'm just looking for something that corroborates that, because at this point, it's the only information that pinpoints the arrival at the kennels.
No, you're right. And again, so the state has based this, we've got a completely circumstantial case here that we all know. We have no physical evidence. The state is doing everything they can to place him there and to show this. Again, technology fails. And we know this. I've seen this in investigations over and over again. We can't solely rely on technology. And I was hoping, by the end of today, when the state rests, that we were going to have some more solid evidence on this. I'll be honest. I've said it before. I don't want to be a jury on this case. This is a lot to process and really piece together. I was hoping for something a little bit more stronger, and we haven't seen that.
Let me ask you one more question about another area that they just briefly touched on at the very end of this witness's direct examination. And that was what appears to be, in May, Maggie Murdaugh's researching pills based on their color and any identifying letters on those pills. I'm assuming that's going to go toward the prosecution's argument that she was now suspicious of his drug use, that maybe that was something he didn't want her to find out, or she found out about it and confronted him. What's your take on the importance of the meds in this case and the opioid addiction that we're hearing about? And before you answer, I did a little research on these pills for oxycodone. You know, the street value is anywhere from $5 to $80, depending on the strength. You know, you can get them in 5 milligram, you can get them in 80 milligram. Let's say it's $80 a pill. He's saying he's spending 50 grand a week giving Cousin Eddie money to get his pills. That's 625 pills. That's 90 pills a day. So, in your experience, is that even realistic, that somebody addicted to opioids is taking 90 pills a day?
In my experience, if it was 90 pills a day, Alex Murdaugh would not have been there very long, on this earth very long. Kind of going back on the opioid addiction, I know that many commentators have been talking about, again, this pill addiction doesn't prove murder or anything like that. I agree. But in my background in law enforcement, I also know, and it's important to say that people who are addicted to prescription pills and are under the influence of opioids do crazy things and do wild things in stressful times. So again, could he have been in his right state of mind during this? Maybe not. I have seen people who were successful businessmen here in the upstate of South Carolina get hooked on opioid pills and be living on the streets a short time later. So again, did Maggie discover this and all of a sudden now her wheels are turning of, oh my gosh, what's going on? Possibly, I don't know.
Yeah, and there really isn't much evidence that he was debilitated to the degree you might expect if he has an opioid addiction to the degree you would have to spend that kind of money. Or, to your point, could he even survive if he's really taken that many pills? It's fascinating. One of the many reasons we are engrossed in this case here. Chad, good stuff. Stand by. We're going to take a break. I do believe that Anjanette Levy is queuing up to take us into the world of the lunchtime Q&A. So stay where you are. We will be right back.
Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are in the lunch break in the state of South Carolina versus Alex Murdaugh in his double murder trial, accused, of course, of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th of 2021. As we do every lunch hour, we are going to be taking your questions. So submit them to us on Twitter, Facebook, and in our YouTube chat, and we will get to as many of them as we can. And joining me to help do that is Chad Ayers. He is a retired sheriff's deputy from the Greenville County Sheriff's Office down there in South Carolina, and Michael Bryant, Law and Crime host and also an attorney. So thanks, guys, for being with us as always. We heard some interesting testimony this morning, pretty tedious, going through the timeline of Maggie and Alex and Paul's cell phones the night of the homicide. Sprinkle in now the OnStar data, the GPS movements from that of Alex Murdaugh's vehicle. A very tight timeline when we're talking about riding around with Paul, the dinner, the nap that looks like it may not have occurred. And then we have these bombshells at the end, which we kind of already knew a little bit about this. Paul knowing about his father's drug use and Maggie being suspicious about it. So what do you think the prosecution's trying to say here at the end of the state's case regarding the drug use, the money, and Alex Murdaugh and his family, Chad?
Yeah, that was kind of surprising to me because it's no secret. We know that Alex has a pill problem, a pill addiction. He has no money to himself, a well-known attorney that his friends say, hey, Alex had more money than I had. His best friend says that. So is he just trying to connect the dots and show that all of a sudden Alex was in a panic? There's all this information coming out with him stealing money from his firm, the information that Maggie possibly discovered a bag of pills, and that now she knows he's got a pill addiction, and then his son covers for him. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, and for the state just to kind of turn it over for cross at that point, I'm kind of confused about that, honestly.
Michael, what do you think Creighton Waters is doing here? Where is he going with this? We've already heard testimony that Paul was the little detective. It was his job to kind of keep on Alex to make sure he was behaving. This is what his aunt said in her testimony. We know he didn't have any money. We know that was happening. So are they trying to say it's this combination of everything? His drug use, his wife knowing about it, being on his case about it. He doesn't have any money. I mean, where do you think they're heading with this?
I think this witness was kind of a catch-all witness. They could get a little from column A, a little from column B, a little column C, and then they'll be able to weave that into the closing argument. I don't know if it's going to work, but I think that's the concept. Use this guy as much as they can for as many bits and pieces as they can, and that'll help them tell the jury the narrative that they want to tell. And I think the most important stuff this guy had to talk about was the pills and the timeline of the car, the SUV, the 2021 Suburban, being driven from the kennels where Alex Murdaugh never was at or about 9:06, and then to the return about an hour later, 10:06, and what happened along the way. Slowed down about where they found Maggie's phone and was hitting the road at a pretty good clip, 80. Come on, that's not really all that much in a rural area, but I guess based on his average travel times, it was a lot. So I think those bits and pieces are all going to be woven together to support the two motives. I see two motives now. One is the financial crush of this family caused by Alex Murdaugh, and the drugs. If he can, I think that's even a better motive, Anjanette, that if he can show, the prosecution can show that Maggie and the family were so upset about this drug use and he needed to keep that quiet, I think that's a little better motive than just the money that was not a direct connection to the family. That's just my thought, and I think they're going to use it.
And we've talked so much about this. I mean, $50,000 a week in pills. I just don't see that he's using all those pills, Chad. I'm really sorry. I just don't. That is not, recreational or dependent drug use. I mean, what do you think of this? I mean, do you think there was more to what was going on with him and cousin Eddie than just, oh, this is the guy who I get pills from?
No, like I said, a little bit ago, if you're consuming $50,000 of opioids a week by yourself, you're not going to be around. I don't think you're going to make it through a day. So again, did he feel that pressure? I think so. I do not think, and no one's going to be able to convince the jury that this guy was using $50,000 of opioids a day. So was he possibly involved in a bigger scheme with Cousin Eddie? Was the high prominent attorney from down there an actual facilitator or a drug dealer? Maybe. Sure sounds like it after what I just heard.
Yeah, it really does. And, I've kind of gotten some messages for people. I don't want to go into the detail of what these messages say, but there's a lot going on there. And he owned an island and some property with somebody who I guess was a drug dealer at one point in time. That was kind of testified to in court, so we already knew that part. Let's get to some of the questions now from the viewers. The first one, Mary J. from YouTube, and Michael, I'll send this one to you. Where is the phone call with his brother while cop was talking to him? Did he really talk to his brother? That's a good question. I don't remember seeing that. I thought I saw something on the timeline. There was a lot going on there. But Michael, did you recall seeing this text or the phone call with Randy Murdaugh? Because we know he's on the body camera video saying, oh, it's really bad, you got to come here.
Yeah, I know they talked about a couple of those different calls, and you're right, it's a lot that they've been laying out for us. So he did have a conversation with him. I'm not sure if this witness pinpointed it on the timeline, but certainly the jury has heard about it. And all of this happened after the fact, so what's it important for? Primarily the demeanor of Alex Murdaugh. Did he act on that interruption call, I will call it, like you would expect that he would under the circumstances?
Yeah, I don't know, but there was something too about an emergency text, like, hey, there's an emergency, call me too. So I recall hearing that specifically. This is a good one, Chad, because people like you and I, we know what all these terms mean, because we cover this stuff, and obviously you're a retired law enforcement officer, so you used to do this stuff. Jill Bean 10 from YouTube asks, what's extraction? So just really rudimentary stuff here. Explain what an extraction is when it comes to all of this data.
Sure. So on any of these devices, your iPad, your computer, your cell phone, the OnStar, the vehicle information, anything with that technology, they are able to hook to a computer system, extract the data from that. And that's where we are getting the estimated speeds, when the car was turned on, the location changes on the phone, steps, things like that. So again, there's a lot of programs out there that available to law enforcement that they use to pull data and information off of any of these types of electronic devices. I'll be honest, even coming from a background in law enforcement, through this trial, it's blown my mind how much data can actually be extracted from your device. I knew about the main things that could be taken off, and I knew about steps and location, but changes on your screen, how you're holding your phone, all the backlight coming on that we heard about today. I did not know about all of that. So anything that you do on these devices is being recorded.
Right, Cellbrite. We've heard a lot about Cellbrite. So basically, I go like this with my phone, and if you run one of these Cellbrite things on my phone, it's going to show that I did that. So I get up and go get a drink or something of water, it's going to show I took some steps. This is a really good question, Michael. I like this question a lot. Cody Van Winkle from YouTube. Does anyone know why Cousin Eddie didn't shoot more than once? I mean, he didn't get the job done. We know that he was on the Today Show after this happened saying, hey, if I was supposed to kill him, I wouldn't have missed. I mean, he literally said that in an interview on the Today Show. So why didn't Cousin Eddie shoot more than once if the whole object of the exercise is to take out Alex Murdaugh?
Cousin Eddie's a little odd. So, remember this big plot came together pretty quickly. And it was almost like, okay, we're going to meet down the road. Here's the gun. I'm going to be pulled off to the side of the road up here where I get a flat. And of course, he had to give himself the flat. And then, Cousin Eddie comes along, and who knows if he twitched or if Murdaugh moved his head, or if there was really never a plan to kill him just to make it look like there was an attempt. We don't really know. And it doesn't look like we're going to hear from Cousin Eddie. I don't know, maybe we will on the defense case, because I understand that he's kind of afraid for his life. But I don't think there's a good answer here, because I don't think you're dealing with a normal person. So maybe he had regrets, this is stupid. I'm going to kill this guy. No, I'm not going to do that. I missed once. I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, maybe so. I don't know if we'll ever know the full truth of what went on out there. Obviously, the prosecution didn't want to call him because they haven't called him. Will the defense call him? I don't know. I mean, probably not, but maybe they will. We just don't know. I actually was talking with somebody, a lawyer who knows Dick Harpootlian pretty well last night, and he's like, maybe we'll see Cousin Eddie. I'm like, okay, so I'll be waiting here to see. And yes, you're right. Amy Zimmerchek, the lawyer for Cousin Eddie, told me yesterday morning she was at the jail with him because she feared for his safety, and he's in protective custody. So there's a lot going on there. Keep your questions coming to us because we have to take a quick commercial break, so stay with us. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for being with us as we take your questions during the lunch hour here in Alex Murdaugh's double murder trial. It was an interesting morning in the courtroom. A lot of data points discussed, GPS locations, times of calls, a lot of things we've already seen before, but there's some new location and data from Alex Murdaugh's SUV that we are hearing about as well, and it's on these diagrams and graphs that are being presented to the jury through a special agent from SLED who's been on the stand for much of the morning. So let's check in with Gigi McKelvey. She is with us now here on the lunch break. And Gigi, I'm wondering what you thought of the testimony from Agent Radolfsky. He was able to, you know, put more information out there, kind of color the picture a little bit more for us. And then we had that kind of information toward the end about Paul alerting his father that, hey, Mom found your stash. She's pretty upset. Give me a call.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I think it definitely raised a lot of red flags in some areas, specifically after he arrives at the kennels and then less than a minute later is calling 911, which it's kind of hard to imagine him going to check on two bodies 30 yards apart and then getting back in the car and calling 911. The jury is so invested in this, leaning forward. I don't think I've seen anybody take their eyes either off the witness, the prosecutor, or the screen. I think this is kind of a really strong way to wrap this up, which is to put that timeline just in fine detail that really shows that Alec wasn't being very honest about a lot of stuff, including when did he take the ride with Paul and take a nap.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much time for nap between what we're talking about is dinner, because he said clearly that they ate dinner and he took a nap. He stayed at the house. So I'm putting all those times together and I'm like, okay, where's dinner? Because we know the coroner said, the pathologist said that Paul and Maggie ate the same food, according, it looked like similar contents from what she could tell. The stuff at the end, though, with the drugs, Gigi, did that strike you at all? We had already heard that Paul was referred to as the little detective because he was supposed to keep Alec in check or keep an eye on him to make sure he wasn't doing the pills. And obviously, the month before the homicides, Maggie's searching for this stuff after she finds the bags of pills. She's looking into it.
Yeah, I think that was huge because it shows that Paul and Maggie both had kind of teamed up and were keeping him in check with finding drugs and his drug use. So I think that, to me, is a much better motive to put forth than just, hey, the finances were coming down. This was to buy some sympathy or time. But I thought that was really significant. But it also just adds one more proven element to the jury, which is there was so much going on for Alec, and he might have had more than one reason to kill them.
And it makes you wonder, what was anything discussed about this? Did anything come up about that evening? That's kind of what I want to know. We will never know, and that's a really sad thing. We just don't know. Let's get to some of our viewer questions now. Joy Cannabis from Twitter asks, why it take a minute from end of emergency call to phone first brother? I don't know. Chad, what's your take on that? I could see maybe you're just distraught and figuring out what you got to do next.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you just witnessed or rolled up on your wife and son brutally murdered, and you hang up 911. There's going to be a time of processing, an extended period of time of processing what the heck's going on. Law enforcement's on the way, or they just arrived. But sure, there will be a time where you kind of gather yourself and realize, okay, I need to start calling family members and get someone here, to help comfort me. Like Alex saying that he called his brother to come down there and texted him, it's an emergency, call me. So again, the 1 minute doesn't really bother me too much or raise any red flags to me. I think that I've said it all the time, we all process and handle stress differently. Some people freeze. Some people are completely sobbing. Mm-hmm. Some people are in a quietness and a shock and awe type of thing. So again, that doesn't really bother me too much.
I think the more bothersome amount of time is the fact, when he arrived back at Moselle, the time from, pulling up and arriving, having to go check and find. You would think you would have to actually find there was some lights on, but you'd have to find Paul and Maggie. You'd have to figure out where they were, and then trying to check both of their pulses, trying to turn Paul over, all that stuff. So that to me is the more concerning time frame than the call between 911 and the call to Randy Murdaugh. Let's get to another question. Do Guzzler from YouTube asks, will AM have to take the stand after what was brought to light today? Michael Bryant, Alex Murdaugh is the only one that can explain some of these things, why he's at the kennels when he says he's not. Does this force his hand?
You know, every time we hear something that makes it sound worse for the defendant, you start to rethink that question. Well, you know, is it going to be better if he takes the stand and tries to explain those things? Will his attorneys, try and sit on him? Obviously, the ultimate decision is Alex Murdaugh's. He wants to take the stand. He's going to take the stand. And the real question becomes, in his mind, does he have to get up there to clarify these things? Or is he so arrogant that he's like, they got nothing on me. I'm Teflon. Nothing sticks to me. I'm good. We just don't know. And I don't think the defense even knows what that decision is and won't until toward the end of their case.
Yeah, and you may very well be right. It could be a game time decision. I can't imagine they haven't discussed this up until this point. I would think they would have had to have said to him at some point in time, I can't imagine you wait till now to get him in a room and do a mock cross-examination. I would hoped you would have done that months before, but what do I know? Snow Lake Duck from Twitter asks, why take Maggie's phone and throw it but leaves Paul's? Could that be indicative of two people? Thank you. That's a great question. Gigi, I want to know what your thoughts are on that, because I was thinking that too. If you did this and it's one person, you're Alec, why are you taking Maggie's phone and tossing it and not Paul's? When you're saying it popped out of his pocket or whatever, it doesn't make any sense to me. If you take both phones, you have the possibility of making it look like a robbery.
Yeah, that's just one of those things I do not understand. And it does kind of push that second person narrative with that timeline of when, he left Moselle and when the phone has that orientation change. But then we also heard that the orientation change, based on the type of software that she had or the version, movement would not have just caused that orientation change if it had been tossed. Mm-hmm. So it's very confusing, and I think a lot of people still sort of think about that two-person theory even now, even though there hasn't been anything else other than us assuming to indicate that. I do think it's a possibility, though.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I forgot about that little tidbit that came out the other day where they said that if you toss the phone because of the iOS she had, the operating system, it wouldn't have done the orientation change. So that was good to bring that up again. Thank you. Liz Ann from YouTube, was Maggie's phone tossed before Alex left for Mom's? It doesn't sound like that's what the prosecution thinks. I'll just handle that right now. It sounds like the prosecution contends that he likely slowed down, tossed it out the window, and then accelerated. That's their theory. So it'll be up to the jury to say whether or not that was what happened. Timmy Baum from YouTube, where was Maggie's phone? It wasn't far away, was it, Chad Ayers? The location of Maggie's phone compared to Moselle.
No, it wasn't far away at all. And I don't have the exact numbers, but I think it was something like a quarter mile away, maybe. And then this morning's testimony talking about the vehicle speeds, and that right around that area is where the car slowed down just a little bit and then sped back up. I think that's kind of, when do you slow down? If you're going at a certain speed and all of a sudden you slow down and accelerate, most people when they drive, you kind of stay at a constant speed on a straightaway road unless something runs out in front of you or causes you to brake. So I thought that was very interesting, data that was plotted out this morning.
It was pretty interesting. Dawn Marie from Facebook, if Alex is found not guilty of killing his wife and son, could he be charged with conspiracy to commit murders of them, or would that fall under double jeopardy? That's a great question, Michael.
Yeah, I think generally that's going to be a double jeopardy unless there's a whole different core of operative facts that are different. It's going to be a merger type crime. If you're charged with conspiracy and the act, those merge at the time of either a conviction or an acquittal. So that would not be a problem for him.
All right. Well, let's take a listen to a little bit of the testimony from earlier today involving Special Agent Radolfsky. He's the person who really kind of put this presentation together, the timeline information with now that OnStar GPS data sprinkled in to really solidify and cement the state's timeline as it's presented to the jury. So let's take a listen.
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to be the arrival into Moselle. This is showing 10 o'clock on the dot, showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot?
That is correct.
And slide 47?
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock. This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right. Slide 48. Tell the jury about the calculations reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Alameda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during that drive was at 9:51, 43 seconds, was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52 miles an hour during that drive.
Is that average speed going to also, though, include that minute where the car paused at the driveway in Alameda?
That's correct.
The top speed was what?
80.16 miles an hour.
And tell the jury what this represents.
This is going to be a timestamp of 10:05:06 p.m. and this is showing Alex Murdaugh leaving for the kennels.
And where's the dot on this particular slide?
The dot's going to be on the bottom towards the middle, right by the house.
Moving on to slide 50, tell me what this represents.
This is also showing the drive over to the kennels. The timestamp of this is 10:05:39.
And where's the arrow?
The arrow is going to be on the bottom. You can kind of see it by the field.
All right, going on to slide 51, what does this represent?
This is just saying the max speed was obtained 28 miles an hour at 10:05:49 during that trip.
Okay. And then slide 52.
This is showing the Suburban arriving at the kennels, 10:05:57 p.m.
And backing up still on slide 52, can you remind the jury, and we'll talk more about this with the timeline in a minute, but generally what time was the 911 call?
10:06. I do not know the seconds.
All right. And to your recollection, during the 911 call, did the defendant say he was returning back to the residence during that 911 call?
He did.
All right, and so we're on slide 53. What does this reflect?
This would be him heading back to the house around 10:11:54.
All right, slide 54.
This is just also showing him driving back to the house at 10:12:18 p.m.
Slide 55.
It's just another slide at 10:12:30 p.m. showing 32 miles an hour.
And where's the dot?
The dot is going to be on the bottom, and it's going to be on the main drive to the house.
Slide 56.
This is going to be at 10:13:54 showing 2 miles an hour, and it's right next to the house.
All right, slide 57.
This is just showing on that max speed from going from the kennels back to the house was at 10:12:19, and the Suburban reached 35.78 miles an hour approximately.
Slide 58.
This is just showing the drive back down to the kennels. This is during the 911 call at 10:14:30 p.m., showing approximately 24 miles an hour.
And then the final slide in this exhibit, what is that?
This is just showing the max speed at 10:14:25 of 30 miles an hour during that drive.
Does that complete your placing of those GM OnStar data points into the CAS program and these slides that you relayed to the jury?
It does.
Okay, so that was Agent Radolfsky talking about the timeline of when Alex Murdaugh returned to Moselle from Alameda and then called 911. Very tight timeline there as he arrives back, goes to the house, then to the kennels, and calls 911. We are going to take a quick break. During that time, keep your questions coming to us, and we will answer them when we come back. You are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are taking your questions in the trial of Alex Murdaugh. We'll get right to it because we've got a lot coming in, and they're always great questions. Silas Stingy from YouTube asks, Gigi, what was Buster's demeanor during this testimony? I know you're sitting behind him. Could you see his reactions at all, or see any type of reaction from the family?
Buster was very stoic and his face got very red, and it looked like he was hiding back emotion at the very end where they show those two pictures of Maggie with her sister and then with the boys. So just, yeah, very stoic. The whole family really just has been looking straight sometimes, looking at the screen. I'm sure is super hard for all of them to hear about those final moments, at least what the phone tells.
Exactly, and it makes you wonder if the wheels are turning at all. What has Alex Murdaugh told them in the past about all of this? We just don't know the answers to those things. Let's get to another question. Bill Daly from YouTube. Did the police find any fingerprints on Maggie's phone when it was found on the side of the road? We heard some testimony about that earlier, Chad Ayers. So did they find any prints on Maggie's phone?
Honestly, I might have missed that. I don't know if they did or not. But even if they did find, Alex's fingerprints on there, a defense can eat that, up all day, saying, "Hey, it's his wife's phone. She showed him a video, a YouTube video. Look at this picture." My significant other, my fingerprints would probably be on there as well. Just handling phones.
Right.
Hey, can you grab my phone and hand it to it? So, again, I missed that. I'm not sure if they actually found it or not.
Yeah, there weren't any prints, and they talked a lot about how prints are fragile and things like that. Obviously, leaving prints on a phone would be pretty easy to do, but no prints. We've got about a minute left, guys, so let's get to some more questions. Sharon B. from YouTube, why no details regarding AM's phone from 8:09 to 9:02? Michael?
From 8:09 to 9:02. Well, what was he doing? Maybe he was a little busy then. It's unclear. You could argue that he was either napping or prepping to and then killing somebody. The missing information doesn't help us really figure it out.
No, it doesn't. Was Maggie really working with a forensic accountant to track their money? If that is true, shouldn't the accountant have testified to show she was preparing for divorce? This is from Andy H. from YouTube. Gigi, I'll toss that one to you really quickly because we've only got about 30 seconds left here.
Yeah, no, it's something that's been floated around out there, but nothing that's been substantiated throughout the course of the trial. So either it didn't happen or they're just not going to go there. But I think if it had, we would have heard about it. So maybe just one of those rumors.
I definitely think we would have heard that forensic accountant up on the stand. Well, Gigi, we are going to let you go so you can go grab a bite to eat and get back into court. But Chad and Michael and I will still be here after the break. So everybody stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy. You're watching Law&Crime. Keep the questions coming. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are taking your questions. It's the lunch hour in Alex Murdaugh's double murder trial. So keep those questions coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, and on Facebook. We'll get to as many of them as we can. We want to play some testimony, though, that was from earlier today from a Senior Special Agent Kelly. He was the lead agent on the roadside shooting incident involving Alex Murdaugh and cousin Eddie Smith, who I guess the state is not calling as a witness. We didn't think they would. We kept hearing they might, but we're at the end of the state's case, and so we will not be hearing from cousin Eddie, at least in the state's case. But he talked about, on cross-examination this morning, this whole thing with cousin Eddie and Alex Murdaugh. Alex Murdaugh, of course, claiming that he had cousin Eddie shoot him in the head, which is insane. But he was cross-examined about talking to Alex Murdaugh in the hospital in Savannah about what happened and the fact that he had barbiturates and opiates in his system. So let's listen to this exchange between Dick Harpootlian and Senior Special Agent Kelly.
All right, going back to the question that I asked, when you interviewed, and I'm just asking these particular questions, when you interviewed the defendant on September 4th, that was the day of the roadside shooting, correct?
Correct.
Did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody in any way?
He was not in custody.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He responded appropriately and consistently to the answers to my questions that were given on the 911 and on the to Hampton County deputies.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
Yes.
And did he respond appropriately to the subject matter of those questions?
Yes.
When you interviewed him on September 6th, he was still in the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that time, did he voluntarily agree to talk to you?
Yes.
Was he in custody at any point?
He was not.
Did he respond appropriately to your questions?
He did.
Did he appear to understand your questions?
He understood the questions and, again, gave consistent responses to the interviews from September 4th, from the 911 call, and from the video from the ambulance.
All right. And his answers related appropriately to the subject matter of your questions?
Yes, the side of the road.
And did I indicate to you, or did anybody indicate to you in detox, you need an uninterrupted period to get off the drug?
I believe that is what you explained to me.
Okay. And that he wouldn't be competent to communicate until he'd been, there was some hospital records, maybe I walked away. He would not be competent to speak with you until the doctor said he was competent, right?
On the morning of, on the September 4th incident, he consumed opioids that morning. He was not detoxing or coming off those drugs. He did not appear to be under the influence of any narcotics. When we met with him in the hospital, he was on his cell phone, he was walking, he was talking, he was coherent. He was the victim of a crime, the only witness that we were aware of for that crime, so we obtained a statement from him so he could tell us what happened.
You would concede he'd been shot in the head. I don't want to plow old ground, but he had a head wound, fractured skull.
Objection asked and answered.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you ask a doctor if he was competent to speak with you?
Again, those medical records, the doctors would not.
That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you talked to a doctor and said, is he competent to talk to us? Did you do that?
Mr. Harpootlian.
Would you just say yes or no, and we can move on?
I'd like to ask the witness allowed to answer the question and object to the form.
Let me answer the question, yes or no.
Could you repeat the question?
Did you speak to one of his physicians or any medical personnel and ask them if he was competent to speak with you in the hospital?
I did not.
Okay. Now let's look at part of the records that are in evidence. And there was drug testing done on this day, correct?
Again, they did not discuss with me his medical records. Mr. Harpootlian, they didn't talk to me about his medical records.
And you didn't ask them, did you?
Did
you ask them?
The testing that was
Did you ask them?
We did not ask to discuss specific aspects of Mr. Murdaugh's medical condition. We had to subpoena the records with a court order to have access to them.
So
we will not discuss openly his medical records with us.
Did you ask a doctor? That's repetitive. But if you had asked a doctor, they would have told you, according to these records, that he was positive for barbiturates and positive for opioids, would they not?
They would have told us.
Objection sustained.
Were you, according to the records that are in evidence, were you aware that he was on opioids and he had a positive test for opioids and benzos?
Once we have subpoenaed...
Would you please answer the yes or no?
Once we got the records,
Would
we
you
learned...
answer yes or no?
Your Honor, I would object to him badgering the witness. The witness is entitled to answer the question.
You may respond as you see fit. Go ahead.
At the time of September 4th, we did not ask the medical doctors or the medical professionals any information about his condition because they would not discuss it with us. So if I had asked, they would not have discussed it. So we did not ask. When we obtained the medical records through court order, we were able to review them and learn after the fact the diagnosis.
Would you still, if you'd had the medical records, would you have still gone forward with questioning, knowing he had opioids and benzodiazepines in his blood system?
At that point, he was a victim of a crime. He was the only witness to a shooting that we were currently investigating. I would have asked those questions, and when I found that they were consistent with the two other statements he had already given, it would have allowed us to move forward with the investigation.
All right, I have some thoughts after watching that, but I want to know what Michael Bryant and Chad Ayers think about it. I thought it was a pretty simple yes or no question. Did you ask the doctors if he was, okay to talk with us? Chad, what are your thoughts on that?
I think the agent Kelly did a great job, though, trying to lay out that foundation of saying, hey, look, at the time we met with him, he was a victim of a crime, not a suspect in the crime. He was acting normal. He seemed like he understood everything. And again, falling back on, they have to get a court order to get any type of medical records or showing that he's under the influence of these types of pills, which takes a little bit of time. So again, I think, Mr. Harpootlian did a great job, on redirect on this, asking those questions. But again, in law enforcement, we also have a process we have to follow as well.
I mean, look, he might have been a victim of a crime in that case, but he was a red-hot target, a suspect in the double murder case. So, Michael, what did you think of that? I mean, it is a pretty simple question. Did you ask the doctors, is it okay if we talk with them or whatever? What are your thoughts as an attorney on that whole exchange there?
Well, the first part was okay. That did you find out whether he was competent to talk to you before you talked to him? And the answer was no. We didn't ask anybody. And then the longer answer was, well, we couldn't because, and the witness said, we didn't ask because they wouldn't have told us. Well, that's speculation. You have no idea. You want to at least say we did ask. They wouldn't tell us. Then you're clean. But the special agent didn't do that. They didn't even ask. They just presumed, or it looks now like to the jury, they didn't care. They didn't want to know whether he was competent or not. They just wanted to talk to him. After the fact, when they subpoenaed the records, they learned that he's had barbiturates and opioids in his system, and you're able to say then, hey, we didn't know because we couldn't get the records. So he's trying to clean himself up, but the agent could have done more that night to make sure that Murdaugh was competent to discuss the issues, because now the defense is making some hay out of it.
And I don't think it would have been a big deal if Senior Special Agent Kelly goes to the attending or treating physician and he's like, hey, we have to talk to him. Do you think he's okay for us to talk to him? They're probably gonna be like, yeah, well, HIPAA, we can't tell you stuff, but yeah, I think he's, I think they would have given him a yes or no answer. That's just,
yep.
Yeah.
You gotta ask. You gotta ask the question.
Yeah, I mean, so that's just how I think of it. All right, let's get to some of our viewer questions now that I got to ask one of my questions. Christian Parks from YouTube. Could it be possibly sold pills also? Chad, what is your thought on this, just from what we heard earlier? Was Alex Murdaugh not only taking the drugs, was he slinging them too?
Well, we know he was in financial trouble. And with the amount of pills that he's stated that he was, purchasing during the time, like we said earlier, that's way too many pills for one person to consume for their own self. So could he have been selling them? Could he have been middlemanning these transactions and setting, Cousin Eddie up with other people that were hooked on pills to sell the pills? 100%. I think that's absolutely a case and a valid point to be made, because there is no way, I stress this again, there's no way a single person is taking that many pills and spending that much money on pills just for personal use. Not going to happen.
No way. And so I want to know where all the rest of the pills were going, but I guess we're not going to find out the answer to that question today, but maybe the defense will tell us. Chad Ayers, I'm so sad to see you go, but I was so glad you could join us. So we'll sign you off now. Thanks so much for being here. Michael and I will take it from here for the rest of the lunch break with the questions. So Michael, I'm wondering, Julie Gaines is wondering too from YouTube, is there any money left for Buster? Or didn't his daddy spend it all and all the others' money he stole is gone as well, right? So do you think there's any money left for Buster whatsoever?
I'll bet you there is. Whether we ever learn where it is, how much it is, that's a whole different question. The whole deal about attempting to have himself killed so Buster gets the $12 million for the insurance policy, I really think that cuts both ways, because it makes it look like he cares about his family so much that he will have himself killed. Is that the same kind of guy that's going to kill his wife and his other son? I just think it hurts the motive. But to get back to the original question, I'm sure there will be money there. I'm sure it's squirreled away somewhere. I'm not worried about Buster.
I think the FBI may find this money if it's squirreled away anywhere. But if you're having all these financial problems, like let's say it's in an offshore account, kind of bring it back and take care of get your financial house in order. So I don't know if I think there is any money left.
Yeah, I think I don't think he ever got to that point, though, Anjanette. I think it was looming, at the time of the murders, and I don't think he really ever had to find it all if it is hidden away. But you're right, we may never know.
We may never know. But if I have a feeling the FBI will figure it out, or at least I hope they do. Karen Hutchins Matthews from Facebook asks, if Cousin Eddie was going to shoot Alex, then why wouldn't they think he'd help Alex with the shootings? What do you think of that, Michael?
Yeah, I think that's solid. We haven't seen any evidence that puts Cousin Eddie anywhere near the original crime scene, because we have so many crime scenes now in this trial. So, unless they just bungled that, or unless Cousin Eddie is some, sterile genius about leaving behind traces of Cousin Eddie, we would have seen something at the crime scene, and we didn't. So, although I think it's logically not unheard of, there's just no forensics to support it.
The next question, Vicky P333 from YouTube asks, is it odd that Alex's location never showed him looking out or around the kennels to make sure no one was still there to harm him? That's a really good question. It was dark out there. You come upon your son and your wife slaughtered, and it's dark, even though there's a little bit of lighting out. We don't see any movement of him kind of like going for the perimeter. We see him going back to the house, he says, to get the shotgun.
Yeah, and I always get cynical about these location devices and how specific they are and how precise. Yeah, we believe he had a trail that led from the kennel at about 10:12, 10:13 back to the house where he says he got the shotgun, then he came back. That all makes sense, that tracks, but you're comparing there a large space between the house and the kennels, 500 yards, I believe it is. If he moved in some area around the kennels just to feel more secure that there wasn't somebody there, maybe only as far as whatever light they had would allow him, maybe that's not as precisely reflected on all the little red dots that came into evidence. I'm just facetious.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you off. I think it just cut out for a second for me. Our next question is from L. Murr at 1960 from Twitter. Are Cousin Eddie and Alex held at the same facility? I'll take that question. No. Cousin Eddie is at the Lexington County Jail in protective custody, and right now Alex Murdaugh is being held in the Colleton County Jail, and he is apparently given no special treatment, not in PC. Our next question, if Paul's shooter backed out from the feed room after the first shot, tripped backward, falling on his butt, this is their words, not mine, and shot upward, could that explain the angle of the second shot? That is from Windependent2 from Twitter. Michael, what do you think?
I think that's as good a possibility as any. I also had the possibility if, hold on a second, I got a friend here to help me kind of illustrate this. If you have a shot that takes, to the chest of Paul, who knows what his body's really going to do at that point. If he falls forward a little bit, the angle of that shot, I think, is less about where the shooter was in terms of relative height and where Paul's body was at the time of the second shot. Because if he falls a little bit, maybe the guy isn't already down to his knees, but the body alignment between where the shooter is, even if he's still standing, and Paul is much different. I think it's more about where Paul went after he was shot that first time in the chest than maybe where the shooter was actually standing.
Is that G.I. Joe?
No, it's actually it's Captain America. So he stands in
Got it.
quite often
Okay, I
for
wasn't
these
sure.
purposes. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, I was just wondering because I could only see from behind. All right, Kathy Fredericks, one from Twitter, asks, if Alex was their only suspect, why didn't SLED read him his Miranda rights before any of these interviews? That's another good question, Michael.
It is, and it's a failing that if there was something they wanted to rely on and somebody wanted to challenge the fact that he hadn't been Mirandized, they could exclude some of the things he said. But apparently that didn't seem to be an issue for the defense. They weren't concerned about it. And I think it is a good question. I think it also points out the kind of preferential treatment that the Murdaugh family got from the local cops. You know, I think when this thing first hit, there was no immediate target on him as a person of interest. And so that's when the Miranda warning should have been given.
But he also had counsel with him, right? So is that something they do all the time? If you have counsel with you and you're willing to sit down and talk, do they always do that?
They do. They as a matter of practice, they definitely do, and they should. But again, this was, I think, a unique situation because of the relationship between this family and the local authorities.
Exacerbate away from Twitter. Why doesn't SLED, or why didn't SLED, make efforts to thoroughly search Alex Murdaugh's mother's property to look for the hidden weapons and or clothes? That's a really good question because, you know, they had a search warrant for Moselle that they didn't execute on June 8th. Katie McAllister, the one SLED agent, said that on the stand. She had the warrant. She didn't execute it. She didn't make everybody get out of the house. He told them that he went to his mom's. They didn't go over there. He was granting permission for everybody to search around and look at his phone and whatever else. So why didn't they just say, hey, can we go over and look at your mom's?
Yeah, they should have. And again, I think this gets back to the point I just made about preferential treatment. There was no indication in the authorities' minds that night that they were chatting with and getting permission to search properties connected to the killer. I really don't think they felt that. And so they let it slide. So it makes them look either very gullible or very stupid. It doesn't help their case.
Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, and I didn't really feel like we got a good answer from Agent Owen about that. Elaine Soares, I know we touched on this before, but it was really kind of the big bombshell that Creighton Waters left us with at the end of the testimony this morning. Elaine Soares from YouTube, was Alex dealing drugs as well as taking them? So I know I asked Chad about this. Michael, do you think that he was possibly involved in the drug trade in some fashion? We know that cousin Eddie is facing money laundering charges related to Alex Murdaugh. There was some conspiracy charge they're both facing with regard to oxycodone. So is Alex Murdaugh a well-dressed drug dealer? Is that what he was?
You know, obviously possible. My question is, if that was true, you know, I'm thinking, why wouldn't it come into this trial? Why wouldn't it have been a bigger issue? And then I really thought, and I've talked about this before, that maybe it would have helped the defense more than the prosecution. If they can't button it up, if the prosecution can't make that case and therefore create another motive, then maybe the defense runs with it and says, oh, well, you're right, and he was, and the people he was involved with were not good people. And they are the ones that killed Maggie and Paul because Alec wasn't doing what they needed him to do, or he was keeping their money, or he was somehow doing them wrong, and I'll show you, I'll take out your family. So it never came to fruition as an issue in the case.
And I'm surprised we haven't heard that as a possible theory. Maybe we will, that Alex Murdaugh ticked somebody off really badly, and that a message was being sent, and maybe a message sent in front of him. So maybe we'll hear that in the defense case, but that seems like something that might be plausible. Like maybe he knows who did this and he's just not saying. But, you know, we'll see what happens. I will be signing off now. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, Michael will be taking you through the rest of the afternoon as testimony resumes. We'll have the cross-examination of Special Agent Radolfsky. So stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. Michael Bryant with you for a bit longer and into the afternoon session as the court is about to reconvene. I'm looking at the clock there. We got a couple of views inside the courtroom. One is a lovely clock, and that's what I'm seeing, which means they are not back at it. So as we wait for what we expect to be the cross-examination of the witness who was on earlier today, he talked about many things, from location information, from cell phone information, from pills that Maggie Murdaugh apparently learned her husband was using. He was all over the board, so the cross is going to be good, I can tell. On the stand before this particular witness was another SCLED, yes, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, agent Ryan Kelly. And on cross-exam, which also got a little testy with Dick Harpootlian, he talked about what is now part of this case, that darn roadside shooting. Remember, it was not going to be in, and now it's in. Let's watch some of that cross-examination.
Did you ever subpoena his detox records?
We made an attempt, but we had issues with them honoring an out-of-state subpoena.
Well, I mean, you can go to a court in Georgia and make them honor it, or we could have given you consent. Did you ask us for consent?
No consent was given.
No consent was asked for.
No,
right?
No consent was asked, no consent was given. So.
Okay. But we represented on that call that he was in a detox facility before, when we called you to set up the call in Atlanta, and he was now, and I think we've said on the recording that the doctors indicate he's coherent, he's been through the detox, which is a pretty tough process, and he was willing to talk to you once he was competent to do so. Isn't that correct?
That's the information you relayed to me, yes.
Okay. Do you have any reason to doubt that?
No, sir.
Okay. And so while as soon as he came out of the initial stages of detox, you don't know this, but we went down, we called you.
It's Harpootlian, you can't testify.
Who called who initially to set that call up?
I called you on the day of September 7th to reach out to let you know that we had some developments in the case, and I told you that we wanted to speak to Alex.
Okay.
You told us that he was in rehab or was en route to rehab, and we would try to make some arrangements. We had initially discussed agents traveling to whatever facility Mr. Murdaugh was in to meet with him in an attempt to get a statement. That meeting did not materialize. On the afternoon of the 13th, you called me from your cell phone to set up a telephone interview. Given the complexity of the case and the fluid movements of the investigation, we wanted to, agree to that so we could get some type of. At that point, Mr. Murdaugh had obviously the story that he told us was not true, and we wanted to take that as an opportunity to try to make some sense out of the investigation, given that you and Mr. Griffith were there saying he was ready to tell us really what happened.
So he, through his attorneys, reached out to you to give this recorded statement we saw.
On the 13th, you called me, yes.
Right. And secondly, he admitted that he had stolen money, right?
Yes.
He admitted drug use.
Yes.
And he admitted that he'd lied, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that statement, he was charged with insurance fraud, conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, and filing a false police report. Is that correct?
Yes, he was.
And by that time, he had moved from the detox facility in Atlanta to a rehab facility in Orlando, correct?
Correct.
And you asked that he surrender himself, and he did that, did he not?
Yes, he did.
He had his son Buster drive him from Orlando to Hampton County, and I believe you all met him and, by prearrangement, him and Buster at his mother's house.
The agreement was for us to meet you and Mr. Griffith with Mr. Murdaugh, that no stops be taken from Orlando to Hampton. We encountered Mr. Murdaugh and Buster pulling into the driveway of the Almeda property. So outside of our agreement, so Mr. Murdaugh was taken into custody as soon as he arrived at Almeda.
Well, so perhaps if we weren't going to Orlando, stopping to get his lawyers before he surrendered himself would have been a violation of our agreement?
No, our agreement was that Mr. Murdaugh was to go from Orlando directly to your custody. Buster, I don't fault Buster. I don't think that he was doing anything that he thought was wrong. He was just listening to instructions. But we were supposed to meet him with you, and he showed up at his mom's house. So he was placed under arrest at his mom's house.
Well, we showed up at Mom's house as y'all were taking him away, right?
After he was arrested, yes.
Right, but I mean, we were there minutes after you arrested him, right?
Well, yes, because they called you. So, and I think I might have called you to tell you that we were arresting him as well.
Right. He went to a bond hearing.
Yes, he did.
And he was granted bond.
Yes.
And one of the conditions of the bond allowed him to go back to Orlando to rehab, right?
Yes.
And he went back to Orlando to rehab.
Yes.
Until he was indicted on the financial fraud charges.
Yes.
So, Special Agent Kelly getting the drill there from Dick Harpootlian on a wide variety of matters. Court still in lunch break. They'll be back soon. We will jump back in live when they get there. But in the meantime, I have the pleasure of welcoming Kesia Early. She's here. She's a former PD and a current criminal defense attorney. Kesia, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Prosecution's winding down. So this is where we say they got their guy. This is the right guy.
You bring the jury. Bring the jury, please.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. Welcome back. Cross-examination. Mr. Barber.
Please, the court. Good afternoon, Agent Rudolski. Did I say that right?
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Let's start first with the GM data that recently came in. I think that may have made things a little more clear, right? We don't really need to look at a lot of those cell phone tower plots now that we have the exact position of the car, do we?
I agree, yeah. The GM data is pretty clear.
Don't really. At first, you did an analysis of driving to and from the office in Hampton in the middle of the day. Not too interested in that, but let's skip to the drive from Moselle to Alameda.
Okay.
How long was that drive? How long did it take him from start to finish?
I'd have to look back to drive. So you're referring to the 9:06 time?
Yes, sir.
So it looks like 9:07. To 9:22, so about 15 minutes.
Okay, and do you need, is it more like 16 minutes? Do you
16
need a
minutes,
pen and
yeah.
paper? 16 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'll go there.
Okay. And coming back, how long was it?
$9:43. About 18 minutes.
18 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Approximately.
So the top speed and the way back we saw was a little faster, but it actually took a little longer to make the return trip. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay.
And you're referring to the same drive to Alameda and back? Okay.
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Are you aware that Senior Special Agent David Owen did a test drive from Alameda to Moselle on January 3rd of this year?
That's correct. I was in the passenger seat of that.
And how long did that take?
I would have to see the data. I don't remember.
You don't have that? You don't know if it was 17 minutes and 35 seconds?
If I was presented with something, it could be, but I do not have that number in front of me.
If it were that, it would be right in between those two times that we just saw for Mr. Murdaugh going back and forth, would it not?
It could, but there was different variables at the time.
It was during the day, wasn't it?
It was. It was.
So on this way back, there's that little 80-mile-an-hour spurt. How long did that go on?
I am unsure of that. It's just the data point is plotted. It doesn't give a. It just gives you a timestamp. It doesn't say for how long.
In your experience, I think you talked earlier that you would respond to calls in a marked car with blue lights.
Not a marked car, but a marked car with blue lights. Yep.
Is it extremely unusual for someone who's on a straightaway in a rural road at night to give it some gas on a little burst?
A little bit of gas, but when you know it's 55 and you have deer and other environmental factors that play in.
Yes, but it's not that unusual, is it, for someone to give it a little gas on a straightaway in a rural road?
It depends on what a little gas is.
But the overall speed that he went to get from where he was going, coming from to where he's going to, as far as you know, is in line with the test drive that you were in the passenger seat for?
If that is correct, what you mentioned, yes.
It's like right in between those two, actually.
Like I said, I don't have that test drive data in front of me, but.
Well, let's move on then to when he drove past that point where Maggie's cell phone was later recovered. And I think that may start on slide 23.
23?
Actually, if you go back one slide. Right. So we're in slide 22, sorry.
22? Okay.
So he's going 37.2 miles an hour here?
That's correct.
And next slide. Now he's still approaching it at 42, so he's accelerating gently. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Next slide. Looks like he is just past it, going slightly faster than he was on the previous slide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Next slide. He's continuing to, now he's a good bit down the road there at 45, but is it fair to say he's continuing a fairly gentle acceleration?
I would say so, yes.
So what we saw as he passed it, he did not slow down and speed up as he went past that point. He continued his same gentle acceleration?
Per the data, yes.
Okay. And we won't go through it, but if we went down later to when it goes down to the bottom of the screen, it would show that he slowed down slightly, corresponding when he sent that text, "Go to see him, be right back." Is that accurate?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. We'll be done with that. I'm going to now just skip with this data all the way to when he approaches the kennel coming from the house right before he calls 911.
Okay.
The direction he is driving as he comes right up, right before he parks, would he have his? Would he be illuminating the bodies of Maggie and Paul?
Per the aerial that I'm looking, I don't know if you want to put it on the screen so we can show, but per the aerial, it would be coming around that curve and it would illuminate at least Maggie's body.
Would the illumination, is it going back towards that space between the barn and the kennels where Paul's body was out?
Like I said, this is just a data plot.
But you could determine that, could you not, from just the last 2 points, because that would show you the direction that the vehicle is pointed.
It doesn't say the vehicle pointed that direction. It just says that's
but if it moved from point A to point B, being a car, it would have to be in
but
that
where
direction.
where it final rests, I don't know which direction it's
But
pointing.
as it's moving.
As it's moving, yes, you would think it would go
Right.
that
So,
direction.
so the headlights certainly on Maggie. It would appear from the plot maybe on Paul as well. And does he park near Maggie's body?
I do not know where he parked the first time, because all we have is when the deputies arrived the second time. So
on your plot.
On the plot here.
When he comes the first time before the 911 call, where does his vehicle stop in relation to Maggie's body?
It stops before it.
How close is it?
I do not have a
descriptive. Is it very close? Is it pretty much right there?
I wouldn't say it's right on top of it, but it's
very close
in the area.
So as he's pulling up to the scene, he can certainly see one, if not both, bodies on the ground, and he stops right next to Maggie. Is that fair?
I'm just looking at the data provided. I was not there on scene.
The data provided is the location of the car and the location of the body.
But I don't know what he would have saw or what the car would have saw at that time.
You don't know what would be directly in front of his car as it was moving from point to point to point?
I was not out there.
You don't know which direction the car would be pointing as it moved?
We know which direction the car would be pointing, but what he saw or what the final resting place of the car is.
Is the car's headlights pointing at the bodies as he's pulling up?
I cannot give a definitive answer on that because I was not there, and the data I have.
I'm asking from the data.
The data does not say.
Allow to finish his answer. You must give the witness an opportunity to respond fully. You may proceed.
There is no data that says that the headlights were pointing in a specific direction or at a specific object, so I cannot answer that.
When you say there's no data saying the headlights are pointing in a specific direction, were they not pointed along the line that would connect the last 2 data points before the car stops and goes in the park?
For the drive, but it does not show. I mean, it could be at an angle. It's such a little dot, but does not show a vehicle in exact position of it. So I cannot answer that.
Right, and we're not talking about the dot. We're talking about a line connecting 2 dots.
Okay, but
and
you were
a car
asking about
moving
the
along
dot.
that line. The headlines will be pointed down the line. Correct.
Objection asked and answered. Objection's overruled.
Ask your question again.
We're talking not about a point, but about a line, and a car moving down a line. As it moves down that line between 2 points, would its headlights not be pointed in the same direction down that line?
I would assume.
So he arrives at the scene, gets out, presumably he goes in the park, and then 20 seconds later, first dials 911. Is that your testimony?
Yep.
So pulling up on the scene, body's in his headlight, presumably knows something's horribly wrong, gets out 20 seconds to the first call to 911. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which was actually misdialed 9111, and he had to redial it a second time, which was at 18 seconds. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So he had 20 seconds, and I think there's maybe an implication, or that's not enough time.
Objection is sustained to the comment of counsel.
Sir, may I approach? Is this timer set for 20 seconds?
It is.
Okay. When I say so, would you please press the start button?
Okay.
Now. That was 20 seconds. Would you agree?
Per your phone, yes.
You don't dispute the phone accuracy, do you? If the person getting out of the car had seen the bodies already and already knew something was horribly wrong, do you believe that that is an unreasonably short period of time to inspect and call 911?
I'm here to testify on this data, not the hypothetical. I think you're asking the wrong person on that.
Fair enough. We'll move on. Okay, I'm going to turn to your condensed timeline, which I think is State's Exhibit 519. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 21.
Okay.
And towards the bottom, 9:06 and 20 seconds, it says Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone sideways orientation.
That is correct.
And meaning that her phone at that time went to a sideways orientation?
So between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20, from the phone experts, that it started at 9:06:12 and it ended at 9:06:20.
Okay.
Those two orientations.
I'll ask it this way.
Okay.
A second later, what would be the orientation of her phone?
From a second from what? The 20?
After that, yes. At 9:06:21.
I do not know.
Well, then what does this entry mean? If it doesn't mean that it...
There's nothing that says 9:06:21 on here.
Right. So what happened at 9:06 and 20 seconds?
It finished its orientation change to sideways.
What does that mean?
So it went from a portrait. So let me get the phone. So it went from portrait to sideways.
And until
in those between the between 9:06:12 and 9:06:20 is that is what it's showing. That's why we have the little purple on the right hand side to show that it's connected. It's all one big sequence. Per our phone experts that have previously testified.
So it would remain in portrait until the next. Remain in the landscape orientation until the next change?
I am unsure of that. I'm not a phone expert, so I am unsure of that. I was given this data, and this is how it was relayed to me, and this is how I have put it in this timeline.
Okay. So if you were to go to page 19, please.
Okay.
And the very last entry there, Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone vertical orientation. What does that mean?
So this was all given to me from different, data sources. So how I read this is that the phone has turned to a vertical orientation. So I guess
has turned to a vertical orientation, and
because we have a sideways orientation and then we have a vertical orientation.
Okay. Just keep scanning down until you get to the next orientation change for Maggie Murdaugh's phone, please.
From page 19?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're just looking for the next orientation change.
I believe it's going to be that 9:06:12.
And what does that say?
Implements an orientation change to portrait.
But the previous change was to portrait, was it not?
It says vertical orientation.
So there's no intervening orientation change. It just goes to portrait and then changes to portrait again?
As I read the data, yes, that's correct. Like I said, I'm not a phone expert. I was given these different pieces to plot, and this is how they've been plotted.
When you're given these pieces to plot, do you ever notice if things don't seem to make sense or don't match with other data? Do you alert anyone?
So we have phone experts that review that. So they have reviewed the data, and I do not know if that's something that they came across.
And you can't tell me with that last, or can you tell me this? The last orientation change here on page 21, is that the last change on her phone until the extraction at the SLED lab?
I would have to go through and double check. Would you like me to do that?
You may.
Okay. You said orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
Per this condensed timeline, you are correct. That would be the last orientation change that I see noted.
I mean, that's the last one until the phone was downloaded?
I believe so.
You showed State's Exhibit.
That would, now the thing is, this is just the timeline, so it could be in what's already in evidence from Lieutenant Britt Dove, but in this timeline, that is the only one showing.
Okay.
And for orientation changes, we were really only concerned for the day of, for this timeline.
Show what's been previously admitted as Defense Exhibit 38. And go to the last page. This was previously admitted in evidence during the examination of Lieutenant Dove. It's a complete list of every orientation change recorded on her phone as of the extract. Is the last one listed, the very last one, the 906 orientation change?
The 906.22 on the bottom?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. The 906, yep, the far bottom column.
Yes. It would show State's Exhibit 278. This was also admitted in that examination. This is a photo taken in the SLED lab before the extract, actually 5 days before the extract. This phone is in portrait mode, is it not?
The way I read it, yes, that is portrait mode.
So that very last orientation change we saw was to portrait mode because there are no subsequent orientation changes.
I assume so, yes.
And not landscape as it says on this.
The thing is, before this picture was taken, you have to remind yourself that, SLED got the phone, and then this photo was taken at a lab.
Yes.
So, I don't know. I don't know what happened. People, it's been moving around, manipulated. I don't.
But we just looked at a complete list of all the orientation changes, did we not? It wasn't time limited to a particular day. It's everything on the phone.
Like I said, I did not produce that document, so I'm going to have to go on your word on that.
Let me ask this before we kind of move on from this. Okay. It's been stated a few times in testimony, and I think you did as well, that you don't get an orientation change recorded when the screen. So my screen is off. If I turn it, like to get an orientation change, and it's off, if I just stand here for a while, however long, an hour, and without moving the phone, turn the screen on, will there be an orientation change?
That is a technical question for an expert that we had up here yesterday. I am not an expert, and I am not a phone expert. So
where I'm going with that is simply, you don't know yourself in preparing this timeline whether the orientation changes that you're putting on here correspond with movement of the phone at that moment.
I do not. I'm going off of data I was given from phone experts that gave me the data and has been put on this timeline.
I want to turn now to the timeline and really focus on the timeline for Maggie Murdaugh. And I'm going to skip, kind of close to the time that we're...
Are you still on the condensed or the full?
I'm going to be on the condensed the entire
Okay.
time. I'm not going to refer to the other one. Okay. And I want to start on page 7. I have some screen off on times here, but you didn't put every time the screen went on and off, did you?
I do not recall. I'd have to look at what was given.
So you don't know if the screen of her screen went off at 8:49:28, came back on.
Everything should be on this document.
Okay. Did her screen go off at 8:49:28 and come back on at 8:53:08?
I have a screen on at 8:49:20.
And when did it go off?
I do not see it on here.
Well, let me ask it this way. Do you know that whether the screen went off at 8:49:28 and came back on at 8:53:08?
I do not unless I have it on here.
And then she has steps that begin at 8:53:15. Is that correct?
Per this document, yes.
When you were looking at the step data, did you look at the corresponding distance data that goes with the step data?
I was just provided the timestamp and then the steps.
Are you aware that the phone in the same database keeps distance data with the step data?
I have been made aware of that.
But you have not looked at any of that distance data?
I was told that it's not accurate, it's not reliable, the distance, so I did not focus in on that.
So, would you think that it is possibly, well, just as an investigator, on your spreadsheet, I won't bother to put it up, but you had a bunch of time periods where Alec had steps, different times. Do you think there would be any relevance to whether the number of feet per step and all those different increments was extremely consistent?
Is there any relevance to it?
Would it maybe suggest the same person was walking?
Objections overruled.
I would have to. I didn't do the feet per step, so I'd have to see the data.
I understand that. And the question is, would there be any relevance to an investigation to seeing that the feet per step were extremely consistent for disparate time periods for the same phone?
Like I said, this was just a tool that we used. It could be. It just was not explored.
And if this time period, 8:53 with Maggie Murdaugh's steps to 8:55:32, if the distance covered in that time were short, meaning she was moving particularly slowly, could that have any relevance?
It depends, but that distance is, we're told, is highly inaccurate, and everything is an estimate. So even the steps, that's we're told by the phone expert that's an estimate. That's not an exact number. The same, I would assume, for the distance.
So you don't think, you did not check to see if the speed at which Maggie Murdaugh was moving on that very last increment, the last time the phone says she was ever walking, there was no, how fast is she going, is she running, is she creeping? No one looked at that.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Objections overruled.
I did not look at that, no. I cannot say for anyone else.
And the same question for Alex Murdaugh. Did anyone look for, I think you have, over 8 of these increments listed out, whether he was going particularly fast, unusually fast for him, unusually slow for him, the same speed he always goes. Did anyone look at that?
All we have here is the data that is on that sheet.
And you do have these steps per minute, but do you have any data suggesting that within, and I'll pick one just to make the question simpler, Alex Murdaugh's first, I'll pick an even easier one, entry number 30.
Okay.
Which is when he's at Alameda and then part of when he's leaving Alameda, is that correct?
That is correct, based by the time.
And it says 60 steps over almost just a little short of 10 minutes?
I believe so, yep.
So, of course, it's slightly more than 6 steps per minute, which would be a step every 10 seconds. So this time period is not saying that he's going that many steps per minute, right? It's saying he walked and then he didn't walk and he walked. Is that fair?
It's just giving us an analysis, a general overview of, our estimated steps that it gives us and then estimated steps per minute. That's all it is. It's just a general.
Well, I'll just ask open-ended. Why is this last column steps per minute here? Why are you presenting this?
It's just another way to present the data.
So turning back to, I think we were on page 19.
Okay.
Maggie Murdaugh's phone is walking. Now we had from previous testimony an activation of the Siri user interface with the side button. Did you recall that from previous testimony?
I do not, but it could have been.
Okay, you don't recall previous testimony about that. Can we bring up Defense Exhibit 41? and there's a begin and end. It's all the same time there in the bottom couple rows. You can see 8:53:20.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this refreshes or if you recall, or if perhaps you know from experience that the Siri interface can be activated by squeezing and holding the right button on the phone. Do you know that?
I believe so, if you have it, activated to do that.
So the phone's walking, it's in somebody's hand. Now, this is something that's not in your timeline, but again was certainly discussed with Lieutenant Dove. 8:54:32, the screen comes on, and a couple seconds later, there's a camera access. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and that's not on your timeline?
It is not.
Okay. Now that came up in testimony with both experts, and I believe, do you recall Lieutenant Dove said that it was possible to find out what caused that, but he had not himself looked to see.
That's correct.
And I believe investigator Grubb said he did not know why. Is that correct?
I believe so.
But it's knowable, according to the previous testimony?
That's correct.
But no one's checked to see?
To my knowledge, no.
And then after that, there's some orientation changes, and then finally the screen goes off, I believe, for an more extended period of time at 8:55:36.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after this period, there's nothing else that happens with her phone other than missed calls and texts, except that final orientation change. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Now, does that fact that we aren't seeing anything after 8:55:36, does that mean that she was dead at 8:55:36?
Like I said, this is just data that I plotted.
So the answer is no?
I don't
It
know
does
that
not
answer.
mean that?
I have to go by the data here, and there's no activity.
Right.
You can take that however you want, but there's no activity.
I mean, is it fair, and this isn't trying to be tricky, if use of the phone ceases as time goes on, it's more and more likely there's something amiss, right? The first second no one's using the phone is normal. I mean, someone might easily go, even Paul might go 5 minutes without using his phone, but as you keep going on, it gets a little more likely something's wrong, right? Is that fair?
I would say so.
Okay.
But
So
you have
it's not an immediate thing that, well, the last
Witness be able to finish the answer he started?
I apologize, Your Honor. I honestly thought he had finished.
I'm good. Go ahead.
So it wouldn't be fair to say that if the last usage was at some particular second that the person was dead that second, right? It would create an inference that would increase in strength over time that no one's using the phone, something's wrong, right?
I can't answer that. I mean, I don't have the knowledge on that.
Do you recall in previous testimony that Special Agent Owen said with regard to Almeida and I think a blue raincoat, that it would take, in his estimation, 5 to 10 minutes to dispose of evidence already wrapped up? From this, do you recall that?
I do recall.
Okay. So to be consistent with the data you have here, well, let me ask this: how long with the test drives was to drive from the kennels to the main house?
I know we did various ones. I'd have to look at the data. We did at various speeds. It was very short.
15 seconds?
That would be a lot, I would say.
Okay. So, and we know that Alex's phone is at the house, right, from 8. It got left at the house. It's not going anywhere since it was up the house with the family.
I just show no activity on it.
Right.
You can assume it is at the house.
But it started showing activity again at 9:02 and 18 seconds. That's when the steps start.
That is correct. 283 steps.
So from that 8:55:36 to 9:02 with a minute and some seconds to get up to the house, you would have like 5 minutes if it were him to do everything and get back to the house in his house to the phone. 5 minutes.
I think you're missing that the phone was actually locked at 8:49 for Maggie's phone. So the 8:55:36 is just when the backlight is off, but her phone locks forever at 8:49.
But it's moving around, right, at 8:53. You didn't look at the speed at which it's moving, but that could tell us something. There's a Siri activation. I'm just asking my question, Your Honor.
What's the question?
Her phone is moving around starting at 8:53, comma, there's a Siri activation near the start of that time, comma, and then there's a camera activation during this time, and some orientation changes, and then it goes off. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know how fast the phone was moving during that period, but that is known, just no one has looked. Is that correct?
So everything is estimation with the phone. It does not track your exact, speed or distance or steps. It's all estimated. So an exact number is unknown.
And you have, I assume from your testimony, you don't know why someone would take Maggie's phone but not Paul's phone?
I would not know. I mean, I'm not there.
I mean,
I
given your job as a SLED agent, I mean, would the fact that the camera was, the phone was in someone's hand and it was attempted to take a picture, would that be an inference you could draw?
He never said it attempted to take a picture, from what I heard, but you'd have to ask a technical expert on exactly what that camera function was for.
Well, you see, the thing is that the technical experts, they're not going to say either, are they? It's some investigator is going to have to make some inferences from the data, and the question is it a fair inference that if the camera's in somebody's hand and they're trying to take a picture, that might be why the killers take that phone and not the phone that's in somebody's pocket?
So the way
Your Honor.
What's the basis for the objection?
Argumentative.
The response to, by the defense, any response?
Your Honor, I'm asking the investigator whether
You're asking in response to the objection is argumentative.
Your Honor, I do not believe it's argumentative. I'm asking if an inference would be fair.
I overrule the objection.
So the inference I'm looking at it is that the camera was trying to identify a face to unlock, which it did not. So that is the inference that I would look at that instead of taking a photo from a layperson perspective.
Right, except that's not an inference an investigator would make, correct? A technical expert would go and see what triggered the camera activation and tell that to an investigator, correct?
I was not, but I am not the technical person.
And I think we covered in some previous questioning that the testimony has been that that's knowable, but no one has checked. I kind of switch over to Paul.
Okay.
And just to sort of summarize everything up, there doesn't seem to be any missed activity until the unread text message from Rogan at 8:49:35. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is it correct that his screen does not ever come on again until after the 911 call?
Is screen coming on?
Yes, sir.
I believe it dies shortly after at like 10:30, I think 10:36.
And I'm aware of the screen
Okay.
coming on after the 911 call, but I'm asking, did it come on at any time between this text from Rogan and those after 10 o'clock times?
Let me just double check. I show a display screen on at 10:20:08.
Okay, so the answer is no?
It does turn on. That's what you asked, correct?
I'm sorry, I was asking if it turns on before the 911 call.
Before the 911 call. For the whole day?
Well, it would be about an hour and 10 minutes, but.
I'm not seeing a screen on before the 911 call. And that 9 to.
So incoming text messages or calls, if they were received, did not cause the screen to come on?
That is correct.
Is it possible, and I understand this may be a question for a technical person, but is it possible that that's because the battery was at 2%?
Like I said, I would not know that answer.
Did anyone ask, hey, why isn't the screen coming on these notifications?
Unfortunately, I think it's hard to tell, with the experts, but that would be my assumption that it would be either low battery.
That's fair.
Trying to conserve the battery because you don't want the light takes so much power, so I would assume that would be the answer.
So after whatever happened after 8:49, his phone is not prompting him. It's not lighting up when things come in.
I don't know if it's vibrating or whatnot, but according to the data here, it is. It's not lighting up.
Now, I think the previous testimony was that whoever, if anyone saw his lock screen before the phone went dead, after the 911 call, would have seen the yo text. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
They would have also seen this 8:49 text, right?
The 8:49.
35. Or at least a notification that there were multiple texts, correct?
I would assume so, that's correct.
And there were at least 4 incoming calls from Rogan between 9:10 and 10:08. Is that correct?
I'm going to go off of your account.
9:10 and 28 seconds, 9:42 and 17 seconds. I think there's one at 9:57, one at 10:08.
Correct.
The one at 10:08, that would be during the 911 call, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be during the 911 call, before Alex Murdaugh leaves the scene to go up to the house and come back.
Based on the data, that's correct.
Okay. We don't actually know why the screen came on those 2 times, do we? At 9:10 and 18, and then 10, 18, and then 10:20.
We do not.
You know how long the screen stayed on those times?
I do not have that.
You don't know if it was 12 seconds? Okay. At the second one of those, the 10:20:08 screen on, doesn't the Alex Murdaugh's phone indicate he's walking at that time?
So it, we have a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean he's walking during the whole time, but that is what the
Well,
phone.
is this the start? I'm sorry. Let me just ask: is this the start? Your Honor, it's just a clarification.
As soon as the witness starts talking, then you start talking. Who's talking? Were you talking?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
So the phone parses the data. It gives you a start time and an end time. Doesn't mean they're walking during that whole time. It just takes a start time and end time and gives you that data.
Sure.
So to say that someone's walking during the whole time would be, unreasonable.
After the 911 call, was Rogan the first person Alex Murdaugh called?
After the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
Calls at 10:06:14. That you said Alex called?
Yes, the first person he called after hanging up with 911. Was it Rogan?
I have at 10:17:46. He calls Randy Murdaugh.
And that's his brother, correct?
That is correct.
Who was the second person he called?
He iMessages Randy, and then calls Randy Murdaugh again. And then John Marvin.
John Marvin is another brother, correct?
Yep, at 10:19.
And then the third time person he calls is Rogan, is that correct?
At that time, yes.
And is that about 2 minutes and 30 seconds after that first screen on time?
That's correct.
Okay. So not immediate, not the first person.
I think you're referring to that question that was previously during the 911 call. This is all after the 911 call.
Right. The question is, it's about 2.5 minutes after Paul's phone screen comes on that there's a call to Rogan, and it's the third person that Alex Murdaugh calls. Is that correct?
That was at 9:08. Wasn't the screen on?
No, 10:18 and 53 seconds.
That'd be correct.
Okay. So I think we went over that anyone who was looking at could see what was on Paul's screen, would see multiple missed messages, calls from Rogan right on the screen.
I would assume.
Even a call coming in during the 911 call.
I would assume, but...
Okay. So as an investigator, do you think it would be terribly unreasonable that after calling other family members, someone would call the person who is the best friend of the dead son, who had multiple missed messages and calls, and even a call coming in during the 911 call? Is calling that person to ask what happened, what's going on, is that, to you as an investigator, an unreasonable thing to do after calling other family members?
I would, as an investigator, I think that would be very odd, given the scene and the whole situation, that you're on the phone constantly, yes.
That you're standing there next to your dead son, his phone is ringing from someone, and you call that person after calling other people.
Yes, because I am standing over my son and wife, and it's just witnessing that for the first time. I would think that would be, to have someone on their phone constantly like that, right after, given the scene and the situation, yes, as an investigator, I would think that is very...
It wouldn't be someone trying to find out what happened.
At that moment, that would be the last thing that would probably come through my mind as an investigator, looking at the scene, is trying to figure out what happened minutes after I discover it. I'd be in a state of shock if that was me personally.
And speaking of a state of shock, I think you have in the timeline later on, he reads some spam text message about, I think there's a picture of a woman in a bikini.
I wouldn't call it a spam text message. It's from Michael Gunn, who would be one of his friends.
A group text?
A group text, yeah.
And then he Googles the name of a restaurant in Edisto Beach, is that correct?
That is what comes up on his phone extraction.
And doesn't he also call a videographer he hadn't spoken to in years?
Can you give me a page number to refer to?
Yes. Page 42, Brian White, last entry.
That's what the data shows.
So he would seem to be in a state of shock. None of that makes any sense, does it? You're not going to Google the name of a restaurant after you find your son murdered.
I'm not Alex Murdaugh. I don't know what he was thinking at that moment. Probably wouldn't be on my phone.
Really? You wouldn't be calling family?
I might be calling family, but I wouldn't be.
The testimony was that Rogan
stuff.
was family.
If you ask a question, if you want him to answer, you have to give him an opportunity to answer. Proceed.
I would not be Googling and doing other things with my phone, no.
You don't, you think he was, do you believe he was Googling a restaurant, or do you think he was fat fingering the phone because he was in shock?
I have to go off of the data, and that's what the data shows.
And you believe that calling family and calling someone that the prior testimony was like another son is unreasonable in the circumstances?
I would say so, yes. given the fact that you just arrived to the scene, yes.
And had just arrived back to the scene, had actually been there at that point 15, 20, 25 minutes, correct?
That's correct. I'd be doing anything I could to help my loved ones.
Now, kind of turning back to Maggie's phone, her screen was on at 9:06 and 12 seconds, right? That last orientation change.
Let me flip back to it. You said her screen was on?
Yes.
That you said? Yeah, her phone was locked, but her screen, yeah, for the orientation from previous testimony, the screen had to be on for it to log the orientation changes.
So there was some movement of the phone between 9:06 and 12 seconds and 9:06 and 20 seconds.
That'd be my understanding given previous testimony. Correct.
And in this period, 9:02 to 9:06 and 47 seconds, Alex Murdaugh is walking, I think, 283 steps in that time period.
In that timestamp period, correct.
Yeah. But her phone is not. No one's walking with her phone, correct?
The phone is not logging any kind of steps. I don't know if someone's walking with it, but it's not logging steps at that time.
But at that time, Alex Murdaugh's phone is logging steps.
His phone's logging from 9:02:18 to 9:06:47. I believe her last log was in the 8 o'clock, the 8:53 to 8:55.
And at 9:06 and 14 or 15 seconds, Alex Murdaugh calls her phone, correct?
That's correct.
So he calls her phone while walking. We're in a period in which his steps are being recorded by the phone, to be specific.
There's a begin time and an end time. He could have stopped walking a couple seconds, couple minutes into it. It doesn't give us that precise data from these phone distractions.
And that time period that he stops walking is 9:06 and 47 seconds, correct? And the car, the Chevy Suburban, starts a second later after that, right?
From the data, correct.
So it's a fair inference that he ends that by walking to the car, getting in and turning it on.
I'm not sure when exactly he got in the car or how long he was sitting in the car before, but this is what the timestamps show, and this is what the vehicle start time shows, and the end time for the steps.
So his phone is stepping, walking, while he calls Maggie's phone, which is moving, but not stepping with him. Is that what the data shows?
That's your inference on the data, but...
Well, I mean, breaking it down, his phone is in a period of steps, correct?
Unknown when there is steps during that period.
His phone is in this time period of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone is not in any period of steps, correct?
Correct.
Her phone in this time period where the phone call's coming in, 9:06, 12 seconds, 20 seconds, there's some motion because there's an orientation change, correct?
That's correct.
And he's calling the phone during this period that his phone's in steps, right, at that moment, right?
I cannot say that he's actually in steps at 9:06:12.
Yes, and you said it, but his phone says there's this period that he's walking, and in that period, between the start and end times, he's calling her phone.
That is correct, but you can see during the 911 call too that there's times where someone could be stopped, someone could be walking, so we don't know if he stopped at 9:05:15 and the orientation changes and he's right at the car. I don't know that.
Do we know, we'll put this, do we have any evidence that her phone and his phone ever moved together? not speculation, but evidence showing that they're moving together. Same person moving at the same time with both phones.
Moving together, like physically moving, or functioning in like...
Yes, that they're both moving. The same person is carrying both phones. They're moving at the same time.
I would argue that between 906.12 and 920, that the same person has both phones.
Because there's an orientation change and no steps on this phone.
You have an
this phone.
You have an orientation change starting while someone's calling, looking at the phone during that time period.
And would it perhaps be reasonable that someone has that phone and an incoming call comes in, the screen says Alex Murdaugh, and it gets tossed out a window? Is that another fair, possible explanation?
That could be your explanation.
Why would that explanation be less fair than what you just said, based on the data?
So how you interpret the data.
On the drive to Alameda and back, did Alec take any detours from the expected route?
Not that I could see. The route matched up with his interviews.
And in your timeline, we occasionally see these, I guess, infotainment systems coming on, but nothing else happening. The prior testimony was that even the FBI engineer doesn't know why that is. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. He said it could be, you get close to the vehicle. Sometimes when I don't know if you newer GM vehicles, you get close to it and you can kind of hear a little buzzing noise. It's almost like the system's booting up. That's how he described it to me. It could be the key fob being closed. It could be the car unlocking, locking, door opening. Just they don't know what actually caused it, but it's just booting up and running in the background.
When you were looking at the sort of going in and out of park data, did you look at the data for other days than June 7th?
I did not.
So you wouldn't know whether on other days there are periods in which it seems to go in and out of park repeatedly in a short period of time?
I would not.
You wouldn't know if that happened on 6/4, 6/5, or also 6/6?
I would not, no. I was focusing on June 7th, 2021.
Would looking at those other days and seeing the same thing happen inform your interpretation of seeing it going in and out of park on 6/7?
I was just looking on the day of the murders.
I mean, if it did that every single day, would it seem unusual to also do it on 6/7?
That'd be a question for Mr. Fakowski, who actually looks at that data as a profession. It would.
He's going to make inferences about behavior based on the data, or is he just going to say what the data is?
He could say what the data is, but I wouldn't know an inference. I don't know someone's driving pattern and how they shift, and how would I know that?
And he would?
But how would I know that?
Well, the question really is, if it happens every day, is there anything unusual about it happening on 6/7?
A period of days is not every day. You'd have to look at I would assume, a wide range of days to get.
How many?
I don't know.
If it happened every day for the preceding 3 days, would that be enough?
Every day is a new day. I would not, something could happen different on a different day. I mean, I don't know how you could compare that data. You go different places, you do different things happen during drives. I don't think you could accurately show that.
You showed sort of towards the end some text messages, and one of them seemed to make a reference regarding possible drug use. Do you remember that?
I do.
And that was dated May 6th?
Do you have the copy pulled out? Are you referring to the text from Paul?
Yes, I am.
To Alex? Okay. I have May 6, 2021 at 10:52.
And then there was some Google searches by Maggie Murdaugh.
That is correct.
Are you aware of a text from Alec regarding pills to Maggie on May 7?
I would have to see the text.
I'll show you what's been marked as defense 138, which I believe.
Yep. I am very sorry that I do this all to you. I love you. Yep.
Objection.
No objection to the exhibit, Your Honor.
Now I offer what's been marked as defendants 138 instead of.
Let's admit it.
Okay, Alma. So this was Mr. Murdaugh's response to being confronted about the pills that you previously read.
I can only assume this is from Alex to Maggie. The text message I read was from Paul to Alex.
So his family was aware of his drug issues, correct? I mean, from the texts.
I would assume from the text.
And he was aware that they were aware, correct?
Correct.
And they appear to be loving and supporting.
Well, this is Alex to Maggie. If you read other text messages, she never responds to this that day, from what I saw. So I don't know, unless you have what she sent back, or if you can't ask them, I don't know if they were loving and supporting of it. This is from Alex to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to see further text messages. I beg your pardon, Bill. No further questions, Your Honor.
Direct.
May it please the court.
I was guilty.
All right, we have the computer up. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have you go to the jury room for a short break. Be in recess for 5 minutes.
All rise. back to the Law and Crime Network. We've been covering the Alex Murdaugh case, you know, the one in South Carolina where the disgraced lawyer is accused of killing his wife Maggie and son Paul. Well, on the 61st witness who's on the stand, that is Special Agent Peter Radofsky, it looks like after there is redirect, the court's in a 5-minute break right now, it looks like the state will rest. That means I can talk to, for the moment, Casey Early, who is a great criminal defense attorney, former public defender. Casey, it sounds like the defense did some really good things on cross, but then at the very end, kind of got boggled down with these ideas that they were going to discount the texts and the searches from Maggie to Paul about drugs. What were your thoughts?
Well, I think that the defense was asking the special agent questions that he should have asked other witnesses. I don't know if that's strategic. I don't know if he thought that this agent should have had the answers to those questions. And part of the cross-examination was a bit confusing. And then, just like you stated, how he just left that cross-examination, you're absolutely right. This is the weekend. You want to start strong and end strong, especially if you're the defense, because now you're going to send the jury home. You want them to have that reasonable doubt throughout the weekend, and it carries over to your case in chief. I do believe that this may be the state's last witness, but it was just really confusing and odd the way that cross-examination ended.
Yeah, and witness 61, Special Agent Radofsky, combined the cell phone data, combined the car data. But one of the very interesting things, and I'm going to play just some clips with regard to this, was things that we hadn't heard before, that Paul actually mentioned the fact to his father that his mom, Maggie, had found pills on the computer, and Maggie, just before the homicides, before the murders, started searching all different pills dealing with Oxycontin, oxycodone, what different pills look like. I want to take you back to earlier testimony today where this was first told before this jury.
I'm going to show 523, and this is a text from which person to which person?
So this is going to be from Paul Murdaugh, and it's going to be to, it says voicemail, that's going to refer to Alex. This is obtained from his phone. It's going to be the owner. So that's going to be Paul to Alex.
So what's the date?
The date is going to be May 6, 2021 at 10:52:13 a.m.
And what does it say?
It says, I am still in EB because when you get here, we need to talk. Mom found several bags of pills in your computer bag. And this is again from Paul to Alex on May 6.
Tell the jury what this exhibit is, please.
So this is going to be Google searches. Far left, you're going to have a timestamp. The source, which is going to be Safari, that's for Apple. And then the value is going to be the searched item. And on May 26, 2021 at 11:21 p.m., Maggie searched green gel pill P30. She also searched 11:20 p.m. Green gel pill P30, white pill 30 on one side RP, and if you look to the right, you're going to see a column that says deleted. That one is showing yes has been deleted, and then if we go down to row number 4, it's going to be May 6, 2021 from Safari, white pill 30 on one side RP, and that's also shown deleted.
I mean, wow.
May now be seated. You may bring the jury.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Special Agent Rudolski, a couple matters I have up on the screen. This is from your gas slides from the defendant's trip coming back from Alameda. Is that right?
That is correct.
And going to this next slide, and this is the trip, what was the max speed the defendant hit on this trip back from Alameda back to Moselle, approximately?
I believe it was around 70. I'm sorry, so the trip back to Moselle, that would have been around 80.
80?
Yep, the previous
And
one was around 70.
Did the data, while he was still at Alameda, did it reflect that the vehicle paused for a period of time in the driveway before continuing?
It did.
And would that pause affect that average speed that you calculated?
It would.
In that time?
It would.
I want to go to page 22 of your condensed timeline.
Okay.
And up at the top, tell the jury what time period the data reflects that Maggie Murdaugh's backlight was off.
It shows from 9:07 p.m. to 9:31:44 p.m.
And during the entirety of that time period, does the data reflect that her phone was also locked?
It does.
You could turn to page 18. Page 19, my apologies.
Okay.
From 8:53 to 8:55, what does the data reflect any steps logged on Maggie's phone?
The data reflects Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone shows 59 steps logged.
Can the data tell who was holding that phone during that time period?
It does not, no.
If you could turn to page 39, please. At 10:20:08, what happens, if anything, on Paul's phone?
Paul's iPhone, it shows display on, screen auto lock.
Screen auto lock?
That is correct.
What is your understanding again of auto lock?
My understanding of auto lock, so the phone is already locked, but it's just an automatic feature that when the screen turns on, it just auto locks. It just logs it as auto locks even though it's already locked.
Could that be from not recognizing a face?
Either a face or, pushing the button on the side, but yeah.
What's the next entry on your timeline after that screen on auto lock on Paul's phone at 10:20:08? The very next entry at 10:21:25.
Alex calls Rogan. So at 10:20:08, we have that screen on and auto lock, and at 10:21:25, Alex calls Rogan Gibson.
In preparing this timeline here today for the jury and for this investigation, what was your specific job with that timeline?
The specific job was just to take all the data that we collected throughout this whole investigation and put it in one concise document.
Synthesize it together in one timeline?
That is correct.
From multiple sources?
From multiple sources.
Provided to you by experts?
That is correct.
Thank you. Special Agent Dawson.
Anything further?
I think there was some a question was asked about peak speeds to and from Moselle. Did you look to see if he passed anyone on the way there or back?
What do you mean passed anyone? Like a vehicle?
Yes, that his car passed another vehicle on a two-lane road.
I don't know how I'd be able to tell that with this data.
So you don't know if a very fast peak speed was simply gunning it to pass another car?
I do not. But at that late night hour, I would think that'd be, with, you know, the area, not a lot of people out.
I mean, that's just total speculation. You don't know if there's another car out
Just
there or
like
not.
yours is total speculation
Right.
that he passed someone.
You don't
That'd be
know.
correct. Yep, I do not know.
Yeah. You don't know if there are any other cars out there to pass. You don't know if he was passing another car. You just don't know, do you?
I do not, just like with your first question.
And you also don't know why Paul's phone, the screen came on those two times at 10:18 and 10:20, do you?
I do not physically know.
That second time that the phone came on was at that moment, Alec was actually on the phone with John Marvin, correct?
At what time?
The second time that the phone came on, 10:20, and I believe it was 8 seconds.
So at 10:20 and 8 seconds, that's when we have the display on. And at 10:21:25, Alex calls Rogue.
And at 10, when the display comes on, at that very second, Alex Murdaugh was on the phone, his phone, with John Marvin, correct?
If you do the math, I believe so, correct.
And this was also during a period in which, according to his phone, he's walking around, though again, we don't know if he was walking that exact second. But it's during a period of steps,
It's during
correct?
a period, correct.
Walking around on the phone with John Marvin. No further questions, Your Honor.
Let me step down. From the state.
Your Honor, as discussed, we request a very brief recess for housekeeping matters.
All right, the housekeeping matters are noted. Any further witnesses by the state?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
State rests, but for housekeeping matters.
The housekeeping matters, and then, yes, at that point, the state would formally rest. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for another break. Please do not discuss the case. Seated. So, what type of housekeeping matters do you have?
I just wanted to do, as my practice is just one final exhibit check, make sure that there was nothing missed. It will just take a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Motion that we will make. I mean, perhaps we could do it while the jury's out, but then he can formally.
That's why I did it in the manner in which I did it. We'll do it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
To pass another car on the roadway or not, giving up the fact that maybe Alex Murdaugh was going 80 miles an hour. And the agent answered, well, that's speculation. I can't tell you that. And then right now, what happened is the prosecution asked for a little bit of a break. They just walked away because they want to do some housekeeping matters, look at their exhibits, and then they intend to rest. So with that, let's bring Kesia Early back in to discuss this with me. Kesia, I thought that the ending of the cross-examination was weak. I thought this is a very strong witness, actually, for the prosecution, because the jury hadn't been taking notes. And to finally wrap it all up in one package, to me, was excellent. For the first time, I felt like I had some direction from this ship.
Well, give or take. I mean, I expected more from this witness. I expected more, especially on behalf of the defense, to kind of leave that reasonable doubt in their cross-examination. Again, what I pulled from it based on the direct and a cross-examination is that he was not the right person to give certain responses, because he was fed this data and he basically compiled this data to come up with his ultimate conclusion. For me, it wasn't quite clear, although his role as a special agent was to gather this evidence and create those pinpoints that led up to Alex Murdaugh's activity during that evening. I just believe that they just took the long route to get there. And what you don't want to do is to confuse the jury, because if you do that, then that testimony is oftentimes disregarded.
Well, let's talk about that in terms of the fact that jury, again, has not been taking notes. It seems to me this case comes down to a number of things, and I've been tweeting about this, and this is how I go about trying cases or advising on cases, that it comes down to the kennel video from 8:44 that Alex Murdaugh did not know his son Paul had taken because he was facing into the dog, into the kennels. It comes down to that missing blue shirt, which is called seafoam for some reason on the charts. It comes down to the missing shoes. It comes down to whether there's a motive, whether he had opportunity. And then I think that one thing the defense misses, I would have braced the financial crimes. I would have been head on and talked about how many enemies this man had. Your thoughts?
I totally agree. And actually, I think it actually comes down to his several statements that he gave. We know that he gave 3 official statements. The last one, to me, was the most damning and harming for Alex Murdaugh. He gave so many inconsistent statements. He wasn't truthful about the little things that he should have been truthful about. And whatever he did not want to admit, he kind of said, well, I don't know. Like, I don't know what happened to my clothes. I don't know when I changed my clothes. I don't know what time I was at the kennels. Like, the most important information you don't know. And also, it comes down to his actions after these murders. He approached his son, and he claims that the phone fell out of his son's pocket. He picked it up, and then I'll think about it and I'll put it back down. What person in their right mind would worry about a phone? You would be more concerned about your loved one that you have just witnessed, who appears to be, his head was blown off. So it's his actions, it's his statements that, unfortunately, I believe is going to work against him, because it has been used against him in a court of law, whether he does take the stand.
Okay, Sia, very interesting. I'm sure when we have you back next week, we will have an answer to the question. I say no, but stranger things have happened. Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we expect the prosecutor to rest.
Of suspicion, and that they have concocted a cell phone timeline to come up with a time of death without any actual evidence of time of death. And there is no direct and frankly circumstantial evidence presented that the defendant shot and killed his wife Maggie or son Paul. As the evidence established, the murderer would have had blood and biological material on him or her. The murderer would have had blood on his or her clothing. The murderer would have murder weapons. The murderer or murderers would have evidence of disposing of murder weapons on property or vehicle. And there's no evidence that Alex Murdaugh had any of this. He had no blood from the brutal murder of his son Paul. He had no DNA from Paul on his clothing in an area where you would expect to find it if he had shot his son, which he did not. There's no GSR on his clothing or clothes that is inconsistent with Alex holding a shotgun for protection. The state has proven at most that he was at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. The state does not have proof of time of death. The state does only have proof of when the last time Paul and Maggie used their phones. Most importantly, and as I mentioned earlier, the law is clear. Mere presence at the scene of a crime is insufficient to establish guilt. Although, to be equally clear, Alex Murdaugh was not at the scene of the crime at the time his wife and son were murdered, and there's no evidence that he was. And for that reason, we move for a directed verdict.
Yes, sir. By the state.
Your Honor, looking at the evidence that's been presented by the state, first of all, without detailing every bit of evidence, there's been ample evidence of motive evidence presented in this particular case. The years of embezzlement and theft and the exposure, very significant exposure that the defendant was facing as June the 7th approached, would include the loss of a job, the loss of a career, the loss of his bar license, the loss of years of wealth, the potential to lose everything, in his own words. You've heard evidence about a confrontation June 7th on those matters that very day, as well as the boat hearing that was upcoming. And the effects that would have. Also heard extensive evidence of the defendant's financial condition on that day as it moved forward. Also evidence, Your Honor, of his ongoing narcotics addiction and how those particular things were relevant to what was going on as it related to the victims. There's been evidence, and again, as Your Honor is aware, the evidence must be taken in the light most favorable to the state, that family weapons were used to murder Maggie and Paul. You've heard evidence from the defendant's own mouth about a missing shotgun, and of course we have extensive evidence about the missing blackout, that being the replacement gun. Of course, you've heard evidence that the defendant claimed that was missing at Christmas time, but there was evidence from Will Loving that that gun was present and being used, including at the side of the house as late as turkey season, just a couple months prior to the murders. And that from the firearms expert, that the cases found around Maggie's body were cycled through the same weapon. The murder weapon cycled the same cases as weather cases that were found at the side of the house, consistent with what Will Loving testified, as well as at the shooting range across the street. You've additionally heard that the same exact brand and weight of ammo that was used to kill Maggie was found throughout the property, as well as the same buckshot and birdshot ammo as well. There's been evidence presented by the state as to the defendant's trip to Alameda and his interaction with Shelley Smith after the murders, as well as the bringing the raincoat in. Additionally, that he left and moved his dad's truck in the four-wheeler, and that the raincoat contained high levels of GSR. There's been evidence presented in this particular case inconsistent with the defendant's statements to law enforcement, multiple changes of clothes that particular day, as well as evidence from Blanca that the clothes that he was wearing in the Snapchat video were never seen again, as well as the fact that the earlier clothes that he was wearing were not seen either. You have evidence that the defendant claimed that he was unaware that Maggie was coming to Moselle, or he did not ask for that, but you've heard evidence from multiple sources, including a text message that he specifically asked the victim to be present on that day. Your Honor, he was found in possession of a shotgun that cannot be excluded as a murder weapon that also had Maggie's blood on it. And then, of course, Your Honor, we have extensive phone and other digital evidence, and I don't need to reiterate the last witness, but that's been presented from multiple witnesses and multiple sources of a timeline. The defendant, of course, claimed that he was never at the scene, and the evidence shows, pursuant to the state's theory and reasonable inferences therefrom, that he was at the scene, contrary to what he told everyone who would listen. Just minutes, he's at the scene with the two victims, just minutes before, under the state's theory and a reasonable inference from the evidence, the victims were killed. Additionally, his conduct in the timeline after that, there's a number of reasonable inferences about that are consistent with the defendant's guilt. And to summarize a month's worth of evidence, that is the summary. I'm happy to address the timeline more, but I know that Your Honor just heard it in great detail.
There's a motion for directed verdict that's made at the end of the state's case. The court is concerned with whether there is any evidence, either direct or circumstantial, which reasonably tends to prove the guilt of the accused, or from which the guilt of the accused may be fairly and logically deduced. In this case, we have had, is it day 20 now? I guess 18 days of direct and circumstantial evidence. and the law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given either direct evidence or circumstantial evidence, nor is a greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. Cases can be proven by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of the two. At this stage of the proceedings, there is evidence to support a guilty verdict if it is believed by the jury. I therefore deny the motion for a directed verdict. Ready to roll with the defense?
Rock and roll, Your Honor.
Rock and roll. All right, well, let's take a 30-second stretch and bring the jury out and press on. And let's see, you can bring the jury. You may bring the jury. There you go. Be seated, please. Very good. Madam Forelady, how's the jury doing? Doing good. Very good. You have heard the state's case. It is now the defense's turn. And you may call your first witness.
All right. Coroner Richard Harvey, please. Yeah. Go. I'm sorry. You know what you look for? Okay, good.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You would, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record and spell the last part.
Okay.
And before we begin testimony, I think Mr. Waters, you're going to formally rest.
May it please the court, Your Honor. In the matter of the indictments of the defendant Alex Murdaugh for the murders of his wife Maggie and his son Paul, the state of South Carolina rests.
The state is rested, and now it's the defense's turn.
State your full name for the record, please.
My name is Richard Harvey.
And Mr. Harvey, you are an elected official here in Colleton County?
Yes, sir. I am the coroner of Colleton County.
Okay, and briefly describe your duties to the jury so they understand what a coroner does.
We basically investigate any death that occurs outside a hospital, any death that dies within 24 hours of admission to a hospital, any emergency room death is reported to the coroner's office as well. And primarily our responsibility is to do an investigation as to the cause of their death, including medical records, autopsies, and that's basically my responsibility, is to determine what the cause of death and the manner of death is.
So, You don't have a medical degree, though.
No, sir.
Okay.
But I was one of the first medically trained coroners in the state of South Carolina.
Okay. And how long have you been coroner?
This is my 30th year.
30th year. So let me talk a little bit about in general. Well, no, let me just go ahead and cut to the chase here. You have a file with you, and I believe it's a file concerning the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
I do.
And how did you get notified of their deaths?
I was actually notified by one of my deputies who was on call that evening. And any time there's a homicide along that lines, in most cases, I attend those. And he was on call, and basically he told me he also has another job because he's only part-time. And he told me, he says, look, I can't stay. He says, I've got to work tomorrow morning. He says, I hate to dump this on you, but he says, but, this is going to be yours.
So you took, well, first let me back up for just a second. Did you respond, and if so, what time did you get to the scene? And I'm going to lead you and say in Moselle.
I was notified at 23:04, which is 11:04 in the evening.
Okay.
And I arrived on the scene. Let me back up there. I arrived on the scene at 23:04. I was actually notified about 22:30 by my deputy who was on call.
So 22:30 would be 10:30?
Yes, sir.
So you got notified at 10:30. You got on the scene at
11:04.
And were you by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Did you process this scene? Did you have somebody take? Did you take photographs or something?
Yes, sir, I did.
So the photographs in your file
yes,
are
sir.
your photographs.
Yes, sir.
And in taking those photographs, did you, for instance, go into the feed room and take some photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And had that crime scene been processed by SLED at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything to, and I'll be frank with you, there's some footprints that have been identified as law enforcement or perhaps your folks that were in the feed room, perhaps in blood, before SLED had finished processing. Are those your folks or SLED or who, do you know?
I'm unaware of those.
Okay. So when you took those photographs, did you take precautions to, how do you not disturb evidence?
We've always kind of followed a pattern that we follow the same path in and the same path out. Therefore, we don't cross over into any possible assailants.
Okay. And again, you're preserving evidence. It's a homicide, so this is your
Correct.
case, right? And you do that pursuant to state law.
Yes, sir.
And we've received your photographs. Thank you for those. And I think you gave them to SLED also, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you perform a function also. I've looked at the death certificates of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, and you have a time of death of 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go through when you begin to examine the body to determine a time of death. Tell me how you do that.
Well, initially that evening, when I initially got there, I was told that SLED was coming, which I knew, depending on where SLED was coming from. It depends. It could be an hour. It could be 2 hours. It all depends on what part of the state and what group is actually coming to you. My initial processing was that I went and checked both bodies, and I simply put my hands in their armpits to determine how warm they are. This is one of the things we do sometimes to try and estimate a time of death. Is the body cold? Is the body warm? And one of the other things we check for is what they call rigor. And rigor is basically when a person dies, the body goes through this process, and as it goes through this process, your joints start to stiffen up. And when I initially got there, that was all I did initially because I knew SLED was coming.
So is it Riger or Rigger? I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I call it Riger.
I call it Rigger, but so if you'll allow me to say Rigger. Because
That's fine.
I've never said Riger. Was there Rigger or Riger?
There was not.
Okay, so these folks had been dead less than a couple hours?
1 to 3 hours typically is what they say that Riger should start developing.
Okay, and in terms of trying to estimate or get it a little bit closer than 1 to 3 hours, you took your hand. Show me what you did, and you did it both for Paul and Maggie?
Yes.
How about, would you, let me see how we can make this, see it. Could you step down here, please?
Sure.
And they were laying on the ground, both of them, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you move them?
No.
Okay, so...
They were covered with a sheet initially when I got there.
Right, so let's have you stand over
Okay.
here so the jury can see me. And you went up to Paul, and where did you put your hand?
I have to think now which way Paul was laying.
I'm not worried about
Right.
if it was left
Okay.
or right.
Basically, what I did is I lifted his arm up just a little bit here, and I stick my hand up into the armpit. And that's one of the central areas of your body without using the only other choice is a rectal thermometer. And in most cases, when you have that many people around, I'm not going to pull somebody's pants down to utilize the rectal thermometer. So I stick my hands in their armpit, and like I say, I can get an idea, how warm they are.
Okay, and you did the same thing to Maggie?
I did the same thing
Go
to
ahead,
Maggie. And you concluded on your death certificate 9 o'clock. That's strictly an estimation.
That's a guess.
It's a guess.
Okay, could have been 8:30?
Could have been 8:30.
Could have been 10 o'clock.
There were no witnesses there to tell me exactly what time this happened.
Do you carry a rectal thermometer to do specific measurements?
Well, usually what I'll do is I'll get it from fire rescue, the ambulance, and I'll borrow theirs. And yes, I do rectal temps.
But you didn't do it on that?
But we didn't do it that night, no.
And that's the reason the death certificate says 9 o'clock?
Right. That was an estimation from what I found as far as the warmth of the body.
Okay. Thank you for indulgence. Sure that we understand each other. Your statement of 9 o'clock, it could have been 8 o'clock.
It could have been 8 o'clock.
Their death could have been the result of being shot at 8 o'clock.
I basically looked at 2.5 hours from the time that the call came in to the time I actually got there.
So they could have been shot at 10 o'clock?
Could have been.
Or any time in between?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Coroner. Please answer any questions.
By the state.
Mr. Harvey, you did not use rectal or any sort of thermometer on that night?
No, sir.
And isn't it true that the best way to determine the actual time of death, particularly in a violent homicide, is to take the temperature?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And the temperature decreases roughly at a rate of 1.5 degrees every hour.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
And it's also affected by the ambient temperature in the
Correct.
area.
Yes, sir.
Yet, as I understand your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, you really do not have a general idea as to when that incident actually occurred.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's true.
Because you didn't take the temperature, correct?
Right. And thermometers are not always accurate either. So, and that's one thing that we've learned over the years. I mean, we do have, and actually we now have the I can't think of ultraviolet light, the light that shoots for the forehead. But what I've determined with that is that it's not necessarily accurate, is that I may shoot it at the forehead and it'll say 99 degrees, but if I shoot it in your ear, it might say 103.
That's right.
So, I mean, they're not necessarily accurate either.
That's correct. And it's also impacted by body weight.
Absolutely,
correct?
absolutely.
Age, elderly
Yes, sir.
versus youth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the weather.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
If they were covered by
Yes,
a
sir.
sheet, that
Which
would,
they were at that time when I initially got
that
it.
could maintain something.
Yes, sir.
If they got wet through rain, that could affect it.
That could, yeah, that could definitely.
And you had rain at that time, didn't you?
It had not rained hard at that point. Both
Not
of their
hard.
both of their hairs were heads of hair were dry.
Okay. And all those are factors which reflect what the actual time of death is.
Yes, sir.
Yet temperature is key.
Yes, sir.
And the only information you have is that the bodies were warm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon
And
your,
Riger had not started.
and that usually begins to occur within 1 to 3 hours.
1 to 3
correct?
hours. So that's the time frame that I was looking at.
Okay. And you walked around the area, got close to them at that particular time.
Yes,
is
sir.
that correct? And you were walking in the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Yes, sir.
2 questions.
Sure.
Do you remember when SLED showed up?
I do have probably the times for that. I did not see SLED on here, though.
Let me perhaps ask another question.
Okay.
Was Carleton County already there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there Carleton County detectives there?
Yes, sir. They're,
Okay. Did any of them talk to you about time of death?
No,
Did any of them ask you what your examination revealed?
no,
Did any of them ask you how you came to your decision of the time of death?
no, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Yes, sir.
Shailene Tyndall to the stand, please.
Come forward. Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God? If you would, please be seated. State your full name for the record. Spell your last name. Try speaking that mic so they can use it.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Shalane Tyndall, SHALANETINDAL.
Talked on the phone a couple times,
Yes, sir.
but we've never met, have we?
No, sir.
Okay. I appreciate you being willing to come here on such short notice today. I know you've got other things to do. So, where do you work?
I work for the Gallatin Sheriff's Office as public information part-time, and then for my full-time position, I work for the nonprofit blood organization, the Blood Connection, as the divisional logistics coordinator and calendar specialist.
Okay. Oh, my glasses, I'm sorry. So, back on June 7th and 8th of 2021, What was your job? What was your job back then with the
I was solely the public information officer at the sheriff's office at that time.
Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to show you a document and see if you can identify this. I think the easiest way to do that is, hold on one second, I'm sorry. Apologize, Your Honor, I've just gotten my two documents jumbled. Here we go. Have you seen this document before?
I'm aware of the Post and Courier publishing things of this nature, yes, but not strictly this document in question.
Okay, if you go to the second page. Now, does this, if you look halfway down the page, does that, there is a quote in here from you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it accurate?
This quote was actually coordinated between SLED and us at the time. We received multiple inquiries from the media, and per the sheriff's standard protocol, anytime SLED is in charge of a case or investigation, it's standard procedure to reach out to them and coordinate something with them.
Okay, so the quote from you, this is on the morning, this is the Post and Courier on the morning of June 8th, and the quote contained by you in here, we'll get how that was put together, but is it accurate?
The quote wasn't by me, it was a joint information from SLED and the sheriff's office.
Sheriff spokeswoman Shalane Lowe's referred questions. So, but you were part of the release of this statement?
Yes, it was a joint.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer this into evidence.
No, could I look at it?
No, I have no objection. We have no objection to the quote, but the article, I hadn't read the article. We just object to the rest of the article, and I think he's agreed with that.
I just want these two paragraphs.
No objection.
No objection to what?
To her quote that she gave and not the rest of the article. We're in agreement on that, if Your Honor is.
Is that what you're offering?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have her publish 2 paragraphs in this story. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, Your Honor, this is a story in the Post and Courier on the morning of June 8th, which would be the morning after the murders. So what I'd ask you to do is, it's in quotes, would you read this paragraph and this paragraph, publish it to the jury. This paragraph at this time, and then a paragraph right after that, okay? Take it. And would you slow down just a little bit for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
At this time, there is no danger to the public. The sheriff's office said, if information is received that dictates otherwise, we will immediately notify the public. Sheriff spokeswoman Shalane Lowe's referred questions regarding the incident to SLED and the Colleton County Coroner's Office. A request for 911 audio recordings was denied due to the ongoing investigation.
What? I'm sorry, she went further than I asked. That's okay. All right. Now, so that statement was the public has nothing to worry about, right?
That's what it states, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you the process for this something like this getting released. You said SLED was involved?
Can you clarify exactly what you're asking?
Okay, so this statement, at this time there's no danger to the public, the sheriff's office said, you would be the spokesperson for the sheriff's office.
Correct, but this was a joint statement released in coordination with SLED's PIO and us while we were waiting on an updated information to do an actual letterhead release.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is, on that, who did you release? Were you the one making this release, or was SLED making? I mean, when I say, I'm talking about physically. How did the Post and Courier get this quote?
SLED and I, PIO at the time, coordinated multiple times through numerous phone calls. There was also emails. This was discussed over the phone due to them being the acting agency on the case. But it did come from my email, but it was coordinated with SLED's PIO at the time.
Okay, so SLED signed off on this statement.
From what I understand from speaking with their PIO at the time.
I mean, you consulted with their, now PIO stands for?
Public Information Officer.
Okay. So the Sheriff's Department has a Public Information Officer, you.
Yes, sir.
SLED has a Public Information Officer named?
At the time, I believe it was Tommy Crosby.
Tommy Crosby. Y'all talked and emailed?
On numerous occasions from the time of the incident on further.
And decided this was the statement that should be made?
When I coordinated with SLED's PIO, this is what was mentioned and this is what we had published.
Okay. And what you're saying is there's no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we'll immediately notify the public. Was there a subsequent release given?
After this statement that we put out?
Right.
Yes, there was a joint letterhead release. The initial, what the Post and Courier published was an actual statement. Later on, we actually published a release while we were waiting on additional information.
And that subsequent statement didn't indicate there was any danger to the public. It didn't change this position, did it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did SLED and the Sheriff's Department change its position and put out a statement saying, whoa, now, there's something to worry about? Or did they just not mention this again?
When we did the updated release, that same information was also in the body that was sent over to SLED for their approval. Tommy Crosby had taken a moment to look at the release and later, I guess, decided that we took that out of the release and that it was what was published, excuse me.
So, but they never came back and said, there's something to worry about. They just took this language out.
Yes.
Okay. And SLED signed off on that?
We worked on this together, yes.
Okay, but it wouldn't have gone out if SLED hadn't said,
yes, sir.
Let it out, correct? I mean, you get information and then you shape it into a release here or subsequently that is digestible. Maybe that's the best way to put it. You're the wordsmith. You're the one that tries to make it make sense.
Yes, sir. Public information, we're not privy to investigations. We just receive details, and then we take those and turn them into paragraphs so the paper and anywhere in the media can print for layman's terms to be better understood by the public.
And I want to make sure I understand this. Any subsequent release never changed. Actually, I think you said the subsequent release said the same thing. At this time, there's no danger to the public. That didn't change, correct?
In the updated release that was sent out on letterhead, yes, that was removed.
That was removed?
Yes, sir.
But did they say there is a danger to the public? They never said that, did they?
No, sir.
Take the court's indulgence for just a moment. One other question. In this story, your last name is Lowe?
Yes, sir. I got married since then. I guess somebody decided to like me. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Please answer any questions.
I missed the last question. Did you get married?
Yeah, you sure trying to court me? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm happily married. I am not.
I'm just kidding.
I just couldn't hear. What was the date of the second release that Mr. Harpoon? I honestly don't know.
Am I talking into here?
Yes, ma'am.
The date of the second is the same date.
I apologize, Your Honor.
The date of the second.
The initial letterhead release was released on the same date a few hours after the initial statement.
So the one he was asking about second was the same exact statement, word for word, that was released early?
No, the second, what we initially put out at around, I think, before 10 o'clock in the morning, we had received inquiries from Fitz News, News 4, and I believe the Post and Courier. So the initial statement that I coordinated with SLED was what he was referring to. Afterwards, an updated letterhead release, as additional information became available to us, was coordinated with SLED that redacted that information.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you. Is this the document you're talking about here? And it's dated June 21st. Is that what you're talking about or not?
No, that is not.
Congratulations on your marriage. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Anything further?
Only this question. Did you think that Mr. Metters was proposing to you a moment ago?
I don't know. I'm just picking.
No further questions. Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Any additional witnesses today?
Your Honor, as we've discussed, the next witness would be extraordinarily lengthy. It's 4:30. I apologize to the jury and the court for not having somebody intermediate, but we just couldn't find anybody, not knowing when the state was going to rest.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for the weekend. As you know, Monday is a holiday. We will not be here on Monday. We'll be back 9:30 Tuesday morning. I know it's a long holiday, but still do not discuss the case with anyone. And hope have a safe and happy holiday and good weekend. And we'll see you all on Tuesday morning at 9:30. Else today.
Nothing from the state, right?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll see everyone next week.
All right.
welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. We have just come out of court where the trial of Alex Murdaugh has ended for the day and for the weekend, and will resume at 9:30 on Tuesday with the defense presenting their third witness. Now, let me go and bring in my two guests who have been waiting. We tried to get a question to them. Matthew Mangino, criminal defense attorney, and Bernardo Villalona, also a great criminal defense attorney. Matthew, I'm actually going to start with you on this round. What was the purpose of the last witness, the public information officer from the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Well, Linda, it appears that the defense is indicating where they might be going with their case, and that is that this was a rush to judgment. He wanted to get these news reports out, or news releases, before the jury that were giving very early after these homicides occurred, and they told the public there was no danger. You had two people massacred, and there's no danger to the public. Well, the only way that you can conclude that there's no danger to the public is if you know or have some idea who would have committed these murders, and that they weren't some random murder, but that was an intentional act by someone intimate to them.
Yeah, shades of the Brian Koberger case out in Idaho, where the law enforcement did the same thing, and boy, were they wrong on that. Let me go back to Bernardo. Bernardo, again, nice to see you. When I last asked you a question, it was because the prosecution had rested. The defense made their motion for a directed verdict, which says there's no evidence that could go to a jury. One of the reasons they said that is they said, look, you state you have not presented any evidence to show time of death, okay? All you have, and I put that all as my words, all you have is that 844 kennel video that Paul took, supposedly at 844 down at the kennels, which showed three voices. Your thoughts?
So, Linda, as you know, it's very common at the end of every prosecution's case that the defense is going to request a motion for a directed verdict. And what happens during that motion? The defense is going to try to put forward some kind of evidence or some kind of argument to say, look, the prosecution hasn't proved anything. Time out. There's no direct evidence. Judge, you should dismiss this case right now. The problem here is that the only argument that he put out was, oh, there's no time of death. Hello, we've been sitting hearing testimony for over 15 days. We know this is a circumstantial case. The prosecution has told you the last time that a text message was sent out or actually read, they told you that it's Alex Murdaugh's voice that's in a video, an audio that you hear of him moments before you last hear or there's any proof of life of these two people, aside from all the other evidence that's been presented. Now, the burden in terms of a motion for a directed verdict is not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's by preponderance of the evidence or clear and convincing evidence. And the prosecution has clearly put forward enough evidence to show circumstantially the guilt of Alex Murdaugh. So the case goes on. Hence, we see the two defense witnesses that have testified.
Right, and in my opinion, the coroner who put his hands, apparently ungloved, it appears, maybe they were gloved, he wasn't asked that, under the armpits without taking the temperature, didn't go, obviously, give the correct procedure, should I say, of medically interpreting time of death through body temperature by that. But let's put that aside for the moment. Matthew Mangino, let me ask you this. When I first left you last week, we were discussing the roadside incident, the Cousin Eddie incident, the shot in the head incident. Now, that evidence came in through apparently a blunder of the defense by opening the door two times. Once the judge shut it on them, and once the defense reopened the door on them. With that incident, the jury heard that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, wanted to kill himself to give life insurance proceeds to his son. But he didn't kill himself. Your thoughts as to what the jury is reading out of that?
Well, there's a couple of things that caught my attention when we heard that testimony. And one is that the jury now has in front of them an incident in which Alex Murdaugh actually tried to stage a crime. So he actually tried to have him, be killed so that his son could inherit his life insurance. And to me, that's another sign of planning. And this guy is not above planning a crime. In this instance, it was his own death. But that's one thing that I think the jury takes away from him. Also, it runs along with this whole idea that he is a dishonest person. He is a person who's embezzled money. He's a person who, at least according to him, would give his own life so that his son could get the insurance proceeds, which again is fraud. But you really put a lot on the line there. So it really paints a poor picture of Alex Murdaugh. It makes him look like a scheming, maneuvering kind of guy who's not above crime to carry out what he wants.
Right. And Bernardo, let me go back to you, because when the prosecutor answered the motion for the directed verdict that we just talked about, he said, for the first time I think we heard directly him saying, and they're going to hear this in summations, because as we know, motions for directed verdict and answers are a preview of summations, that the gun that Alex Murdaugh was holding when law enforcement came on the scene could not be excluded as the murder weapon of Maggie, that it had her blood, it had his blood on it, and if I recall, there was blood inside the barrel. I think that was the testimony, not outside. Your thoughts?
Yeah, but even aside from that, I think what's even more crucial, remember, there is a missing shotgun here. I'm sorry, an assault rifle. The .300 blackout assault rifle is missing and is unaccounted for, and that is the firearm that killed Maggie Murdaugh. In fact, they scientifically proved that the shell casings from a previous shooting, or I guess, firing shots at the location, either Paul Murdaugh or one of his friends, matched the shell casings from that very same night of June 7th of 2021. So we know that whoever killed Maggie and Paul Murdaugh had access to Murdaugh firearms. They used the firearms that belonged to the family. So I think that's even more pointing to guilt than anything else.
Yeah, and of course it was a shotgun that killed Paul, and it was the .300 blackout rifle that killed Maggie. So one of the things I think the prosecution needs to be clear when they sum up is, where are those guns, and are either of those guns on the property, or are they both missing, or whatever? Like you just did, Bernardo, very clear, and like you just did, Matthew, very clear. Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break here at the Law&Crime Network. When we come back, we'll go over some of the incredibly important testimony we heard today before the state rested after presenting their 61st witness. Stay with us. the first witness on the stand in the Alex Murdaugh trial in South Carolina for the murder of his wife and his son was Agent Rudofsky. He talked about how fast the car was going after Alex Murdaugh went to Alameda to visit his mother and then come back to Moselle, where supposedly he found the bodies for the first time. Why don't we listen to this testimony that occurred before the jury today?
All right, we've moved on to slide 46. Tell me about that one, please.
So this is going to be the arrival into Moselle. This is showing 10 o'clock on the dot, showing 7 miles an hour, making a left into the main driveway.
10 o'clock on the dot?
That is correct.
And slide 47?
This is about 30 seconds later. This is 10 o'clock. This is about halfway down the driveway of the main house, showing 22 miles an hour.
All right. Slide 48. Tell the jury about the calculations reflected on this slide.
So this is going to be from his drive back from Alameda to Moselle Road. The max speed that was obtained during that drive was at 9:51, 43 seconds, was 80 miles an hour. The average speed was 46.52 miles an hour during that drive.
Is that average speed going to also, though, include that minute where the car paused at the driveway in Alameda?
That's correct.
The top speed was what?
80.16 miles an hour.
And at this time period, would it have been dark outside?
It would.
Let me ask you this. You're a law enforcement officer that works in this area of the state, correct?
That is correct.
And have you, during the course of your law enforcement career, have to respond to emergencies or call for services and that sort of thing?
That is correct.
All right. And this particular road that we've been talking about, these roads, have they recently been paved?
They have.
And was that after the murders occurred on June 7th, 2021?
They were.
Or were you familiar with the condition of the roads and what they were like on that route prior to them being repaved?
I am.
All right. And tell the jury what running code is. If you have an emergency or a call for service, an emergency, what is running code?
Running code is where you activate your blue lights and siren and you go above the posted speed limit at a safe fashion to get to your arrival in a safe manner.
That's when the cops turn on the lights and they're heading to the scene.
Yep, blue lights and sirens.
All right. And you're traveling as fast as you possibly can and still be reasonably safe. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you had call prior to this road being paved to run code down that road?
That's correct.
All right. Would you at night, or did you ever at night, on the roads as they existed at the time of June 7th, 2021, run in code with your lights on, run 80 miles an hour down that road?
I would not, no.
And why not? Tell the jury why not.
Due to the time of night, the heavy deer population out there, as everyone could probably see, I mean, deer will run out all the time, and especially with all your lights, it attracts the deer. So it's actually worse having your blue lights on sometimes. The deer actually are kind of attracted to that light. And then also the road conditions, the road was, was a lot of potholes. And
was the defendant's top speeds on both the trip to and from Alameda in excess of any max speed in his trips previous in the day?
That'd be correct. Posted speed limit is 55 on 63.
Matthew Mangino. Now, I'm from New York and New Jersey. I drive down the Garden State Parkway all the time. If I'm doing 80 in the right lane, people are passing me at like 90 and 95. But I think back to My Cousin Vinny, a movie from the 1990s, where you have to be in the area to understand what this means. You don't travel 80 miles an hour down these roads at night. Tell me what you think the jury is taking from this testimony.
Well, I mean, I think what the defense is going to try to do with this is to say, hey, yeah, he was rushing back because he had made a couple of calls to Maggie, which she did not answer, and he was concerned. And so he was trying to get there as quickly as possible. If you look at the history, you'll see where there's some calls that Alex Murdaugh made, after 9 o'clock to Maggie, and he wants to get back there as quickly as possible because he's concerned about his wife, and he's just concerned about his son. Why aren't they answering his calls?
Oh, that's an interesting take. Bernard Villano, one of the things I want to end the show with and ask you about is the 20 seconds. He does get back. He pulls in the driveway. 20 seconds from the time he pulls up to where the kennels are to where he then calls 911. He's got to get out, check his wife's pulse, go over to the other place, check his son's pulse, get into the car and call 911. Enough time, or was the defense effective playing 20 seconds on their little spy machine in court today?
Absolutely not enough time, because we have to remember the human emotion, the shock that's supposed to be taking place. You find out and run up and see that your son and your wife have been shot. They've been killed brutally. So you got to think there's a shock effect right there. And that right there takes time for you to even realize, where am I? What's going on? What do I do next? Who do I call? So 20 seconds is absolutely not enough time. And I think that right there is the damning part for the defense. So the prosecution, I think, have overcome many hurdles by putting that last piece of evidence, and that's a strong piece of evidence to end out for a 3-day weekend. So the question would be next week, will Alex Murdaugh take the stand?
Well, you're going to have to join us next week. Matthew Mangina, Bernardo Villa, as you know, we will continue our coverage with this trial, 9:30 in the morning next week when the defense continues to present their witnesses. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. I will see you next Tuesday at 3.